Welcome to Master of Command. This is a game put out by the History channel Armchair Historian. You may have recognized this symbol right here. A brand new game. It's about to come out. By the time this video is out, it'll be maybe a day or two from releasing. This is an early access copy, build 203-89-703. A lot of the stuff I'll be using here is probably going to get patched out because I have been passing along notes to Griffin to get this stuff patched before release, but let's go over what we're trying to do in this campaign. So over here in the achievements, you can see I've been busy, hard at work trying to unlock as many of these as I can, but there's still a few more. In this campaign, we're mostly going to focus on Scotland forever, so we want to get regiments of Highlanders. We also want to win the campaign as the, let's see, Hanoverian Corps. Is that one? Actually, I don't know if we're going to get that one, but we'll get Pax Britannica, win the campaign on Iron Man mode with 5 difficulty modifiers. We're actually going to do even better. We're going to do Iron Man mode with all 10 difficulty modifiers, and we'll be beating the game. Now, to do this, we are going to be exploiting the ever-loving crap out of this, and you can see our buddy here, Spiff. We're going to be, to quote him, it's a perfectly balanced game with no exploits. We'll be exploit the crap out of this thing, so let's jump right in. Now, I already have a campaign ready to go, so I'm not, we'll start this, but I'm going to use the one that I safe scummed, and you can see how many times I had to do it to get the right starting perks that we're looking for. So, new campaign, we'll go over here to the British, and I could have done this 2 different ways. We could either use the subsidy troops or the British expedition. I think in this case, the British expedition is going to be a little bit easier because Army Gain doubles veterancy and drilling stance. You use this right here, the ammunition, to drill, and we're going to be getting a lot of ammunition pretty easily. So I think it's probably easier to do with the British expedition. However, the subsidy troops look like they're pretty interesting as well because you get less fire damage received. It's just harder to find reservists, which basically if you lose troops, you need reservists to replace them. So kind of interesting. But anyways, let's do the setup. So Iron Man mode, we're going to turn on all the legendary modifiers. So this basically makes the game harder. So shattered units lose 40% more casualties. Regiment replenishment rate minus 30%. So basically your units are slower to heal during each day. So if you take losses, you don't just instantly replenish, you have to replenish over a certain amount of time, and this slows that down. Everything's more expensive by 20%. You use more provisions and ammunition, so 20% more there. Recruitment cost plus 35%, so your units are more expensive to recruit. You lose visibility, minus 30% on the map. 1 regiment in each enemy brigade is doubled, so every brigade can have 4 regiments, and there's usually 5 and then 6 when you get into the later stages of the game. We'll have 5 regiments or 6 regiments. Brigades. Yep. So essentially, instead of having 4 units, you'll have 5 units in each brigade. So it's a big difference. It makes their enemy army much bigger and harder to fight off. Officer death chance, 30% higher. So if you lose an officer, it's pretty painful because it takes a long time to build them up. So that one sucks. Conscript army unit upgrades cost 1 more, so you need a certain amount of XP to level up your troops. And then certain upgrades require a certain amount of upgrades to do. So to go from, say, a recruit to a musketeer may take 3 levels. And with this, it actually takes 4 levels. So it does slow down your progression by quite a bit, especially some of those troop trees that have 4 or 5 upgrades. You're now going 4 or 5 levels higher than what you would normally have to do. And then enemy combat effectiveness and morale plus 10%. Combat effectiveness is basically the best thing in the game that you can get to boost your troops. It increases all of their stats. So their melee stats, their charge stats, their shooting stats, accuracy, their reload stats. Everything gets, I think it also affects their stamina. I could be wrong on that. But all their important stats in combat are basically up by 10%, and the morale, so they're less likely to run. So basically as hard as you can make the game. And this is incredibly difficult. I don't know if I could do it without using cheese and exploits, because it's pretty hard. I've got almost 100 hours in the game and almost 100% of the achievements, and I still don't know if I'm good enough to do it. So, but anyways, that's the setup. Now here's the other thing. When you start a new game, let's see, it's just going to make us do save file, because when you do Iron Man mode, you don't get any reloads. But essentially what we're doing here, when you start the game, you get these bonuses up here. So you can see Army gain doubles, veterancy, and drilling stance. And then there's another one here for being the British. All the British ones get this. Subsidy of $10 per day, and new brigade cost plus 25%. And then obviously all of our negative ones that we just went over. You also, every act, you have the chance to unlock more of these edicts or whatever they're called. So you can see here, this one, you could choose from one of three. This one is attrition loss minus 50%. This one is officer's radius, command radius plus 50%, or heavy infantry combat effectiveness plus 10%, and then heavy infantry recruitment costs plus 15%. So there's a ton of these in the game, and we need a very specific one to start with. So essentially all I did is I save scummed this, so I quit, I went back out, and then I started a new game. We did all these options, repick everything until I get exactly the one that I want. So this again, so I don't delete my save. And then I basically just went through. And I'll show you, once we get into the game, I'll show you the one that I really wanted. And it'll make a whole lot of sense when we get in there. But yeah, so I'm not going to do this on camera because obviously this would take forever. Let me just load up the one that I save scummed. So here we are. I went ahead and took... Oh, actually, you can't see it from here, but if we go here, Saboteur Doctrine, this slows the enemy movement speed by 25%. So there are some enemies on the map that will chase after you, or they'll try and run from you. And this doctrine basically slows them down by 25%. So it makes us a little bit more agile on the map. We can move around more freely. More importantly, at the very end of the act, you can see right here, enemy HQ time, the enemy HQ will arrive at day 156. That's actually not accurate. It usually leaves around day 100 or so. So we have about 100 days to go before this massive army starts hunting us down. You can see they're right here. So they start off with 4,950 troops, but they will, if we give them enough time, they will go up to 15,625. Once it gets up to full strength, maybe a few days later, they will come hunt us down and they'll chase you all over the map. So you'll see, once we slow them down, we can get away from them. We could also force march, which makes our campaign movement speed a lot faster. So he's going to be slowed by 25%. We're going to be increasing our speed by 30%. And if we're lucky, we'll get some more doctrines here. There's a few ways you can get more doctrines on the map, and we'll go over that. But there's one that increases your campaign movement speed when you're force marching by 20%. So hopefully we'll get that. If not, we'll still make it work. But yeah, a lot of this will make sense once we kind of get in there. I don't want to over-explain too much more than I already have. But let's get our army set up right in the beginning. So we start off with a British provincial cavalry. Pretty good. They do they do start off with a rifle. I don't find cavalry all that good when using their firearms. They're really good at melee though and chasing people down. But we'll have to use him as such. Now in terms of items, we've got all these items to use. We've got ones that increase accuracy, ones that replenish casualties, another one that replenish casualties, and so on and so forth. So we want to set our items up so that we can take advantage of our strengths. This guy's really good. The Highland troops are really good in melee combat. You can see the stats right here. That little lightning bolt is their charge damage. This guy's 10 charge more than our other infantry troop. And then the little sword icon right below that is 40, whereas this guy's only 30. So much better in melee combat. So we want to load this guy up. And because he's going to be in melee, he will take a lot of casualties. So if we load him up with as many of these casualty reduction perks as we can, he's going to go in and lose a bunch of people, get a lot of kills, but lose a bunch of people, and then we'll get him back for free just because we have these items on. And then we also want to give him morale and charge boost. Perfect. And then our British foot, this guy will eventually go up to probably the veteran foot because he's got really good aim, really good accuracy. So we want to boost this guy's accuracy. So we'll give him both the marksman and then the T rations, which gives you accuracy and reload. So this will be our shooter, this will be our melee troop, and this will be our cav, which is going to do mostly running people down, not so much head-to-head combat because they're not all that strong. And I think that's pretty much it. Let's go ahead and start by doing our supply cache battle. Every game starts off this way. You can choose between getting taulers, some provisions, or ammunition. Now, in this case, I think we probably want to stack up our provisions, just because we'll be running around the map and we need to stack up as much food as we can. Yeah, like I said, usually the enemy comes at you around day 100, and then he'll catch you by, depending on where you are on the map, maybe 150 days or something like that. We're going to probably go up to day 4 or 500, and so we need as much food as we can get. But anyways, let's fight this battle. So these guys have 2 cavalry units, 2 infantry units. They're not amazing, so we should be able to handle this. And like I said, because of the difficulty modifiers, they're quite a bit harder. Usually you only have 3 units that you fight against. In this case, we have 4 because one of the units is doubled. Let's get in there and fight. Now, a really important tip, if you're looking to learn some stuff, always use hotkeys. So you can use control groups here. This British foot is going to be our main troop that we'll be shooting at people with. So I want him on group 1, so hold shift and press 1. Highlander is going to be group 2. Cavalry group 3, and then our general group 4. Now the general is an interesting unit because I don't feel like these guys cost you any manpower, but you can use them in battle. If you lose him in battle, if you fight him too hard, you run him too thin, he will run, and then all of your guys get a huge morale hit and they might just run from the map. So you can use him, but just be careful not to use him too much. But anyways, we want to make sure he's going to be helping out with our cavalry here. So we have our Highlander foot, our British foot. We want all the melee combat to go through our Highlander foot. We want all the ranged combat to go through our British foot. So, looking at the enemy's troops, like I said, they've got 2 frontier recruits. These guys are really weak, not particularly strong. Same thing with the Cossacks. They're good at charging, but not good in sustained melee. So, essentially what we want to do is get them to chase us so that they run into our troops. Also, one thing I found, if you go to one side of the map, like we spawn on, if you look here at the mini-map, we spawn on this left side. If we go over to the right, we'll have more room to maneuver. So we're just going to retreat, come back here, and then that will draw their formation out. Sometimes they don't even bring some of their units up, so we can just fight these guys all the way in the corner, and then they'll eventually come in. We'll fight them piecemeal. So I'm going to get these guys down here, we'll get set up, and then we'll come back. I forgot to mention, there's one more reason why you want to fight on the bottom right or bottom left of the map, depending on where your spawn is. It could work just as well over here, but we want them to run as far as they have to go. They're not going to get fatigued from this, but you'll see, we'll get more time to run their troops down by doing this. So it'll make a lot of sense. Let's get all these guys down here, and then we'll start fighting. You can see, oh, they're finally pulling their cavalry up, so they will probably meet, but that's fine. We'll be able to get a few shots on this guy before this guy comes up. You can see drawing their formation out does help. So here they go. We'll slow the game back down a little bit. You can go really fast. You can go slow motion or even pause the game. We will probably not be using pause too much, but we're setting up a nice little shot here. Now we want them to shoot at our Highland foot first because these guys have the casualty reduction. Looks like they want to shoot our British foot, which we don't want at all. So we need to protect these guys. So we'll go forward and make sure that they shoot at our Highlands first. And they're just about in range. As soon as that's done, we'll pause, get the shot off. They're still, yeah, you can see they're still going for our foot troops. That's fine. We'll back these guys up a little bit, make sure they don't actually get into range. And then if we have to, we'll just charge these guys. Looks like they are going to go hard and strong. All right, get your volley off. Beautiful. They're going to lose most of their morale there. And then we just need to back up. And you can see they're doing some stupid AI stuff. Alright, let's get into position here with our cavalry so we can take advantage of that. These guys need to reload, so I'm going to have them chill for a minute in the back here. Let's get their formation nice and stretched out. The more stretched out you are, the more damage you do. There we go. So they're going to run. We do want to chase them down a bit, but the problem is we don't want to get shot by these guys. There we go. So they dumped their volley. We can come up here and get these other recruits. Actually, let's get both cavalry groups on them. There we go. They're shattered, but just because they're shattered doesn't mean we can't get more use out of them. So we are trying to get as many kills as we can. Every kill we get adds more resources after battle. So we want to get that. We want to make sure we get back before their Cossacks get to us. Here we go. These guys are almost fully reloaded. We need them to have a volley ready. As soon as these guys get here, we're going to have a bit of a tough time. Is they going to shoot at our cav? No, they shot at our foot troops. Oh, yeah, Highland foot. That's perfect. Like I said, we get 60% of our casualties back for free, so it's not really a big deal. So run them down, run them down. We probably want to charge this guy before he gets another volley off. I know he's starting to get tired. Stamina's getting low. But these are foot recruits. They're really weak, so it doesn't really matter. And then we need to make sure we get this guy on hold fire so we can save a volley and just wipe out completely one of their Cossack. And then we're... yeah, you can see, look at that. They're leaving a trail of bodies. We need to get these guys back, because we will need to use them again. Oh, our foot troops are retreating. Okay. I didn't see that happening, actually. That's interesting. Yeah, that might actually ruin the battle. So let's get a volley off on these guys with our foot troops, see if we can get them to flee. We need to get our cavalry back, because these guys are not going to be able to handle them in combat. Yeah, they're charging. Yeah, this is not going to go well. Okay, so I'm going to restart this. So this is Iron Man mode. You're not supposed to be able to restart, but as I said, we're going to be exploiting the ever-loving crap out of it. I wasn't expecting to have to do this on the first battle, but that's kind of funny. So all you have to do is, if you want to restart a battle, just escape, quit. It doesn't, there's no save state until you finish the battle, so I can go back in and reload right where we left off. Thank you for early access games. And you can see here, there's probably another exploit to be had here. Notice when we started that previous battle, they were engaged with us completely. If you get caught by somebody and you want to get away, by reloading, it doesn't save the position of the enemy army. It pushes them back. So you can technically run away if you want. We're not trying to run away. We want to get over here. This guy's trying to run from us because we're stronger. And then we'll just re-engage him. So anyways, let me get back to a position where we were stomping them again. Alright, this map, we're not going to go to the corner. We're actually going to take this town because you do get some defensive bonuses here by being in the buildings. Or being on top of the buildings. So that's what we'll probably end up doing. We get our Highland foot here still. Let's get them to take the brunt of the damage. And then our British foot. Same thing, we'll stretch their line out. Actually, we can keep the Highland foot in a little bit more compact, just so that these guys can move around a little faster. And I think instead of charging them into the enemy right away, we'll probably just get some volleys off. You can see their cav followed a lot closer this time. So we'll have to deal with that, but not a big deal. We'll get a good volley off with these guys. Let's get our foot troops up. So quick march, get them up there, and then we'll deal with these recruits. Also, cavalry do not have hitboxes that'll block shooting, so they could just shoot over the top of your troops. So if you want, they don't, like I said, they kind of suck. They don't really do a whole lot of damage. So 8 kills with that, whereas these guys with one volley got... well, 2 volleys, they got 54 kills. Alright, here we go. And now we're getting some good volleys with our line troops, our British foot. And they're starting to get more than one on us. So what we can do is we can use our general here to go ahead and height them around, get them to not focus on us so much. So if we go beside them, they will turn. Charge. No. Okay, charge. We'll get a little bit of charge damage off, and then we'll just back off. Yeah, see, they're getting chewed up. Alright, they retreated. That's fine. That's what we wanted. And then let's go ahead and get these... let's get these guys back a little bit, because they're getting chewed up already. Yeah, 200 losses. Jesus. These guys do so much damage for recruits. Now, they ran, but they're probably going to get their morale back and re-engage, but I guess we'll wait and see. So we have to fight the Cossack cavalries here. Let's put these guys on hold fire. Let them get really close, and we'll get a nice and nasty volley off on them. They're going to fight our Highland. Looks like they're going to go after our Highland foot, so let's get them into position. They won't get a shot off, but what we can do Oh, yeah, here we go. They're gonna go after both of these guys. That's fine. Crash into the Highland Foot. That's fine. These guys can mostly handle themselves in melee. These guys, however, not so much. Oh, they're actually going after our general. Alright, so what we want to do is hold fire with these guys as soon as they see the whites of their eyes. And then, oh my god, that's so disgusting. Look at how many dead people they have. And they just instantly shattered. So we want to get our Highland Foot over here. This frontier recruit should come back, which is exactly what we want. We want them to come back. Let's go ahead and get these guys stretched out, get some shots off. Put these back on fire at will. Now we need one of their units to come back, because as soon as this guy breaks, it's going to end the battle. But if they have one unit that's all the way in the back that got their morale back, we can run these guys down much safer and for a longer time. Let's actually get these guys... I'm not going to mess around with my general. Usually I would have him run the enemy down as well, but I think in this case it's not worth it. Yep, see, look at that. Cossacks already came back. What the hell? Alright, we need this. We need to get these guys back, actually. Yeah, because we can't handle the Cossacks with our melee troops, I don't think. It's going to be a tough one. We need to deal with these fruits, but yeah, one fire at a time. There we go. These guys came back, so that's perfect. We're not going to get set in time, so let's just let's countercharge. Stop them from hitting our foot troops. Oh, they hit our foot troops anyways. How? Oh, dude, we got in front of you. Okay. It's like we're the ones getting exploited today. We only lost 18 troops there, though, so that's not a big deal. There we go. And then the recruits are coming back, but we need to deal with these guys first. So let's get back. We need to get our movement, our stamina back, so we can actually do something. We don't have time to turn and deal with these guys. So what I'm going to do is let's fall back. Yeah, let's get one more volley off. Let them get their volley off, and we'll fall back. Let him get his volley off, because we're in cover right now, so we'll be a little bit safer. Let's get back to this cover. Go. Now, you can see our cover is pretty good. 50%, it's not bad. Let's get... Oh, these Cossacks are going to come back again, dude. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm telling you, when you put this thing on the max difficulty, these guys are insane. They do not run. These guys are on hold fire. Notice this gradient. It gets more red the closer you get, and then more clear the further away you get from the unit. So we want to let these guys get as close as possible. Yeah, they're not going to move anymore, so let's... Oh, just instantly braked. Or shattered them. So that's good. Let's go ahead and chase that down. It looks like those Cossacks may not actually come back. And these guys are trying to chase us now, so let's get away. We don't want these guys to take any more casualties. And then we also need time to run these guys down. So let's just take our sweet little time here. Go ahead and get as many kills as you can. And then we're going to run like cowards. Run like the British. All the way back, please. And then these Highland Foot are about to break. We need to boost their morale a bit. Let's get our general over there to help him out. Yeah, they took some heavy losses for sure. Did we get a shot? No, we should be able to get a shot though. We're on their flank. And who are they chasing now? Now they're chasing our cavalry. So I don't know what the AI is doing. But yeah, you'll see these guys, their kills will shoot up all the way. Unfortunately, we're only going to be able to get one of these. As soon as this guy runs, the battle's going to end. So they're going to get a volley off on us. Oh no, they're going to turn. Perfect. That's actually perfect. Let's go ahead and go back this way. Do not shatter them, please. Yeah, this could actually be really bad for us. I'm going to take a full volley here from these guys. There we go. And their unit shattered. Just because they're shattered doesn't mean we can't run them down still. So we're going to keep running them down. Their cavalry are going to be off the map. That's perfect. So as soon as these guys break... Okay, I don't know what they're doing. They're being weird. We'll just continue to get shots on them. Let's turn off volley fire so we can get shots on these guys even though we're not set yet. Yeah, get as much damage in as we can. I don't know what they're doing, man. They're gonna get a shot off here soon. Let's try and break them before that happens. No, actually... Yeah, it's fine. fine, we'll pull back. And that delays them from getting more reloads off. And then we should, let's turn that off so we can get little shots here and there. Perfect. We didn't get a volley from them, so we saved a little bit of manpower. And our cavalry ended up running a lot of people down, so I'm sure we got a lot of kills here. Let's see. So we got 234 gold. That's actually not bad. And we ran down 1,500. We killed more than half of their army. That's pretty good. Or, yeah, almost exactly half. So not bad there. And like I said, this guy took quite a few losses there, more than half, so about 700. And we didn't really lose too much in these two. But you'll see when we get back to our screen, we're going to get most of those guys back. Now, at the end of the battle, you have an option to take money and ammo, troops, and then reducing some of the casualties that you took, or veterancy or XP gain and provisions, which is food. So in this case, we don't have a whole lot of reservists, so with only 100 troops, that's not going to be enough to replace, even with 60% reduction. And then by doing this casualty restored, it adds another 10%. So basically we're at 70% of our losses just come right back to us. So we're going to take this one, and it'll give us some reservists. You'll see the bar it goes down, and it shoots right back up. Love seeing that. All right, so let's go ahead and replace our casualties. And you can see we had 100 reservists. We went up to 426 reservists. And the only thing it cost us was a little bit of ammo, about 110 ammo. Not a big deal. And then we went up to $544. That's pretty good. So essentially, after battle, we've got all these items to place. We've got a horse, stamina and move speed bonus. We'll take that for sure. These guys have good firearms, so we probably can't use this one just yet. 125 range. This one's 119 and then 119. But this one actually has better melee stats. So we'll definitely upgrade that for this guy. So if you look right here, just right click a couple times and you can see which one's better. So this one has a slower reload and less aim. But you can see, yeah, the range goes down a tiny bit as well. But our melee stats go up by a significant amount. It's like 10. Actually, I think it was 12. So yeah, our foot troops in the front line, they need to have as much melee combat as possible. So we'll load them up with that. We have room for a little more here. This guy, our British foot, can take this veterancy gain and morale spontoon. This is pretty good, so we'll be able to upgrade this guy faster. And then the horse, as I mentioned, we've got the step horse, the cross pendants, morale and charge damage, and then morale and stamina. Perfect. And we have a leftover firearm. We'll keep this because as we recruit troops, they don't have good weapons on them, and we'll need to use that. We could also sell this stuff. But yeah, we'll be selling a lot of stuff eventually. So that is the first battle done, and I think that went really well. Well, the first battle didn't go well, but when we exploited it and reloaded, it went well. So let's go to Luderberg, and like I said, we're going to move on March Stance. We could do Force March to speed it up a little bit, but we don't have a whole lot of food in the early game, so we got to be careful with that. Now, we want to get as many troops here as we can. So if we look at what we want to get here, we need Highland troops. So these Highland Foots upgrade from Redcoat recruits. So we need to get a bunch of these. So let's go in there and see if there is... Yep, perfect. Redcoat recruits. And we'll take a mental note here of what else they have. So Hanoverian Foot. You'll notice the cost goes up a lot if you get more advanced troops. So this is like a tier 1. This is like a tier 2. This is a tier 1. These guys are like a tier 2. Yeah, tier 2, I think, of the subsidy recruit troop tree. So that's why they're a lot more expensive. So in the beginning, we just want to get recruits. Take that, and my god, that's expensive. There goes all of our money. And then you can see here, this guy has a really crappy weapon, a worn musket, so we'll swap it out with this one. You can see it's a pretty big difference for everything. We do lose a little bit of melee combat somehow. Now, at each settlement you go to, it's going to have either a debuff or a bonus. So in this case, this place has recruitable cavalry, less recruitable cavalry, and if they do have cav, they're more expensive by 15%. There's quite a few towns on the map that we'll get to. There's also, this isn't all the towns, you only get vision of a certain number of them, and then there's some other ones that are hidden. Now if you look down here, this one has sale cost minus 20%, the provisions minus 15%, and the cost goes up. So there's a bunch of stuff. You can get some good ones too. Like this one has cheap food and supply, so mana. So basically all these, so your provisions, your manpower, and your ammunition, this increases the amount that the town has. You can buy more of it, and it has, so this would be a really good place to load up on food. It has cheap food and it has more of it. We'll definitely head there and try and load up on as much food as we can. One thing I wanted to look for was a town that had the green version of this. So item sale cost, I think it's plus 15 or plus 20%. So you could load up and just save all your items, and instead of selling it at regular towns, you can get more money by going to a town that will buy it for more. Doesn't look like that's the case, so we might just sell stuff where we can. This is not really worth anything anyways. It's a war musket. Nobody's going to want to buy it for much, so we'll hang on it for now. What else can we do here? We could look for items, but I think it's probably best to save up as much money as we can to expand our army. And that'll be the first thing that we do. Now, we can only hold 4 troops per brigade. If we want to get a new brigade, it's going to cost us 375 gold, dollars. So we need to obviously save up to be able to do that. We only have 82 right now. Now, like I said, every day that goes by, we get plus 10. So we will start to get some money just by moving around the map. What do they have in the stables? Yeah, I do want to get a melee weapon for this guy. So our horse does not have a melee weapon. He's got worn swords, just the basic thing if you don't have any. So we'll either need to loot one or we'll need to buy one. But I think that's it for now. We don't really need to spend any of our money to replenish. I think we're probably okay for now. To be able to unlock that saboteur doctrine I was telling you about that slows the enemy down, we need to go to battlefields on the map. And then we also can get a free troop here, the Royal Welsh Fusiliers, if we do 4 outposts. So 5 battlefields and 4 outposts is what we need to do. And if you hover your mouse over this, you can see they light up, and then if you click on it, it'll show you where they all are. So there's a lot of good stuff south of us. So we probably need to cut through the trees and go through here. There's 1 outpost and a battlefield here before we get to the next settlement. And then there's more down here. So we'll probably just cut straight south. So we'll go down this way, and we'll just stay in regular march stance. Like I said, we can go a little faster if we force march, but I don't want to use our food and then run out. Here we go. This encounter, unfortunately, we don't have any reservists to spare for this one, but we still get the option to take some money. So actually, that's probably what we would have done anyways. And then if you have the right doctrines, there's certain doctrines that help you out, and some of these resolve. You don't have to spend any reservists to get the delaying the HQ. So basically, they don't come after you until a little bit later. We'll take the money anyways. And then that one's resolved. Let's get down here to the battlefield one. So battlefield one we cannot do, unfortunately, because we don't have reservists. Oh, this one's that sucks, man. If you don't have enough troops, you can't do it, but then by not doing it, you get attrition of 3% for your entire army. So you can see our manpower pool just drained to like 0. Oh, no, it didn't. Whoa, nice. We got a broken perk. And we're going to get attacked here. So this is a patrol army. They're the weakest ones in the game. So it's not going to get much easier than this. So we kind of have to take it to be able to make more money and hire more troops so that we can take on bigger armies. So we just have to be super careful with this. Let's get in there and fight these guys. So Alsfeld. We have an artillery. Oh man, that's really bad actually. They have 2 artillery. So right now artillery is very, very unbalanced. And we need to get our artillery online as fast as we can. This is actually really bad. They only have 4 melee troops. We should be able to handle the melee, but the melee and the artillery will probably have to do some sneaking around. Let's see what kind of map we get. So let's get in there. So looking at the map, there's a nice winding river right here that will slow them down, but I don't think we're going to use that. We'll probably load everybody up right here and just go west. Yeah, we just have to go... Oh, who didn't go? This guy didn't go. Everybody on this side of the river. So rivers slow you down significantly. So anytime, if you have a bunch of units that can outrange the enemy, sit up behind a river, and then that'll slow them down quite a bit. and then you get more shots off on them. Now, they have what kind of artillery here? They've got a 3-pounder and a 3-pounder. Okay, so they have cannons, but they're not particularly good ones. But even bad cannons do way more damage than they should right now because of how imbalanced they are. So we do want to stay away from them. What we want to do is get them to separate from their melee troops so that either we get good engagements with our melee troops versus theirs, or our infantry, or they separate and then we can pick them off with our cavalry units. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's get these guys. Do we want to... I think we're just going to do one formation for infantry and one formation for cavalry, and we'll use our general as a cavalry as well. So let's go ahead and get in there. Everybody force march. Now we do get a river on this side too, so that actually is not too bad. Yeah, they'll have to cross the river to attack us. So let's go ahead and get past that. We'll just go to the corner. And then we need to keep a close eye on what they're going to do here. Looks like their artillery might march out ahead of them, which could be a good opportunity for us to go do some damage. But let's maybe not cross the river with our cav and see. If they get too far ahead, we'll definitely pick them off, but we need more space. Let's keep going. Another thing to keep in mind, if you have the opportunity to use a road, like for example, right here, these cav are right near a road. If we're going to charge at them, we want to do it on a road so that we can get a move. You basically get a movement speed bonus by traveling on the road. So maybe we'll do that. The thing we don't want to do is charge these guys and they get shot as soon as we're done with our charge. So we got to be careful, make sure they're separated enough. Yeah, they may not give us the opportunity here. Yeah, see, they're changing their targeting. They were going to go after our cavalry here. Is this enough of a gap? I think it might be. We can at least get that one. Let's go ahead and unfurl these guys, get them set up. And then I think it's time to charge. Yeah, they're way out of position. So what we'll do is let's go ahead and march as soon as yep, they're changing, so they're going to start shooting at us. As soon as they do that, we switch to melee mode and just run straight at them. There we go. We're going to take a volley to the face. Unfortunately, can't do much about it. We're going to charge this one with one of our units and charge the back one with our other. I don't want them to run into that one though. Yep, charge, please. Okay, perfect. Now I need to use this cav to distract these guys from shooting at our general, because if they shoot at our general, we might not even have a battle to fight because our guys might all flee. Perfect. Get out of your charge. Oh, that was perfect. Holy crap. I couldn't have planned that even any better. Actually, that was perfect. Yeah, we'll see very soon how overpowered cannons are, even the crappy ones. So we definitely did not want to fight their cannons at any cost. Do not want to fight them. And we don't have anything that outranges them, so we would have just been sitting ducks. Okay, so let me get our units over into position. You know what we could do is we could rush them up and take position right here. Since we don't have to worry about their range, we could just take the town. Why don't we do that? So let's go ahead and sprint. I guess we should have done that before, but it's okay. Yeah, what we might need to do is distract these guys. So I'm gonna pull my general down and see if we can get them to chase. Maybe they'll chase this guy. And then I'm gonna do the same thing with our provincial cav. Let's speed this up a little bit. Man, this is so slow. Can we get there? Yeah, we should be able to get there. British foot. What are you doing, man? What the hell, bro? He's just standing there like a ding-dong. Yeah, I really needed him to move, but he's not moving. Okay, you know what? Let's not do that. We're not gonna get there in time. I'm just gonna pull this guy back. Let's just go to the corner. Yep, and look at these guys are out of stamina now. Lovely. Let's just pull everybody back to the corner. They should send 1 or 2 units to chase. Is it worth it though? Maybe it's not worth it. Yeah, let's just go back. Let's just have everybody meet up in the corner, then we'll come back. Alright, here we go. We are set up on the other side of the river. They are trying to cross the river. Might not be a bad idea to stop them in the river and get some shots off, so let's go ahead and move up a little bit. Get our Go into position here. Perfect. Yep. We're going to get some easy shots on this guy. And he's going to go after our foot troops, which we don't want him to do. Oh, no, he's actually going for this one. Yeah, I don't know what he's doing. He doesn't know what he's doing. Alright, go ahead and get a volley off there, please. Yep, perfect. And then he will get a volley off, unfortunately. No, he won't. He's marching again. Alright, we could get a volley off with our cavalry. If that helps. Now, we do have these redcoat recruits. We want them to get some shots off as well. So, oh, perfect. So we didn't take a single volley from them. That's exactly what we want to do to save our manpower here. Don't shoot the dead guy, please. Man, I should have been babysitting him a little bit better. Now, we are going to get attacked here pretty soon by this unit, this surf recruit. So maybe we'll get one volley off on this guy, and then we'll switch. Yeah, let's focus fire him down, though. Focus fire this guy down. There we go. And then, like I said, the losses are on the Highland foot. That's perfect. You know what we need to do? These guys are going to come back. We need to get our cavalry out. I'm going to send him on the edge of the map. This is another exploit. I don't think you're supposed to do this, but we're allowed. Alright, we got to take this guy out before he gets a volley on us. We don't want our British foot to take a hit. There we go. So he retreated already. Perfect. So we are really not taking hardly any damage here. Get these guys back if we can. Right, these guys are coming back. Perfect. So we're going to have to move him back. Can we get... Okay, sweet. So they're actually targeting our Highlander foot. That's exactly what we wanted. Let's get 2 shots on this guy. And then our British foot can spend some time reloading. They're going to get a flanking shot on us, which is bad for morale. Alright, where's those units that are running? Here we go. There's some units right here that are running. We are going to run them down with our cavalry. We want to get as many kills as we can. Oh, this is not good. Can we turn this not into a flanking shot if we blade ourselves off just a little bit? Maybe we can. Alright, let's move up a little bit more with these guys. Alright, there's a good volley. No, it was not. That was a terrible volley. What the hell was that? It's weird. That seemed like it should have done a lot more. But anyways, they're going after a Highland foot. That's fine. We've got tons of morale. Tons and tons of morale, so we should be fine there. Let's slow down so we don't lose all of our stamina here. And, oh, they're coming back. Okay, yeah, so that's good. We have all the time we want with these guys. So we're just going to have a buffet of basically free kills. All right, we got to get this guy out right away. Let's focus fire this guy down because we need to back up. We don't want our British foot to take a damage. Oh, crap. They're going to do it anyways, unfortunately. Yeah, dude, they take so much more damage here because of these perks. The negative perks that you have to take. But we should be able to win this. How are these guys doing? 270, 280, 290. So they'll probably end up with maybe 600 or 700 kills by the end, maybe even more. All right, these guys are charging us. All right, let it rip, let it rip. All right, let's turn off volley fire and just get a volley into them. Perfect, perfect. And they ran into the Highland foot. That's perfect. All right, these guys, let's go ahead and save up for a volley, and we need to get another one on the surf recruits. Stop shooting, please. If you ever need to reset your unit's targeting, just press hold, and it'll stop them from what they were doing. This guy should break in maybe 2 or 3 more volleys. We might need to move up and get a better flank on them. Why are these guys retreating? Okay. Highland foot, or yeah, our British foot. Let's get a shot on this guy that's coming up. He's got low stamina, so he's probably not going to be too happy about getting shot here. Damn, I couldn't have planned this one any better. I'm really shocked at how easy they're making it for us. So let's back these guys up again. They got a volley off. We want them to change their aggro to the Highland foot. We're starting to run out of ammo here. We're on 21%. This guy should be fleeing very soon. How's our cav doing? Alright, these recruits are going to go after our cav up here, which could be really good, actually. So if we send our cav to the corner of the map, these guys will continue to chase, and we'll have all the time in the world to chase these guys down. Yep, see, they're gone. All right, Highland Foot, go ahead and swing around. Let's go ahead and move these guys. Get another good volley on these recruits. Get our general out of the way so he doesn't get shot. Oh, this is going to be devastating. This is a flanking shot. Yeah, let her rip. And that's it. Retreat. These guys are still going north. That's fine. These guys are coming south. So let's take a moment to regen our stamina here. So we'll chill for a second. Maybe you don't... Yeah, maybe hold your fire here. Don't shoot at the retreating guy. We'll get him when they come back. Is this guy done? Yeah, they're done. So they ended with 700 kills. That's perfect. I'm not going to move them. Let's make sure these guys commit. I don't want them to change their targeting and go after somebody else. There you go. These two are fleeing, so they have one left. Okay, so here's what we want to do then. I don't think these guys are going to recover in time. I think they're off the battlefield for good. So let's go ahead and charge these guys in melee. If we can. I want these guys to get out, though, all the way out. If we get too close, they're going to change their targeting. Let's go ahead and start moving and see if he does actually chase. Go ahead and shoot them. Oh, they're charging us. What in the world are you doing, dude? Can you please... Oh my god. Well, that wasn't supposed to happen. That last guy lost his morale because they lost another unit. Damn, that sucks. We could have gotten so many kills there. If only this guy didn't break, we would have had a lot of kills. That sucks. Okay, well, we still did pretty well. And if you look at the unit that took most of the losses, it's the Highland troop that recovers 70% anyways, or 60%. So we're going to get another 300 gold. That's really good. Yeah, 467 losses. That's not bad. Most of them will come back anyways. We'll get 60% of that off of this guy. And then, like I said, I don't think we... Oh yeah, no, we have to replenish this guy. So we got 726 on our cav, 926 on this guy. And then our British foot, the one that was shooting, 1,125. That is so good. So this was a very scary army for this size, but luckily they threw their artillery away, so we were able to cheese that. What else we need to do here? Do we take the money? We might need to take the food as well, though. That's the thing. Food and XP. I feel like it's kind of a waste, though. Yeah, I feel like it's kind of a waste. I'd rather have the money. Yeah, because we also get ammunition. We're going to be burning through a lot of ammunition in this playthrough. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's take the money. Yeah, look at how much ammo we went through on that one. That's crazy. We burned through so much ammo. We need to get some items that reduce your ammo usage so that we don't burn through quite as fast. So we're going to go from 1250 down to... Oh, that's not bad. 975. That's not bad, actually. And then our manpower reserve, we're still above 200. That's fine. Like I said, we should be able to deal with that. Oh, perfect. We actually got a sword. So now our cav go from 21 and 19 to 29 and 23. That's really good, especially the charge damage. So this sword's really good at charge. And then we also got a limber chest. We'll use this for our artillery once we get them. It reduces their ammo consumption. There's also one for cavalry and infantry. So we'll get both. We'll get everybody equipped with that stuff. Let's see. We don't have any items for this guy yet, unfortunately. This redcoat recruit. So we need to go fight some more people to be able to do that. But that was a good first real battle. Hopefully you kind of see how difficult this is going to end up being. Now, we need to get more redcoat recruits. There's only one here. The problem is if we buy the redcoat recruit, we can't actually use him, but he will use our food. So I think, yeah, army consumption is -5. If we hire another one, it's going to go up to like 6 or 7. But we can't even use them because we need to unlock this new brigade. So let's go ahead and unlock the new brigade first. And then we'll try to save up a little bit more money. Actually, we might be able to do it if we sell this stuff. No, it's going to be just short. What if we do... If we sell the limber chest for 38 and it costs us 472, yeah, we're going to be short. Unless we want to go with a subsidy recruit, which I don't. I'd rather keep the redcoat recruits. They're just better. their troop tree. So that's one thing I didn't quite explain. So the Redcoat recruits start off here, and you can go down the cavalry, the Highland, the British foot, or the artillery route. So you got 1 cavalry, 2 infantry, and 1 artillery route. The subsidy recruits have a different upgrade tree. So they'll go to like the subsidy artillery, which are like discount versions of the British. They have a grenadier. They're not particularly good. Also, we need to focus on the Highland grenadiers because that's the unlock, the achievement that we're going for. And they're just better. Anyways, these guys are just better. So 40 charge damage and 35 melee. Even the British grenadiers are not as good. 30 and 25. But they're really good at, their accuracy is really good. Obviously the British veteran foot are not good at melee, but they're really good at shooting. Whereas these guys are kind of like a nice balance. But anyways, we need Highland Grenadiers anyways. We can increase their accuracy with items anyways. I'm not really too concerned about that. So, okay, what are we doing next? We need to make money so that we can hire more people. That's going to be our next step. Yeah, we'll save the limber chest because it's not going to be enough to get us there anyways. We need to do outposts, battlefield. We need to actually get more manpower. We might end up missing out on some of these quests. Or whatever these, I don't know what you call them. Objective. So let's go down to this one. And hopefully we get a good one. Sometimes they just drain your stuff. You can't really do anything about it. This one in particular, we can take reservists, or we can spend ammunition and delay the HQ from attacking us. Like I said, we're going to be kiting this guy around anyway, so I'm not too concerned about that. Let's take the recruits. So that'll put us up to about 1,000. We have 2 more to go. And then 4 more battlefields. So we're going to get 2 battlefields down here. Oh, nice. The foundry. This, we need to take mental notes because we need to come back here to buy some of these. So it's cheaper. Yeah, recruitable artillery is cheaper here. I don't really care about that though, to be honest. I'd rather raise them from scratch. Oh, no, I don't. Because this guy is actually discounted. Wow, it's the same price as a Redcoat. Holy crap. Okay, well, we're going to do that then. We'll definitely save up some money and get a British battalion artillery, because that's XP that we don't have to expend. And then we also need another general, but we don't want to spend our money on this just yet. You can hire generals that already have a bunch of traits. The only thing is you'll get some ones that maybe aren't all that useful. Like this one increases command radius. I really don't care about that. It increases the fire damage received, which is really bad for us. Increases reload speed, move speed, and then cavalry. So this is like a mix of stuff. It's kind of dumb. So I probably would not get that. This one is not bad though. So reload speed and ammo consumption. I wouldn't mind taking something like this. It's not too expensive. You can see some of these, they'll just have a bunch of random ones. Usually what I like to do is take ones, if they have like combat effectiveness, that's really good. And ammo consumption, that's pretty good. But I don't know if it's worth spending the money on. I'd rather just hire them cheap like this and then throw them in a regiment that gets a lot of kills, and then they'll level up on their own really fast, and then you can pick and choose exactly the ones you want instead of getting 1 or 2 good ones and then having to deal with a crappy one. So we'll probably end up doing that later. Items, we're not going to spend any money on items until we can get our troops, so I think for now let's just kind of see. We want to get a 6-pound Bras gun is okay. I'd rather get bigger than that though if we can. This unicorn is also pretty decent, 390 range, whereas this one's 400. Yeah, we'll probably just go the 6-pound bronze for now. We want to eventually get up to the Liechtenstein, which is a very large gun. I think it's a 12-pounder, and it has a very long range. But you won't probably find that until the 2nd or 3rd act. So that is it for now. Let's get back on the map. Is there anything we need to buy? Provisions? How did we go up in provisions? Interesting. Anyways, we might want to buy some food. Just a little bit. Make sure we don't run out. And then let's go deal with these battlefields. And hopefully we'll get enough money. We can go back and hire that, that artillery. So here we go. We get option to get a free general here. It doesn't really matter. Both of these are moderate success chance. And we didn't get it. So he died. There was an injured general. We had a chance to revive him, but didn't get it. This one, duel with rapiers. So we don't have anyone available to do this. So we have to be careful. If you don't have a general, you can just unequip yours. So right click to unequip, and then you can go back in and do it. Likely chance of succeeding, or moderate success chance of succeeding. But if he loses, he'll get wounded instead of killed. I think we'll probably just go with this one. Nice, we got it. We succeeded. So officer gained 5,000 XP and throw him back in, and he got an upgrade. So that's pretty good. Now this guy has perk in there that I don't really like. It's not going to help us much. Cavalry accuracy and reload. We're not going to be using our cavalry to shoot. We probably won't even have cavalry besides this one. We'll disband him at some point. So we do get accuracy for infantry increase. That's pretty good. It does decrease your reload speed, but let's see what we get here. So stamina, melee, cover effectiveness. These are not particularly good. The one thing that I'm thinking is maybe this general will just be a temporary. We'll get him with veterancy gain so he can level up the low tier units faster. It's only 5%, but I mean, it's better than nothing. So we'll probably use him to lead the new troops, get them upgraded. Now we have a tough choice here. I think we have to cross the river here. We'll end up getting some attrition, unfortunately. So what we'll do, we'll try to, there we go. Force march across it. We actually didn't get a tick of attrition. Anytime you touch water on the campaign map, you do get attrition and you'll lose a bunch of your manpower. So you got to be careful with that. Now we got a chance here. Let's see. So we provide ammo and we get a success chance, or we provide more ammo and get a likely success chance. Let's go ahead and do that. Disaster, of course, we didn't get it because that's how it's going to go. All right, another outpost. So if we do this outpost, we'll actually get a free unit. It's going to be our Welsh Fusilier. Hopefully, nice. We can take them as reservists. So we get our manpower back and we got our Welsh Fusilier. So these guys start with a land pattern musket. That's decent. It's just kind of short range. These guys have very good accuracy though. Yeah, so we definitely want him to, we probably want to give him, does he have better accuracy? He does have better accuracy than our Highland Foot. So what we'll do is unequip this stuff and we'll use this guy instead. No, sorry, that's the wrong one. That is the wrong one. We want our British Foot. 86 without the stuff is a 70 and a 75. It's almost the same, actually. Yeah, it's almost the same. Whatever. This guy's slightly better. He doesn't have an upgrade, though. This guy can upgrade to a Veteran Foot, which is basically the same. Yeah, let's just keep it the same. Okay. No big deal. All right, so that one's done. Now we need to get the secure battlefield. We have 2 more to go. So let's plan our route. There's 2 more over here, and it's right near the HQ, so we got to be careful there, but we can definitely take those 2. We need to save up some money. Okay, we could probably get another regiment here soon. All right, well, we should not be force marching. That was dumb. Barracks, we can get Redcoat Recruit, British Foot, British Field Artillery. Okay, so you can see how much more expensive it is here. I think at the other place, it was, what, 400? Now it's 1,100, so that was a pretty big discount. Although this might actually be the tier higher. Yeah, I think this is 1 tier up, so maybe that's not the same thing. British Redcoat Recruit, let's go ahead and take it. Let me think about that, actually, because what do they have here in the Foundry? Same thing, it's just the 12-pounders. That's not that big of a deal. Oh, they had a Licorn, I think. The Unicorn. So the Iron 12-pounder, this one has a bigger range. It's a lot more expensive, though. Boy. Yeah, we need to hire more. Let's just take the Redcoat Recruit. And then we need to hurry up and get to that town that has the cheap food so we can buy a bunch of it. But we'll probably have to buy some along the way. Now, 86, we're using 14 per day. Let's not do Force March. 9 per day. And if we move slower, we only use 3 per day. So we could do that. Why don't we do that for a little bit? Like I said, we're not particularly in a rush right now. All right, here we go. We got a fight coming up. Let's go ahead and increase training. We could do training on our officers or our troops. Let's spend it to get the ones on the troops. And actually, we got some upgrades here. Do we have any? As soon as you can upgrade, you'll see this light up. So unfortunately, we need to wait till level 7. This guy is level 8. And then this guy is level 6. So we want to go the Highland Foot. Or we could do the artillery if we wanted to get artillery first. It'd probably be a better idea to get our artillery first. Just because we want to have at least some artillery to be able to counter theirs. Yep, I think that'll work. So let's get out of here. Oh, we got 2 fights. We're gonna get chased by 2 of these guys. Now this, they have two cavalry, which I don't know. Depending on how you look at it, they're light cav. They don't particularly have good melee stats. They're kind of wasted troops, so it's basically a 4v6. Well, I would say the same thing with ours. It's like a 4v5. They're still, if you don't prepare for them, they can ruin you, but they usually just charge at the front. So we'll deal with them pretty easily. All right, let's get in there and see what we can do. Now, this army actually has a decent melee troop, infantry, I mean. So the Russian musketeer is quite a bit better than the serf. So you can see the morale's up by, what, 30%? Their aim is more than double, or about close to double, so 26 to 45. And then their melee stats are way better as well. So these guys are not to be messed with. We need to be careful of them. Serfs, not so much. We should be able to deal with them pretty easily. And like I said, their cav aren't particularly scary. They do have some decent melee stats, so we can't just ignore them, but yeah, we should be fine. So what we're going to do is go to the corner. We're going to move south and east, and we're going to come down here to this wood line and then just draw them in. So let's get down there. Now, one thing, while these guys are heading to the corner of the map, one thing I want to do is see who's going to aggro on our cavalry, and we want them to pull away from attacking us. So let's go ahead and travel along the road. If you hold shift, you can queue up and just follow the road. So you get that bonus movement speed without having to micromanage them. So who's going to chase us? Their cavalry, actually. That's not good. We don't want the cavalry to target us because they will destroy us. Like I said, our cav are not particularly strong. I do want their other units to try and chase us a little bit, though. We'll stay down here. Let's just go to the literally outside of the map, which is kind of hilarious that you can do that, but yeah, see, they're sending their cav. Actually, this would be... Oh, I just caused the game to crash. Don't go too far out of the map. I guess it'll crash your game. I'll be right back. All right, we're back. We got a different map this time, but essentially same strategy. We're going to go down to the corner. We're going to set up a bit of a defense here. Luckily, this time their cavalry aren't even moving yet, and they're just going to send their infantry kind of in single file line, which is what we were hoping for. Now, we want to pull them down as far south as we can so that they have this whole distance to run north to retreat, and we can run them down. May not get too much of a chance to do that. We could potentially take this tree line. That would give us some cover. I don't know if it's really worth it, though. See, if we come over here and then they flee, they're going to cross 2 rivers, which will slow them down even more. So I think I'd rather have them move a little bit slower than anything else. Let me go ahead and get my line set up. I'm not 100% sure how I'm going to do this, so let me get that set up and then we'll deal with these guys in a sec. All right, let's talk about our setup here. We've got a central line with the Highland Foot. These are the guys that are supposed to get beat up pretty badly. So we'll start with them. I was going to say hold fire, don't shoot them when they're in the woods, but I guess it didn't really matter. We did pretty good volley there. So we want to hit these guys pretty hard. Let's make sure we can get as much firepower on them at a time. There we go. So the Welshmen just shot. These guys should shoot as well and then drive them off. Their cav, they have a couple cav that are still stuck back there for some reason. So I don't know what's going on with that, but there we go. They're already fleeing. Perfect. They'll come back later. We'll deal with it when they come back. We can't afford to chase right now. They have way too many units that could cause us problems. They're actually going to fully break if we keep shooting at them. We don't really want that. So let's pull these guys back. And those Russian musketeers are going to get an angle on us. So why don't we actually pull these guys back a little bit? They will have the height advantage, which gives them an accuracy bonus and a little bit of a morale bonus, but I think it's okay giving that up because we can swing. We can actually start to swing our position south like this. They're shooting at the Welsh guys. I don't really want them to do that because, like I said, that's going to cost us a lot. Yeah, they're targeting them pretty hard. So let's get back. Pull these guys back. We don't want to go completely off the map and crash the game again, so let's not. This guy should break soon, and then we can flatten our formation out against the bottom of the map. That's actually perfect. Yeah, the further down here we get, the better it'll be for us. Let's blade these guys in the same direction as our British foot. Perfect. Oh, they're shattered. Didn't really want to do that, but that's okay. Okay, let's get these guys straightened out. Let's not let them shoot our general here. And then we need to... These guys need to come all the way back. Get back. Get back, get back, get back. Alright, Highland foot. Let's slide them over a little bit so that we have some room. Do we have anything coming on our left? We don't. So we're good. Let's slide these guys up. Alright, Highland foot. Just keep getting beat up. That's your job. These musketeers are probably the main target here, so let's focus on them. Now, what happened here? Welshmen are not shooting anymore. Let's get them in a spot where they can actually shoot. Now, I have my redcoats in the back here. I don't want to go too wide with our formation because these redcoats will just get run down. So what I do is I keep them in a full line right behind a unit that's over here. If we get charged, we can fall back and then use these guys, their fresh reload, and then we'll get 2 volleys off instead of just 1 when somebody comes in. So why are we not hitting the musketeers? We are hitting the wrong unit. Okay, anyways, this guy is on low stamina now, so he's probably not going to last too many volleys here. What are they doing? Okay, they're fleeing. Why don't we pull back a little bit? I don't like this formation. Yeah, I'm going to pull back a little bit. They're coming in with cav. Yeah, we got to be ready for this. Okay, I don't think we're going to have a reload ready, so we're just going to have to take it on the chin. It is what it is. Alright, get our guys back so we can get a full charge. Alright, charge back. Charge in. Here we go. Perfect. Perfect. Don't go out there. Don't go out there. Thank you. Perfect. That was perfect. So, your charge meter, if you have a full charge meter, your units will not listen to you. So they will continue to charge no matter what you tell them. Perfect. He's getting shots on the musketeers. Okay, here we go. This is what I was telling you about. These guys do have a volley, though. And that's it. They got stomped. Alright, now we got to deal with these guys, which are attacking the wrong unit. Do not attack our British foot, please. Let's pull them back a little bit. Yeah, attack these guys instead. They have really far range. Alright, can we get right in their face? No, they're going to continue to attack our foot. Can't really do anything about it, so let's just keep shooting. Either we get fully out of range. We do have to still worry about their cav. They have some cav units over here. Speaking of which... No, those guys are going to come back. I was going to say we could try and get more kills, but I don't think that's worth it. Let's get these guys... maybe we'll use them to just lock this right side down, because they're going to re-emerge as threats here soon. This guy will, for sure. So we'll take the high ground, and we'll actually, let's get our red coat as reserve there. He's still targeting our freaking unit. Alright, let's get 1 volley off and we'll charge. Yeah, just get in there. Alright, we want to get morale support here. Don't want him to get another volley off. We should be able to break him, though. Yeah, get another volley off, or another charge. Perfect, so he's going to run. Keep chasing, keep chasing, keep chasing. Get as many kills as we can before they get their cavalry over here. So what we're going to do is put everybody on hold fire. We need to set up for those cav. They're going to be here very soon. These guys are actually not coming back. So let's get them back here to set up. Everybody get set up. And then we want to get as many kills here. Like I said, run them. Yeah, we have to pull back. There's no way we can afford to do that because these guys are almost out of stamina. Let's just stop them where they are so they can start replenishing. And if we continue to chase with our cav, they will chase our cav with theirs. We don't really want that. Let's get our stamina back. When you lose your stamina, you actually lose a lot of your combat effectiveness as well. So that's not really ideal. Alright, these guys. Get up here. Okay, here they come. Where's our Welsh? Oh, hold fire, hold fire. Oh, we just barely got it off. Okay, so now we want them to get as close as they can. And we'll get a volley. I had it on hold fire. Oh well, it didn't matter. We still got him. Same thing here. Here we go. And about a little before that tree, and shattered. Hell yeah. Now, unfortunately, we didn't get to run a whole lot of units down. We got one run down, but I was really hoping we can get several. So that kind of sucked. The ideal situation is they have a unit that recovers morale at the edge of the map, and you can just run them down until you get to their position, but not a big deal. We'll survive this. Now, on this one, yeah, most of our losses were on that Highland foot, so 561, that'll probably go down to like 200. We are dangerously low on food, so we do need that. We also need a lot of money and ammo. Shoot. Yeah, I think we have to take the food. We have to. We're gonna run out. It's not good. Okay, another promotion. I think this guy's still... Yeah, this guy's a long way away, so we don't have to worry about upgrades anytime soon. This guy, however, like I said, we want to get volley fire replaced by fire by rank. That's actually quite good. So you basically get to shoot more often, but you still get the benefits of... if you do volley fire, you get a huge volley all at once, but it slows your shooting down because some of your guys are ready to shoot before... You know, maybe half of them are ready and the other half aren't. So if you have fire by rank, you'll end up getting more shots off, but still getting a lot of morale damage. If you shoot piecemeal, like 1 or 2 shots at a time, you do the same amount of kill, or you do more kills, but you do less morale damage. So usually you want to do volley fire, but yeah, we'll take this one because, like I said, we're gonna probably get rid of this guy at some point, so we'll just use whatever we can here. Yeah, we have plenty of troops. We still have a lot of ammunition, so we're good there. We've got some stuff to sell here. We also have some things for our cavalry. Melee damage and move speed. What do we want to get rid of? Charge and morale, or morale and stamina? Let's get rid of the morale and stamina. I do want to continue to have charge damage on this guy. So we'll take that. And then we have a Tampion. This is really good for accuracy, which is going to go on our British foot. Probably going to get rid of this. Let's get rid of the veterancy gain and give him more accuracy. And then on our Redcoat recruit, let's give him both of these. So morale, stamina, and then morale and veterancy gain. And actually we want to save this, right? And then get rid of the regimental frags. Certain items in the game don't do anything. They're just for sale. You can use them in some quests as well, some events on the map. So sometimes it makes sense to hold on to these, but yeah, we for sure want to sell this and make our money for that. So there's another fight here. We have a little bit of replenishment to do still, but let's probably chase this guy down. No, he's coming after us. That's fine. They have only 3 infantry. Interesting. It's going to be hard to get the artillery battalions, though, so this could be a really bad fight for us. Yeah, I kind of wish they had just all infantry like last. Well, anyways, we'll figure it out. Let's get in there. So we're starting right here behind this river. There's actually a pretty good spot to hold. If you have artillery, we do not. So we're going to have to just move out. So they have, let's see what kind of artillery they have. 3-pounder and a 3-pounder. Good. Good, good, good. Yeah, like I said, these aren't particularly good in combat, but they will add up. So we want to get rid of them as soon as we can. Now we have a town we could use if we want to get some cover, or we could just get them past this river and slow them down and just outmaneuver them. I'd rather have the maneuver ability than the cover, so we'll probably go all the way over here. So let's start moving. Yeah, you'll see, unfortunately this time we're not going to get the same luck that we did last time. They're actually following, so their infantry are keeping pace, and they have a reserve cavalry here. So if we try and charge them, they'll just countercharge, and then we'll get wiped out. So not going to work this time. We'll have to fight them legitimately. So we're going to take some heavy losses here, but we'll figure it out. Their artillery is in position. Yeah, they're in range. Let's see, hopefully they target our front. It's going to do like 20 or 30 kills per volley. 70 kills. Are you kidding me? Okay, yeah, the 3-pounders aren't supposed to be doing that much damage, but that's insane, man. So you could see why I rushed them last time. They just do so much damage. It's kind of... Oh my god, dude. He just got 100 kills. What the hell, man? Yeah, that's not supposed to happen. That's way too much damage for... And he doesn't even have any accuracy boosts. This is just a basic, like the lowest of the low with no bonus. Nothing. And he's just absolutely starching us. Yeah, it's unfortunate, but that's how it is. All right, yeah, 228. We're gonna lose this Highland Foot very soon, so we have to counterattack. Let's just get up there. Start doing some damage to these guys, and then try to maybe get an angle. Maybe we can get some shots off on the artillery. The thing with artillery is they're incredibly weak in terms of morale. So if you can get a shot off on them, you can kill them pretty easily. It's just getting into range before they do this to you. Ooh, they missed that volley. Thank God. Alright, this guy's gonna get into range. What he's doing. Yeah, he's in range. He should be shooting. Let's go ahead and get a volley off now. I think is probably fine. And we'll get one from point blank with this guy. And then we'll get our British foot. Dude, that is so ridiculous. Yeah, like I said, we knew going into it this was going to be a nasty, bloody battle. There's not much we could do about it. So we'll clear him out, and then we need to move north. Come on, get a volley off before they shoot. Yeah, these guys didn't even get a single volley off. What are you doing, dude? Shoot, use your guns. Oh, they're not reloaded. What am I doing? Come on, shoot. These guys have a volley ready. There we go. Alright, so they're gone. Let's save our reload here. Save your reload, and then we need to just get into range of this guy. We could just make sure, like, guarantee that he doesn't come back. Let's just do that. It's fine. Yep, shattered him. Let's reload and finish this. Oh my god, these guys are gonna just absolutely destroyed. We're almost in range, actually. We're gonna get some shots on this guy. That would be really cool if we could take out that artillery with our infantry. And then maybe we can do the same with these guys. Come on, Highland Foot. You can do it. I believe. Use your guns, dude. What are you doing? I don't know what he's doing, but he's not shooting, that's for sure. Alright, let's get up a little closer. Maybe it's bugged or something. Alright, redcoat recruits. Let's slide them over a little bit so they can get their volley off. Oh, no, don't shoot the fleeing guy, please. Shoot the cannon, bro. What are you doing? Use your guns. We've killed some, actually, but I don't know what they're doing. They're not shooting. They're bugged. That sucks, man. Okay, there we go. We got him. We got him. Okay, that's one down. We gotta get these other ones. We're gonna get charged here. Let's get our redcoat recruits in front so we can get a full volley off, and we need to get our commander. He absolutely has to be down here because these guys won't hold. Actually, we can countercharge as well with our cav. No, we need to countercharge their cav right here. All right, get into position. Yeah, we're getting charged in two directions. All right, shoot, 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 shoot. Perfect. That was perfect. And we don't want them to touch our redcoat. Yeah, and then redcoats are almost done reloading. You can get after the muskets. You guys get back so you can reload. These guys should hold, no problem. Yeah, unfortunately, they're going to get that charge off. Can't do much about it. Let's countercharge. There we go. They're done. Perfect. And actually, I don't mind them keeping these recruits down. Can we get a shot off on that artillery? I don't know. Let's try and do it. These guys are such beasts. All right, we actually want to kill these cavalry. I do not want them coming back. It's one of the few units that you don't want to farm. Is anybody targeting? No. All right, that's good. Yeah, they're still targeting these guys. Can we just get a shot from the river? Please, please, please tell me you can kill them. Shattered. Perfect. So this cav are gone. These musketeers. All right, let's actually... No, we can't. These guys are too tired. I was going to say, let's rush them up so they can get a shot, but that's not going to work. Oh, our cav. Oh, our provincial cav are actually going to just go hog wild on these guys. Yeah, let's do that. That's fine. We'll get a bunch of kills to replace our losses here. I don't want to completely lose these Highland Foot. If we can please shoot this guy. You're almost... He's almost dead. If you lose too many troops in a battalion, they will just be completely dead. Off the map. Gone for good. So we don't want that to happen. They're almost dead. Come on. 2 more shots. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Dude, he's so close. Yeah, they don't, if actually once these cavalry, or once these artillery are gone, that's it. They don't have anything left. So let's rush and try and get a shot off as soon as we can. Please don't kill off my Highland Foots. God, they still have to reload. I'm gonna charge with my general, actually. Yeah, I think they might be dead. Just shoot him. Just shoot him. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, I really hope these guys didn't die. I really, really hope they didn't die. They lost a lot of troops. Okay, we made okay money. Not great, actually. Yeah, that's a lot. But if we conscript... Yeah, I was going to say we do need the ammo, but I don't think we can afford to do anything but conscript, because it's just going to burn through. No, actually, that's not true, because we're getting 60% of that back. We'll get 60% of that back, and then we need the ammo for sure. So let's do that. Oh, hell yeah, they didn't die. Thank you, thank you, thank you, RNGesus. It's probably not RNG, but I'm going to say it's RNG. Okay, he survived. Pretty badly wounded, but we still have manpower and we still have ammo. A lot of money now though, so we can take some more troops. Red Code recruit, we are waiting for 6 or 4. No, I think we just need to immediately get these guys, get them over into artillery. Let's do that. Now they don't start with a good cannon. It's a worn out 1-pound gun. So that's not going to help us too much, but want to do here. Probably put our Red Coat recruit back over here. Our provincial cav can go light dragoons or British dragoons. I think I'd rather wait to get the British dragoons because they have slightly less stats actually, but 200 more units regiment size, and I'd rather have a bigger regiment. Like I said, we'll disband these guys at some point, but for now we'll take it. Okay, there's not much else we can do here. Let's get... this red coat needs to get some items here, so let's go ahead and help him out with some XP boosts. And a worn musket, he can use the old musket that we were using on the one that we upgraded. So that's good. And then we get the manpower back too. They go from 1200 down to 100, so we got all that manpower back. We can equip the limber chest, so he should use less ammo. Do we have room for anybody else? So morale in charge. Let's go ahead and move this off. I don't really care about the charge damage. We're basically just using this guy to soak up damage anyways. So he'll still get the morale boost. But then we'll be able to use this item and get some XP gain. And then this guy can get a little bit more morale in charge if we need to use it. Alright, so that's good. Whew, that was a lot. So let's go to this town. We need to heal up. There's another town right there that just popped up. Now, there's an army that just showed up right here. If you look at this one, this is an encamped army. So these ones are really hard to fight, but if you do beat them, you get a doctrine, basically for free. There's 3 on each map, so we want to get all 3 of them. We're not in any shape to do it right now, but we will eventually. Now, in terms of troops, we could hire a few more. Actually, we should probably do that. So red coat recruits, let's go ahead and take... They have 2, we'll take 2. Perfect. We don't have money. But we can sell some stuff, actually. Yeah, we have quite a few things we can sell. Perfect. That'll give us enough money to get that other red coat recruit. Now we've got 4 out of 4 on this brigade as well. We do need an officer, so we need to go buy one. All right, food-wise, we are using 4 per day, but that's... Yeah, that might actually be accurate. Let's continue to get our battlefield secured. Is that accurate? Yeah, it's only 4. I think if you go off-road, does it use more? I don't know, that's weird. Anyways, let's go ahead and commit some reservists. I'm just going to do this one in case I feel like we're not going to get it. Oh, we got it anyways, nice. So we got some money, weapons, and reservists back. We got a weapon for our cav. So this one has charge and... melee. I'd rather have the melee than the charge, to be honest. So we'll take the dragoon sword. Here we go. We'll sell these off. We don't need them. That is worth quite a bit of money. And then we need to upgrade our our bayonets. Yeah, see, these guys all have crappy bayonets, so we'll replace those and sell. And then we have one more battlefield to get to. Yep, so let's get to those and just get this thing out of the way so we don't have to worry about it. So secure the battlefield. Do we want to take a fight? Yeah, we do. We actually do want to take a fight here. They have cannons. Oh, they have a lot of cannons. Jeez. We probably want to try to pick off those cannons with our cav if we can, because our dinky little cannon, it's not even a 3-pounder, it's a 1-pounder, so we can't compete with them. It will do some damage to the enemy infantry, though. It's not, I mean, it's bad, but it's not that bad. So let me get set up here. Yeah, we're just going to run to this side. Hopefully our cannons can keep up. I don't know, they're kind of slow. So we may have to fight a little sooner, but let me get this done. Alright, they don't have any cavalry right now, so I feel somewhat safer about baiting these guys. So we want to, let's keep an eye on their range. Yeah, see, they're close to being in range. Let's try and bait them into setting up. Maybe don't let them get a volley off. Yeah, see, they're gonna come down here and go after him. It's gonna stretch their lines out a little bit. Let's get on this road so we can get some movement speed. And as soon as they unload, yep, there they go. They're switching into a firing stance. And we'll just back out and slow him down. Now he can't shoot. Now he might actually stay in that stance, which is kind of interesting. I didn't know that. That is definitely exploitable as well. So if we can get this other guy, that means so when they're in unlimbered stance, I don't remember. Is it limbered or unlimbered? Limbered means they're moving fast, right? They're packed up. Unlimber. Yeah, limber is packed up. So right now he's unlimbered. This one is still limbered. So his movement speed is a little faster, right? 19. This one is 20. What the heck? They move it the same? Okay, so I guess it doesn't really matter then. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Anyways, let's get our cav out so they don't get completely owned here. Yeah, let me try and get them spread out. Alright, so here's the plan. I'm going to move my cavalry up to the top of the map and see how many we can draw out. And you know what we need to do is give ourselves a little bit of breathing room here to come down this side. And then whatever's going to stay down here, we will just pounce on with everything we've got. Let's start unloading these guys. And then we'll, like I said, we're just going to bait this guy so that they chase with some of their units. And if they don't chase, that's fine, because then we'll come back around and flank their artillery when they're not looking. So let's get set up here. We want our Highland in front. British foot on the flank. I should probably put the Fusilier in this regiment, but yeah, because I don't have a general in here yet, or an officer. And then we have a bunch of redcoats. We'll figure out where to put them later. All right, that's it for now. So it looks like the artillery is chasing. That is interesting. It's good, but it's also kind of bad. So they can probably hit our artillery, but if the artillery is chasing us, it means it's not hitting our infantry. So that means we can get some easy kills down here without being under threat of artillery. We need to get on the other side of this, because this gap's going to close pretty quick. So let's go ahead and force march. We'll sprint all the way to the other side. And then we'll try to pull their artillery back this way. Oh, this could actually be really good. So if all of their high value units are chasing, they're not fighting, and then they also won't be able to defend. When we get them to flee right here, we can run them down in melee and get a lot more kills than we would normally be able to. Yeah, this is actually going to be really good. Okay, make sure we're not getting shot up. Yeah, I don't think they'll be able to catch us because we are sprinting. Yep, sprint, sprint, sprint. All the way, dude. We'll have time to rest at the other side. Yeah, we should be fine there. Is this one? Yeah, they're all three of them are chasing. That's perfect. And one infantry unit. So it's going to be 3 versus our entire mass. So let's plan this out. I would like to get our redcoats a little further back. Let's get as much distance from them as we can. Oh, I forgot we have artillery too. Yeah, let's start getting these guys up and shooting at them. All right, how are we doing? They are no longer in range. Yeah, we're not in danger anymore. Let's not use all of our stamina here. Just keep moving. Yeah, they're going to be busy. All right, so we can focus on these guys. Let's get our Highland foot back. Foot and the Fusiliers. The what do they call these guys? The sheep lovers, the Welsh. Okay, so that should be good. Let's unlimber this, and they'll start shooting as soon as they get into range. So we'll be able to get some damage on them. Let's not sacrifice our commander here. And our redcoats are too far back, aren't they? Yeah, let's pull them up. All right, that looks good. That's fine. That's close enough. And then these guys are still chasing. Perfect. It's exactly what we wanted them to do. And that was our cannons getting shots off. How many? 12 kills. It's not very much. Let's make sure our Highland foot are the ones taking the hits first. 16 kills. Yeah, these guys are not good. Not at all good. Alright, they are bypassing. Okay, I'm gonna... Yeah, unfortunately they're just skipping our unit. That's not what I wanted them to do, unfortunately. You need to go, you're gonna get shot. So keep moving, keep moving, keep moving. Yeah, they're gonna get a shot off. Oh, crap, dude. Go, 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 go. Don't get shot. Just paying attention. Alright, all the way out. Just get all the way back. Yeah, they got a shot off. They killed 17. That's not bad. But they should have gotten 0. That's my bad. But you know what? Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to move our redcoats all the way north so we can intercept them. Let's actually... You move faster in column formation, so go column and get north. Right now. Right now. Okay, let's get... I think one more volley, we should be able to knock these guys out. Actually, let's turn and start engaging these Russian musketeers. I don't know why they're going up that way. I don't understand that. Get a shot off before they get another shot off, please. This should be the killing blow. Yep, got him. And they still got a shot off anyways, which doesn't make sense because they didn't have a reload ready. But alright. Now we want to focus on other units that are still a threat. So let's start engaging these guys. Yeah, I don't know what this guy's doing. I don't know what he's doing. We're sending our recruits to try and intercept them over here. But he's going to send his musketeers for some reason. I don't get that at all. Alright, let's start shooting. And then let's get in there. We're going to have to start shooting this guy. You know, it's fine. We can flank him. Let's flank with these two. How's our cav? Are they in danger yet? Not yet, but let's move to a position where we can get out pretty safely. I feel like a Legend of Total War here. I don't even have a hero to kite them around with, but we're doing it anyways. Alright, who are you shooting at? You're shooting at the Highland? Perfect. That's who we wanted you to shoot. And then we want to get some shots on these musketeers. Our cannons are able to shoot now. Let's focus down this Russian musketeer. This one's going to be the biggest threat because he is shooting our Welsh. Or he's going to shoot our Welsh right now. Let's get over there and help. Alright, these guys are sprinting everywhere. Let's stop that. What are we doing here? Not quite in range, so we'll keep moving down. Observation. Oh, they sent their infantry this way. Okay, that's... Wait, did these guys recovered? Oh my god, they just recovered. How did they just recover? That's wild. That is freaking wild. Anyways, these guys are about to fall, which is good. Why don't we get in there? Let's charge. These guys are terrible in melee, but these guys are pretty much dead, so it doesn't matter. We can also charge with our general. Okay, so those guys are fleeing again. That's perfect. Do not... Yeah, target this guy, please. And then the redcoat recruits. Let's get them up to get a volley off next. Alright, musketeers are breaking. Perfect. And then our infantry are going to be in melee. Come on, dude. Get in there and get some kills. Get in there and get some kills. They're shattered. Yep. We'll just let them rack up as many kills as we can. We'll do the same thing to these. Stop shooting. Oh, I guess that's fine. Yeah, our Welshmen are shooting the recruits. Let's try and get this guy out. These guys are ready. Let's pull him up and get that shot off first. Get your shot. Okay, how are we doing here? Are we getting shot at? Keep moving south. Yeah, they're committed. They're not gonna get out. So I'm just gonna fully commit this guy to the around the world flank, and then we'll bring him back. Okay, how are we doing here? These guys are in position to take over the charge. Perfect. These Red Coat recruits are exhausted. Let's have them continue fighting, I guess. Yeah, we need to get these guys out. Actually, let's charge them with our general. These guys are getting some kills now. Only 120, man. That's not good. That is not good at all. All right, they're fleeing as well. These Russian muskets. Okay, so now we need to deal with their other infantry unit. Wait a second. They don't have anybody defending this guy, or these artillery pieces. But you know what? I'm not going to just rush in, though, because they will shred our cavalry. I'd rather them get shot up by... I'd rather them shoot at our Highland foot. So let's just get everybody into the fray. All right, this guy's going to be in range to shoot soon, so let's... Yeah, we're going to have to pull back. Oh, this Russian musketeer is going to get a shot soon. Yeah, he's getting his morale back right now. All right, let's get our general back. Yep, there he is. He reanimated. All right, Welshmen, get a shot off. Hopefully run them off. Yeah, hell yeah. He didn't get a shot off. Perfect. Get your ammo back, and then let's get our Highland foot in there to deal with this observation recruit. Yeah, he's going to be in range, actually. Let's move back, because these guys are not going to handle that very well. We still getting kills here? Kind of, but they're just so freaking slow, man. Yeah, this is a lot of kills that we should have gotten. I mismanaged it, I think. I should have been able to get them. Okay, whatever. So we need to deal with this one, and then we got to deal with the artillery next. Yeah, he's going to get a shot off. I can't get out in time. Yeah, I can't do anything about it. All right, let's just stop where we are. We'd be able to drive this guy up. Did he just... He came back again. Wow, dude, that's wild. That's wild how fast that is. That should not be the case, but yeah, with all the negative perks and stuff, they get a huge bonus. Let's try and get the musketeers gone, so we don't have to keep fighting them. Blocked. Guess we're getting this guy instead. Yeah, just target that observation. Target the observation. Everybody target the observation recruits. Just get them out, because they're pretty weak. Alright, our general's ready to go again. We need to have him chase some units down. Actually, can we get our cab back here? Yeah, let's sprint him, actually, and get our cab back. Maybe he can run some units down still. Right, one more volley, he's dead. Chase that surf. Alright, and then what I'm going to do is have these guys rest. They're done chasing. Let's have them rest. And eventually we'll be in range of these observation recruits. Perfect. Dead. This guy's going to be dead in 2 volleys, I think. Nice. Our artillery's getting in on it too. This is dumpy little artillery with 128 kills. Are they charging? They are charging in. I think we're okay here still, though. Yeah, just No, just no volley fire, just shoot what you can. We need to get as many casualties inflicted. It's not going to be very much. Oh well. How are we doing here? Yep, these guys are getting chased down. These guys are getting their stamina back. Let's move them into position so we can get as many kills on this one as possible. Yep, there they go. They're gone. Use all your stamina. Just charge them down, dude. Just get up there and charge them down. Perfect. Now we need to deal with these guys. They're going to break soon. Oh, they're already breaking. They're already breaking. This field artillery might hold on. He's still got some morale. This one's about to break. The more units we kill of theirs, the more likely they are to just flee, even though we didn't touch their artillery. So we completely eliminated their artillery from this fight. That was really good. Yeah, let's get our cav up here as soon as we can. And hopefully he can join in the festivities. Chasing these guys down. Just get everybody top of the map. These guys are already fighting. Island Foot, yeah, we want these guys up there as well. And then these guys are ready to charge. So they have a lot of stamina now, so they should be able to do, let's see what they do. Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there. That's what I'm talking about. Maybe we'll end up with like 400 or 500 kills with this one red coat unit, which is very good. This guy's got 300. That's pretty good. It's a great way to level up your low tier troops if you can get the scenario. It's really hard to get, but yeah. Not bad at all. All right, who is... They're still here. Yeah, I have a feeling once we get back, they're just going to all flee. I'm going to speed this up. I just want to point out, these Fusiliers got 1,000 kills. British Foot, 400. Not that good. These Redcoat recruits are up to 600 now, 670. These guys are catching them too. Yeah, 410. It's just a massacre. An absolute massacre. So now what we need to do is delay these guys from fleeing for as long as we can. So we don't want to shoot at him. Is it just those two? Yeah, it's just those two left. So, all right, our cavalry are here. They can help clean up even more. So they're exhausted. We're going to run them to 0. Not a big deal. And then why don't we start pulling back? Just to make sure we're not going to cut ourselves off a little bit. We want to get as many kills as we can. So we'll pull back. Because as soon as we start doing damage to this, yeah, see, look at this guy fled. He's already gone. So they lost enough units that this guy just gave up. The same thing's going to happen to him as soon as 1 or 2 of these units get off the map. So, yep, that's it. They all fled. Damn, that sucks. Pretty good though. We took very, very few losses and we inflicted a massive amount of casualties. That was probably the best case scenario, and I was really worried about those artillery pieces. So almost 400 gold there. 400 losses, that's acceptable. We inflicted 4,600. They got absolutely dunked on. Look at that. The only things that really survived is half of their musketeers and then the 3 artillery pieces. But they basically did nothing. They got 17 kills with that one because I was a little lazy in the micromanagement. Now what do? Do we take the food? I think we have to take the money. We just need to get as much money as we can. The veterancy will come. There we go. Yeah, look at those redcoat recruits, I'm telling you. They just shot up in the rankings. So let's go ahead and replenish. This guy will become a cannon. Yeah, let's turn him into a cannon. So swap him out. Take off all his gear and then turn him into a cannon. Perfect. And then this guy needs to pick up the equipment. And same gear. Now we did get canister rounds. Not the most useful thing. I guess if they get real close to you, it can be helpful, but yeah, not really the most useful thing. Now, we got an accuracy item here. I would like to get that on our Fusilier. Actually, we need to move the Fusilier here. British Foot, Highland Foot, Cavalry. Yeah, he needs to get the bonus from the accuracy. That would have been even better. And volley fire by rank. That's fine. And we got to be careful of the red coat recruits anyways, because if you put them into too much combat, they're just going to run. So that works. Let's give this guy our tobacco rations. That'll give us accuracy at the cost of a little bit of stamina. Morale damage received would probably be better on some of our recruits here. So let's do it on this guy. And I think that's all we can do for now. We need to get better cannons right away. And we could go back to this one. Frankfurt is the one that had the good cannons. We're not ready to go back yet, though. We need to get to Castle to buy cheap food, and we need to get to one more battlefield. Yeah, unfortunately, we're going to go this way because we need to get to that battlefield first. Okay. Yeah, we're actually doing okay on food. Ooh, this place has a foundry as well. Looks like it's more or less the same from what we had before. Bronze cannons for 360. That's not bad. And we could even buy a general. We definitely need to buy a cheap one. So 69 is the cheapest we can get. Giggity. Wilfred Fitzwilliam or Samuel Scott for 72. Probably doesn't really matter. Let's just take this guy. And he slots right in. Perfect. Now, he doesn't give any bonuses just yet in terms of these perks, but he does offer some morale bonus to anybody that's... basically, it boosts their morale. Like, if I take this out... Doesn't it? Maybe not. The general will go in the formation, and then he gets a radius. Anybody that's around him will get a morale boost. So he'll actually boost morale. Just doesn't look like it. So Foundry, we don't have to wait for this. We can actually do it right now. This one has fewer items at the shop and more expensive ammo. That's fine. Let's sell off our swords and all this junk. And then we need to buy some cannons. So 2 bronze cannons. Man, there goes all our cash. That was very expensive. We still need to save up, though. We need another brigade for 750, another general. Let's just buy another, not a general, an officer. Let's get another officer right now, since we're here. I don't want to have to come back. And then food-wise, it looks like we're actually okay on food. Oh, nice. Oh, no, yeah, sorry, one more. No upgrades on these guys, right? Yep, so we're waiting. Now, the British battalion can go to British field artillery. This will give us 50 more troops. So with cannons, every 25 troops gives you a cannon. So this one has 4 cannons. This one has 6 cannons. So much better. The accuracy goes up, but your reload goes down by quite a bit. I don't know why it does that, but it's better to have more cannons anyways and a little bit more accuracy. Now, is there anything worth spending money on? I think it's probably best that we spend our money on our troops and upgrades than items. Other than cannons are like the one exception. You definitely want to get your cannons out. But yeah, we could upgrade some stuff here, but I don't think it's worth it. I think we just keep going. So there's that. Let's get all the way over here to this battlefield. We need to get it before this guy launches because he will be able to catch us for sure if we don't wipe him out. So let's get over to the battlefield. Oh my god, that is a fast patrol. What are we looking for? We're looking for red coat recruits, but this one has more expensive recruiting, so that's not going to work. This could actually be a good opportunity to raid and make sure that he comes in to stop it. He might back off as soon as he sees us. We might be too strong. And then we're really close to the battlefield. We can clear that. We should probably clear it though, but let's see if he attacks us. Nope, he's gonna run. Yeah, we'll get him later. We'll get him later. Why don't we get a little bit of raiding? So every time you raid, you get money and food. Oh boy, now that we have to run from. We definitely can't take on that. That is a huge army. It's twice our size and it probably has better troops and equipment. So let's get out. And then what we want to do is get over here to this battlefield. And then we don't have to worry about them chasing as much if we can get that. We can recover the equipment or the wounded. 80 reservists is basically 0. 2 weapons we could either sell or equip. Yeah, land pattern. That's a pretty good one. Put that on this guy. Here we go. And the sword, I think we already have that sword. Yeah, it's the same one. So we're good there. Now, we just finished this objective. So these guys are going to move a lot slower. You see, he shouldn't be able to catch us now. Yeah, he can't catch us. We have to get... We have to get a lot of food stacked up though, because we'll have to be in forced march if we want to avoid the HQ. So that's something to keep in mind. Now, in terms of another stash, we're going to take the provisions and then we'll fight another weak army. Yeah, 2 cav, 2 infantry. We'll be able to breeze through this. Now, it would be easy just to mow them down, but we still have to be careful. We don't want to lose troops, and we also want to get as many kills as humanly possible so that we can take advantage of every little battle that we can. More XP, more gold and stuff at the end. So let's get in there and fight this one. So what I'm going to do is try and pull some of their units off and chasing our cav down here. If it's the cav chasing us, it's going to be a problem because their cav probably are faster than us. We'll let them get a little bit closer. But then that'll mean this guy will be isolated and we should be able to jump on him. We might want to actually stay on this side of the river and then jump on him. Yeah, see, they're going to chase the cav. That's fine. So we'll try and route this guy and then just run him down with as many troops as we can. Closer, and then we need to get our cannons set up. So why don't we do that right in here. Get our Highland Foot out front, the usual suspects, Fusiliers, and then our redcoats. And then we can get our general down here to help out a little bit. Alright, cannons are in position. Let's go ahead and unlimber. Unlimber. And I'd like to get shots on their cavalry if we can, but yeah, it looks like recruits are going to be the only target we can hit. Look at that, dude. It's so crazy how strong cannons are. Already chunked their morale down to like 30% less. So we need to be ready for when they charge. They're just going to bum rush as soon as they can. Oh shoot, he's actually in position faster than I was expecting. We're gonna have to change our format up. Alright, British Foot, get up here. Fusiliers. It's okay, we might even route them before they get into range. Yep, we're gonna route them before they even get into range. So we need our cav to get in there. Let's just charge right now. Same thing, this guy can charge. Their cav are just gonna rush in. Perfect, he's gone. Let's run down as many as we can. And we want our oh, perfect. How did you know I wanted you to target that? Usually the artillery takes some stupid targets. Like they'll keep shooting units that are fleeing. They'll shoot at units that are already completely broken as well. But this time they actually did the right thing. So let's get these guys out. We do need to get our redcoats some XP. So I'm gonna get them in position to countercharge if they try and charge us. Yeah, that's good. I don't want their cav to go after our cav, so hopefully they just keep going. Oh no, the recruits are gonna come chase us. I don't want them to chase. I want them to go after our main forces here. Yeah, it looks like he's pulling his cav off to attack ours as well. So let's shoot the one that's not gonna chase. That's gonna not suicide into our units. Alright, these guys are broken, and now we're just gonna chew them up. If we can move forward closer, I think we can actually get these guys. They're not gonna do much with the charge here, so I'm gonna let's weaken this guy a little bit so we don't have to have our cav here. And then we actually need to stop and reload here. And then British Foot, let's go ahead and save our volley, because we'll get a full value one. These guys can fire at will because they're not going to be ready in time anyways. Yep, here we go. So we should be able to get a full kill on this one. Let's start targeting this other one as well. Here we go. As soon as he hits this tree, we'll go ahead and volley. Fire discipline, and oh my god, that's so disgusting, man. It's just so, they're like pretty much zeroed out. There you go, they're dead. That's a 0. They're literally at 0 troops. So that one is 100% killed. This provincial cav is going to die soon. What I'd like to do is get the redcoat recruits in there, maybe. Well, no, we can't. Yeah, these cav are going to flee because we're hitting them pretty hard. And then I have a feeling these surf recruits are going to flee when their general goes. This is their general right there. Alright. It's okay. How are we doing up here? 500 kills, and I don't even know how many our general has, but it's probably a lot. These guys, force march, force march. Pretty much done here. Let's just get as many kills as we can. All right, here we go. We got the surf recruits to turn and chase. Let's finish off these provincial cav first. There we go. They're retreating. That's fine. Pull these guys back so the Highlands can take the brunt. And then I'm going to keep the artillery on the cavalry so we can get just a little bit more kills. Come on, Highland foot, get in there. Actually, we can shoot from there. That's fine. Get our redcoat recruits here. Yeah, they're like I said, he's gonna flee. There we go. They're done. Let's start shooting the redcoat recruits with our artillery. What are we doing? 663. That's pretty good. I don't know what's going on here, but did I tell them to move back that far? I guess I did. All right, redcoat recruits, get a volley off, please, so you can get some XP out of this. And I'm going to turn off volley fire just so they can get some kind of shots in before they're gone. Yeah, that's it. That's what I figured would happen, but that's okay. So that might have been a flawless. Did we lose a single troop there? I think we didn't. That should be an achievement. I don't, there's no achievement for that, but that would be kind of a cool one. Win a battle without losing a single person. No, we lost 13. Oh, I forgot about that. Not bad though. We got some really, really good loot from that. That's very expensive. So that's like a one brigade right there worth of loot that we'll sell. And then in terms of what we take, man, we don't really need ammo and we don't really need manpower. We do need provisions, but that's not a lot. So it's like 30 gold for 50 food. So this is roughly about 100 food. This would give us roughly 200 food, but we would lose out on the ammo. The ammo is like 120 for 70, I think. 21, so that's like 3 ticks. Yeah, it's probably a good idea to keep taking the money. As much as I want to take the food. I just got some veterancy in our cannons. These things are going to level up incredibly fast just because of how many kills they get. So they'll be in good shape soon. Here we go. We can get our dragoons. That'll chew up some of our manpower, but that's fine. And then final perk on Granby, if we get a good one. Combat effectiveness is the best stat in the game. And officer death chance minus 15. This is such a good perk. Really, really good perk. So we'll definitely take advantage of that. We might end up using him for a bit, actually. That's not bad. He's got volley fire. Yeah, volley fire, combat effectiveness. A little bit of veterancy is kind of wasted now. But that infantry accuracy is really good, and then the cavalry accuracy is wasted. But yeah, overall pretty good there. Let's reorganize some stuff here. Can we? No, actually, we have to sell this because it's the same. We do want to put something on our Fusilier, but there's our Fusilier. So we want to put the... Actually, do we want to put it on our Highland Foot? Because this guy's doing really well as well. No, we'll put it on a Fusilier. This one reduces ammo consumption by 34. It does give us a slight move speed debuff, but that's not a big deal. And then horse, same saddle, so we're just going to sell everything we got. We have enough to start a new brigade. We probably should. Probably should, actually. We'll hang on to it for just a second. Let's keep moving. All right, we need redcoat recruits. There's some more there. Boy, he's just going to chew up our food if we do that, though. Do we need to save money for anything else? I don't think so. I mean, we do need to buy some supplies. Eventually, we'll be up at the top where that food is going to be really cheap. And we need to buy... Actually, no. We need to save up for more cannons. That's what we need to do. Yeah, let's save up for cannons. Let's sell all this stuff. When you're selling, one quick thing, make sure you don't go over. They do have a balance right here, so you can only sell 946 to this specific place, the town square. I've made the mistake where I just dump everything, and then I ended up not getting all the money, because like if we sell 1,500 gold worth of stuff and they only have 946, you're gonna lose out on all that money. So sell that. Oh boy, do we want to save up for those cannons still? I think think the answer is yes, just given how ridiculously strong they are. We might pick up a free unit here on this battlefield. These ones are really good to get. Yeah, this guy's still chasing us, man. Alright, same thing. We'll take the equipment, and there's another firearm. So I think all of our guys have firearms. So now we just want to make sure we get ones that have decent range. So like this Fusilier can get better range here, but a lot less accuracy. That's not good. Yeah, this we'll just sell this as a junk, or keep it for another unit that we hire. Here we go. There's a patrol. We want to take that fight. He's running from us. We could probably take this, to be honest. Our cannons are so strong. Now, this is going to be a very different fight. We're going to play defensively here with playing around the cannons. I probably will still go to the corner of the map so we can get as many kills as we can running them down, but we want to... Yeah. We'll get them to chase our cav, and then we'll just completely obliterate whoever charges into our main force with the cannons. So let's get in there. So I'm going to move my cavalry and my general to this corner of the map and see if we can buy some time to get some distance here. And then hopefully we'll have time to run their units down. So let's go ahead and start it up. Let's get all these guys moved to the far edge of the map. Here we go. And our general, these guys can move down here. Let's see what they end up doing. Yeah, they're sending artillery. Looks like the artillery's coming this way. So that'll be our limiting factor to see how long we can stay for. He does have a bronze 3-pounder, so it's got more range. We have to be careful. It also does a tremendous amount of damage. So we can't stay for too long, but we will draw them down here just a little bit. Actually, let's go perpendicular to where they are so that we can move out. Oh no, he's gonna hit. He's gonna hit. Be able to shoot. Actually, we need to get out now. That is unfortunate, but we did create a little bit of space. It's not all lost. What we can do? Yeah, it's gonna be close. Gonna be close. As he turns to face, he's gonna lose some of his arc. So maybe we'll be able to get out. Yeah, we should be okay. We should be fine. All right, let's start worrying about setup. We still got some room to move here. Now these infantry are going to catch us, which is interesting. We might have to fight here. Yeah, we might not be able to go all the way. Okay, you guys need to keep running. That's actually good. We can get our cavalry freed up so that we can chase their units when they come to attack. I actually don't mind that. And then these guys are changing their targeting, so yeah, we'll be able to get to the corner, no problem. Perfect. Now we can slow it down so we don't... Yeah, they're exhausted. So let's get some of that stamina back. Okay, I'm going to set up in the corner and then we'll come back. Here we are. We're in the corner. Our artillery are ready to go. Let's go ahead and unlimber and just blast these guys out. Now we don't want them to flee. We want them to get low. And then... Oh my god. So much damage. Look at that. 48, 96 in one volley. And they have a really fast reload time. 35 seconds. It's really good for artillery. Yeah, we don't want them to flee right away because we need to get our units in position to take advantage of them fleeing. Actually, let's get our redcoats up there as well. Because these guys need to get levels. They need to convert to artillery as well. This guy is going to run right into our muskets. Yeah, he's gonna get shredded. So let's go ahead and switch targeting maybe. Or maybe not. Yeah, that fire by rank is so cool. Look at that. 1, 2. That looks so good. Now, unfortunately, these guys are starting to chase now. It's gonna be bad. So let's not let him chase. We can always rush back. Yeah, we have most of our stamina back anyways. They're shattered. Perfect. They won't come back anymore. And then these guys are going to be able to intercept and just chew them up. They might chase with these guys. Okay, we need to take out their artillery right away. So they're in range. We'll counter battery with our artillery. There we go. They're gone. They're fleeing. Let's get in there and get as many kills as we can. Oh no, we missed. We hit 8 people. Unfortunately, he's gonna get a volley off. Yeah, dude, that's so ridiculous. So ridiculous. 77 kills in 1 volley. It's not even a good artillery piece, but it is what it is. Alright, let's get into melee with these guys. Go, and you get into melee with that one. There's... Oh, that sucks, man. They're gonna charge... They're gonna go right for our units that are... Wait, are you seriously not hitting him? What the hell, dude? Are you kidding me? He just killed 200 units because you guys can't hit a freaking shot. Jesus Christ, man. And then now they're gonna hit that. I might have to refight this, unfortunately, because we're getting completely screwed here. That is an easy shot, dude. Kill the artillery, please. And then these guys are, for whatever stupid reason, they're going after our units that are chasing instead of the actual units that are fighting. What the hell, dude? Kill that artillery piece, please. For God's sake, man. 26 kills. That's absurd, bro. That is so many kills. Yeah, I guess it works both ways. Like, we have artillery that's doing the same thing. No, actually, no. We got way more shots off than he did, but he got more kills than we did. For some stupid freaking reason. I don't understand it at all. Oh, man. That was frustrating. Alright, hopefully, yeah, one of their units is going to break off and come back after us. And then one of the units is going to stay chasing our units that are getting all the kills. So we'll keep fighting. They're going to flee right now, for sure. That's that. Let's go ahead and get into melee with them. They're probably all going to flee before we can get too much more damage in, but... Alright, here we go. Let's see how much damage this does. Good. Second bot. Oh, man. That is brutal. Yeah, that volley fire is very strong. I have a feeling they're probably going to flee as soon as some of these guys get off the map. This musketeer is probably not going to last. Redcoats. Dragoons, get as many kills as you can. There's still a unit there. We're going to keep it. Look at that. We've got 1,100 kills on our Dragoons. And then the Redcoats, 64 and 294. That's not good at all. But better than nothing, I guess. Let's get these guys unfurled so we can actually do some damage. This guy's chasing us still, so we'll have to deal with that. That'll give our Highland Foot some time to rack up some kills. 934, that's not bad. He just got a volley off. Not a big deal. Let's get our line fully extended so we can get maximum damage out. And then these guys need to get some of their stamina back. Who's he targeting? He's going to target this one, that's fine. Let's get into position. Nope. Shoot your weapons. There we go. Yeah, we'll be able to starch this guy pretty easily. Actually, what we might want to do is start getting some kills on this observation recruit unit before this guy flees, if we can. 1,100 kills. Man, I wish we didn't get screwed over by that artillery piece. That really set me off. Probably shouldn't have, though, because we're going to be way ahead on this one. All right, they're letting us get 3 kills, so they're going to try and get a shot off on our cavalry, but that's fine. We can just move them out of the way. Or even better yet, we can have them attack these guys, so we're not even close. Welsh are in position. I don't want him to shoot because he's going to scare these guys off. No, don't charge, don't charge. Here we go. Yeah, we probably need to get rid of these guys before they kill off our Dragoons. Yeah, he just got 50 kills. Crazy. Almost 2,000 kills on our Dragoons, though. Yep, there we go. The Fusiliers came in and pushed him out. So let's see what the damage is. We probably took like 600-700 losses there. That was risky, but 600 gold is a massive, massive number. Yeah, 550, so pretty close. Now, these are probably all going to get sold. We got kind of screwed over on the loot, but we did kill a lot of their troops, so should see some big numbers down here. So XP, reservists, which we don't need because we have plenty of troops, or money and ammo, which we don't really need the ammo, but we do need the money. I think we need to take the provisions though. It's time. We're getting so low. I'm really concerned that we'll starve. It's fine. These guys will get upgraded. So this guy is ready to go. Get rid of his equipment, and then actually both of them are. Yeah, we'll have 4 artillery. No, sorry, he's level 3. Yeah, he's not quite there yet. And I'm just gonna get, I do not use firearms with cavalry, so I'm just gonna get rid of it. It's just a waste. And then in terms of weapons, land pattern, these are really good. Yeah, we'll hang on to this stuff. We'll sell this stuff down here. All right, so the damage is not nearly that bad. We have a lot of ammo, so we don't really need ammo. We could use the ammo to train, actually. We'll probably end up doing that. Fitzwilliams, we need an artillery. Oh, that's really good. So we will never, ever do charging with our artillery, but we will move them sometimes. So this is probably the better one. So we'll take a 10% range increase. Perfect. We need to get away from this army, and we need to get to a town where we can maybe buy some more troops and get some better cannons. Our cannons are dog poop. One of them is dog poop anyways. If we can provoke a convoy, I wouldn't actually mind fighting them. No, we got the weapons, that's fine. That sword is better. Yeah, this is way better. So this one has 6 melee, this is 10 melee. It's a big increase. So we'll swap that out. We got another land pattern rifle. And a Potsdam. Yeah, these guys already have land pattern. And then this one, the Tula. I think the land pattern is going to be a lot better. It's a faster reload. The range is shorter, but I think it's probably better. Yeah, land pattern. Everybody's got land pattern now. And then we'll probably keep some of these because we still need to hire some more troops. Yeah, let's keep moving. We should run into a town up here. This fort would be a good one if we can get a good RNG. Nice. So the wall's already breached. Yeah, wall's already breached. That's good. I don't want to take any attrition, so let's just starve them out if we can. They surrendered. Perfect, we got it. And we got a doctrine out of it. Hell yeah. So when you defeat a fort, it can be really costly. It did cost us some time, so it's going to activate that HQ sooner, but that's fine. We got, ooh, a Charville. This is one of the better rifles in the game, so we'll definitely equip that on our sharpshooter guys. And then Doctrine, give us move speed. No move speed, but this is actually just as good, if not better. So we are getting 10 per day. This one increased it by 5, so now we're getting 15 per day. It also increases reservists available at settlements. Not particularly useful. I feel like we're going to be okay with that. We could also reduce mountain attrition and move speed penalty ignored. And yeah, so mountains not really that useful. Infantry morale could be useful, but not really. This one's definitely the pick. So now we're going to get a massive, massive amount of gold, which obviously you can see we need a lot. We burned through a lot of it. So here we go. Please have a foundry. They don't. We need to get back to the town that has the foundry, but we also need more recruits. Yeah, we need to save money for that. Shoot. Let's just do it. It's okay. We need to do it. We need to get this guy going. Yeah, we have to. And I forgot. Let's get the Royal Welsh Fusiliers. We'll give them the Charville. And this is all junk. Just get rid of it. What kind of muskets do we have? Yeah, let me organize this. All right, yeah, we don't really have much for this guy, but as soon as this redcoat recruit gets a little bit more XP, he's almost there, and then we can upgrade him to a cannon. We can transfer all of his inventory over to this recruit, and then we'll be in really good shape. So let's... Yeah, British foot, we're not going to spend that much money on a troop. That's just not going to happen. And don't think we need to buy any items here. No, it's not going to help us very much, so let's just skip that. This one had item cost reduction. Yeah, it's not going to help us that much either, though. We need to just get out of here. Here we go. Money. A likely chance of facing a small enemy field army. I actually want to face more field armies. The small ones, that's fine. This is just going to give us more money. I'm totally on board with that. We just need to not get screwed over by the artillery this time. So hopefully we get better RNG, and then we get some XP on this red coat. Alright, they've got 6-pounders, so we got to be real careful. These things do way more damage. I mean, the 3-pounders wrecked us anyways, but these ones have longer range as well, so got to be careful. We'll try to get into a spot where we can snipe their cannons, either with our artillery or maybe some cavalry, but they do have one cavalry that can probably counter ours, so we got to be careful here. Let's get set up in the corner. So we're going to set up on this hill here. That's going to give us some accuracy bonus because of elevation. We'll definitely take advantage of that, especially on the artillery. These things need all the accuracy they can get. Get our cavalry back here so they don't get sniped. And then our cannons are in position. Let's go ahead and unlimber and target that artillery first thing. Don't shoot at anything else until these guys are dead. There we go. Come on, first volley. And a dud. We completely whiffed. Yeah, not ideal. Not ideal. What we want them to do is target our Highland foot. So let's try and get these guys all the way up front, and hopefully they automatically target them. And we don't want them to hit the Welsh. And then our redcoat recruits, we're just going to leave them in the back here, ready to march as fast as they can to get across the river, and then charge the units that are fleeing. There we go. We got a little hit on them. We need to get a better hit than that, though. Yeah, like I said, artillery accuracy is so important so that you can actually hit these shots. All right, let's speed this up a little bit. He's in range, so he should be able to shoot. What is he shooting at? Oh, nice, we got him, shattered him. Perfect. There's one artillery down. We need to get the other one out. Looks like he missed. I don't see any casualties on anyone, so he missed his volley. Perfect. All right, so far so good. Next, we take this one out, and then after that we got to deal with the cavalry. And then after that we have free reign. We just take out as many units as we can. We'll get everybody set up in the back, ready to cross. We should probably get across the river, because that's going to slow us down a lot. And then we have to cross the river again to get to their side. Just load everybody up over here. Alright, how we doing on that cannon? Did we hit it yet? No, our little cannon is opening up on these guys, and he whiffed. Dude, how do you whiff a whole group of 1,400 troops? Yeah, that's not good. There we go, hit him. No, we whiffed every single shot there. And none of our skips hit the guys in the back. You can actually get kills with the bouncing balls, but unfortunately not this time. Yeah, I think we're just going to be in a holding pattern here until we get rid of that artillery. So Highland foot should be drawing their attention, actually. So yeah, I think we're good there. Let's make sure the Fusiliers are in a better spot. British foot in a better spot. Alright, there we go. Their cannons are gone. They're gone. Now let's target their cavalry. Here we go. Fire by rank. Oh man, it chunks them down so badly. They're still going to get a volley off, unfortunately. Oh, because these guys are in range. I screwed up. Yeah, we should have taken no damage from that. Damn it. Alright, that cavalry's almost gone. Yeah, he's halfway. Here we go. These guys are gonna flee for sure. There's no way he can withstand another volley. Can we... Actually, hold fire. Get a shot off on this guy instead. Perfect. Open up on that guy. You start shooting at him. And then these musketeers are actually going to come in here and cause us some problems. So let's target that, and then these guys are ready to move. Let's get them out and start running down these low unit count. Actually, if they want to charge us with this cavalry unit that has no morale left, that's fine. We'll deal with it. Let's start working on this other one. As soon as we start attacking their fleeing units, they're going to send their cav in. That's just what the AI does. They're fleeing as well. Perfect. Alright, let's get up a little further so we can soak up the damage. Target them. Alright, here we go. Man, jeez, dude, how do they outrange us too? They don't even have a good weapon. They must have a commander with range traits or something. They don't. Alright, I don't know how they're outranging us then. Okay, here comes their cav. Yep, here come their cav. They're actually not going after our units up top. That's good. That means we should be able to flank around and get these guys. Oh no, they're all gonna flee though. Yeah, well, there goes that plan. Let's just get in there as soon as we can, because these musketeers, as soon as they break, they're gonna all flee. Fusiliers, we should be able to clean up the cavalry with. Yeah, it's fine. We'll save it for the... Can we back up, actually? Let's not get them to flee. Let's not get them to flee. Don't. Let the musketeers live a little bit longer so we can get a few more kills. We need to get a nasty volley off. Yep, like that. Perfect. You guys can charge. You guys can charge. Charge. And then you just keep charging up there. And yeah, unfortunately, it wasn't going to last long. I knew it, but we got as many kills as we could. Unfortunately, I couldn't get one of them to chase all the way to the other end of the map, so... But that's okay. We didn't lose anything, so it's all positive stuff. 133 losses, that's not bad. And some pretty good items. Yeah, all stuff that we can use as well. Alright, what do we do here? Veterancy? I don't know if this red coat got enough veterancy to do anything, so I'm actually going to take this with the food. Just to make sure he gets tier 4. And he did get his upgrade, so let's go ahead and undress him. Get everything off, dude, and then we'll go artillery. Perfect, so we got an artillery brigade, and I'm going to swap their position. This is going to be our 3rd brigade, and we get a 4th. I like to have my artillery at the back, not at the front, so we'll put them back there. We need more range or accuracy. Charge, move speed, melee, skip. So when you skip, you basically lose that turn. You start back at level 1, at the fresh one, and then you just don't get anything. It's better to skip than to get a bad one. Do not take a bad one. It's a waste. Go. Now we do have some stuff for this guy. We don't have a Charville rifle for him, but we do have other stuff that'll help. Go. And these guys are really close. Level 7, almost to the level 8. He's going to lose some manpower there, but he'll pick up more morale, a lot more charge and melee damage. So he should be a bit more durable. And then British foot in 1 turn. We'll probably go... Oh, shoot. To be honest, the Grenadier would probably be better. He can still shoot pretty well, but he'll be able to fend off cavalry a lot better. So I think we'll end up doing that. Let's see. Get rid of that crappy bayonet. We need to put these upgrades on. So let's get there. So limber chest, actually the big one. We want the big one. There we go. Three out of 4 have a limber chest, so that should help with our ammo consumption. And then this is a reload skill or a reload item. Let's put that on our Fusiliers, the Welsh. And we don't have room for the cheese for anybody. We could put it on our cannons, but I generally don't find it useful to do that, and then you have to remember where your cheese went and take it off later. So we'll save it. When we get more recruits, we'll put it on that. So we're getting a pretty healthy stockpile of stuff to sell. This is very good news. We still have to fill out our regiment though, so can't relax just yet. You can see we could outrun that guy because we have that perk. The doctrine that slows them down, it makes it easier to get away. This actually has a foundry. Hell yeah. There's a 6-pound bronze, we'll take that. There's also a 12-pound iron. Don't know if it's worth it to do that though. I'd rather spend the money on something that's gonna last longer. It's the same range, same accuracy, but a lot longer reload time. 35 versus 50. So it's not worth it. We'll just save. We'll just go bronze all the way down. So bronze, and then there's more bronze at the other place we can get. Right? Yeah, I think that makes sense. Infantry, red coat recruits. We'll take that. Thank you. And then we probably want to load up on food here. They also will pay a decent price for most of the stuff. So why don't we just dump? Here we go. This is back to 1,000, and let's just get as much food as we can because it's only 20. Really cheap. All right, we need to get another cannon before we fight one of these big groups. I think with 4 bronze cannons we should probably be okay, but if we can get a couple recruits with it as well, that'd be even better. Red coat recruit. Oh hell yeah. Thank you. And we, like I said, we don't have that many items for these guys, but we do have some good muskets, so we'll at least give them that. Go. We can't quite hire another unit. We're just shy. We need like another 80. I think it's time. Is that army still chasing us? Yeah, I think we need to fight him. Let's fight him over here though. There we go. We get 1 tick of XP gain. Do we have any upgrade? Yes, perfect. Perfect. We're going to upgrade our artillery piece to the next tier. Oh, they need time to replenish. Oh, that's so stupid of me. Yeah, we need to get away from him for a second. If we back off, we take a massive amount of attrition. That's not going to work. So we're going to cheese this. I'm going to go into the fight where it auto-saves. I'm going to back out, and then we'll run away from him for a second. And just get a little bit of replenishment. Yeah, because right now these guys only have 4 cannons. We want him to have all 6. We need every advantage we can get here. So go ahead and start, quit, and then we'll load right back in. And we should technically start apart from these guys. Yep, hell yeah. We'll take it. Nothing like a little cheese. Alright, we need... yeah, just a little bit more. Let's go to the slums. Alright, oh, nice. This one's pretty good. We can get a musician. So a musician, bagpipe, or an oboe. I can't remember which one gives which. So they all give morale. Certain ones give move speed. Another one gives morale, and the other one gives like charge damage or something. I think the bagpipe gives you charge and morale. We don't really want that. We probably want move speed and morale. Let's go for a musician. I think that... oh, crap. It's morale damage received. That's actually not bad. Minus 20% is a lot. So we could put that on one of our red coat recruits that we need to make sure don't die right away. And it'll give them some movement speed as well. So we're not quite fully replenished. There we are. Okay, now we can fight it. So what are we up against? 3 cannons, 3 cavalry, and whatever left is infantry. That's a lot of infantry. It looks like they're mostly recruits though. Observation, I don't see any musketeers in here. There's one. Yeah, there's one musketeer. And the cav... oh, the hussars. Those are actually really good. Yeah, this is going to be a tough fight. We'll probably have to approach this a little bit differently. So let's get in there and I'll show you what we're going to do. So here's where we're at. We have very slow movement speed with our cannon. This one has that big limber chest, which reduces movement speed by 6. So we're not going to be able to get to the corner. We're just going to get grouped up right here. Maybe we'll move back a little bit, just a touch more. Get our line spread out a little bit. Something like that. And then we need to make sure that we have enough infantry to cover. But we don't want to go too wide that we leave ourselves exposed to, you know, getting hit with morale. And then, so the thinner your lines are, the more morale damage they take. And we're going to get charged by those very highly experienced cavalry. We need to make sure that we can manage that. So, all right, here we go. Cannons are just about in position. Yeah, this is going to be a pretty good barrage. So what do they have anyways? I didn't even see their cannons. They've got 6 pound, 3 pounds. So not the best cannons. We should be able to out damage them. And we are loading heavily with our crap units on the right side. That should be the opposite. Let's actually switch that. Let's get our red coats on the left side and our experience on the right. Okay, here we go. We're ready to undo the cannons. It's unlimber. Now some of these guys are in range. We'll let them get a volley off, but we need to make sure we save up a volley when the enemy cannons get in range. Holy crap. Look at that damage. That's so disgusting. That is so many kills. So much morale damage too. I love it. Right, but we need to keep an eye, a very close eye. Like I said, as soon as these cannons get into range, we need to switch the targeting. Because as fun as it is to beat up on recruits, it's not the priority. Let's actually hold fire at will. And probably get a shot on these guys. Yep, they're going to come into range right now. This is the target right here, the priority, but we still want to take out these 3-pounders. All right, here we go. Now I don't have, oh man, almost one volley, almost wiped him out. I don't have our 3-pounder or 1-pounder on. We're just gonna let him shoot because he's got a weird range. So let's keep focusing on these guys. Damn it, I wish we got him out. We need to start focusing on these other ones. We need to focus on the 6-pounder. Okay, there's one hit. No, shattered both of them. We shattered both of these. Hell yeah. Another cannon down. All right, I think, where's their cavalry? Because that's going to dictate how our line looks. Provincial, Hussar, Hussar, they're kind of in the back. We might be able to go a little bit wider here. Yeah, we should probably go a little bit wider. If we can get their artillery gun next volley, then we can focus on the cav. Yep, there we go, gone. All right, artillery. Let's focus on those provincial cav. Probably the hussars first, actually. They're not really in range though, so let's get the provincial cav. If we get them to like half, then we can go full length lines and not really worry about it too much. You know what we should do is we should bait them out with our provincial or with our dragoons and see if we can get a unit to chase. Hopefully not their hussars, because their hussars are probably faster than us. Although maybe not. These guys are going to get a good volley off here. Oh, these have the worn muskets, that's why. Yeah, I was going to say that was a pretty pathetic volley they did there. Alright, here come the hussars. Perfect, let's switch our targeting. There we go, getting some damage in. 50 kills already on that one, that's good. And then these hussars are coming in. What are these recruits doing? Can we get a quick volley on this guy? Oh, they're targeting our Welsh, that makes sense. There we go. Alright, we gotta be real careful here. They do have a hussar Well, the good thing is they're not targeting us with their cavalry. Bad thing is we're gonna have a tough fight here. All right, let's get 2 volleys on this guy if we can. All right, we're ready. Can you target them? I don't think they'll get anything off, but all right, we need to get a full volley on this. No, shoot, shoot, shoot. There we go. There we go. Dude, they are so brutal in melee, though. Let's get our general in there. We have to. We have to. Yeah, there we go. That's chunking him down. Come on, get out of here. And then full volley on him to make sure he's shattered. Perfect. Do not let our general get killed. Where's their other... Oh, we got to target this. We still have fire by rank. There we go. One more. Finish him off. Perfect. Perfect. They're retreating. Everything's looking good. Let's get our cannons on this provincial cav again. Alright, it looks like they're sending observation recruits to chase. So what we'll probably end up doing is... Oh, here we go. That's a shatter. Yep. And then another. And they're going to go down to 0. Just about. Oh, man. They almost went to 0. Alright, that looks good. Yeah, I'm starting to think that fire by rank is one of the best perks you can get. That is so good. Holy crap. So these recruits are going to be the only ones to chase, it looks like. So if we can, let's move into position and get these guys into melee range, if we can. What are you shooting at? Artillery. Let's start working on these musketeers, because they're going to cause us some problems. You need to fire at will. Whoops. There we go. Yeah, just get these guys to mass route now. Okay, there we go. Musketeers are taking some damage. Looking. If these guys are still chasing, and they still have a unit over here that we should be able to pick off. No, oddly enough, the recruits are keeping pace. Yeah, I don't get this game sometimes. The fleeing units are keeping pace with the observation. Like this guy's catching up to them, so I don't know why that is. Very unfortunate, but let's try and get some damage in over here, maybe. I don't know. All right, I'm gonna have this guy go into melee range. Just chase him down. All right, Highland Foot, you can go into. Actually, no. Let's get a volley off. Yeah, unfortunately, they're ignoring our Highland Foot, which was supposed to be the one taking all the damage. Flanked here. Let's see, what are we targeting? Yeah, this musketeer. There we go. They're gone. Go ahead and chase. Chase. And chase. And now we gotta worry about these guys. So let's go ahead and target them. Okay, what do we have to shoot here? Alright, we can kill these artillery pieces. They still have a little bit of artillery in the area. Let's get our general out there to chase as well. See if we can get some extra kills. Does have some pretty good speed. And it should be able to wreck these guys, and then we'll just... Should we just chase them? We've taken some pretty heavy casualties, so... Yeah, damn it, dude. Yeah. Fortunate. Alright, there we go. They're fleeing. Actually, why don't you chase this guy? Maybe we can get these recruits to come back the other way. Yep, perfect. They're coming back this way. They'll leave our cavalry alone. We can go get one of these units that has a lot more units, a lot more people in it. Here we go. This should be a pretty easy kill. Yeah, just get into melee. Just do it. They're gonna run right now anyways. Yep, they're running. Get into melee. Oh, do not shoot that last unit. Do not shoot him. Do not shoot him. Do not shoot him. Hold fire. Yeah, we do not. Oh crap! He's gonna murder our commander. No, he's not quite in range. We're stuck in the water though. These guys got 1,500 kills. These guys have 700 kills, and these guys are not able to catch up, unfortunately. Here we go. Oh, the Dragoons got 0 kills so far. That's horrible. That's really bad. Okay, we just need to kite this guy a little bit. Observation recruits. Yeah, I don't know what he's gonna do. Just try and lead him around, I guess. Alright, now we're getting the kills. 300, going up to 4. These guys are at 1,000 now. 1,700. Oh crap, he's gonna be in range. He's gonna be in range. Okay. We need to run him out, and hopefully we can still get some kills. We don't want to kill this guy yet, but we also don't want to wreck our Welsh Fusiliers. Alright, they're getting shots off. I can hear it. Go, dude. Stop reforming. Just run. Just get the hell out, dude. Oh my god, these idiots. Taking so much damage. Yeah, I just wanted him to run, not reform and then run. But, sorry, what can you do? Alright, there we go. They're routed. This guy might lose his morale. Though that's actually a good thing about being on this difficulty setting, is their morale is really high. So, it does take a while for them to break. He's going to chase these guys. That'll give us time to run these units down. Dragoons. Let's go chase a few more. Perfect. And then charge this guy. Perfect. It's another 1,000 kills. Yep, as long as he doesn't turn and attack our cannons, we're good. We can kite them all the way down to the corner. Perfect. How are we doing here? Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to catch anybody else. Oh, you know what? There's something right here. And then the Dragoons. Is there anything else back here? I don't think so. Okay, we can let our cannons open up. Let's finish it. That's fine. And they just instantly got shattered. That was a very good fight. I'm glad we waited for the cannons because they were pivotal here. But let's see what we got. 600 losses. That's fine. That's reasonable. And we killed 9,264. That is quite a lot. Yeah, you can see most of these guys are just completely gone. And we kept, the important thing is we kept their cannons to 0 kills. That's what helped us a lot. Alright, we'll take the loot. What do we need here now? I think we just need to get as much ammo as we can. So let's take the money and ammo. Or sorry, the money. We'll take the ammo as well so we can train. And promotions all around. That's really good. This guy, yeah, we need a little bit more training and then we can upgrade everybody. Our foot troops, our Highland foot's ready to go to Highland Grenadier. So we'll lose a little bit of troops, a little bit of accuracy. That's fine though. Yeah, what we should probably do is maybe get away from the medicinal herbs. We'll put that on somebody else. And we need to get our cartridge box so we don't use as much ammo. We can put this on one of our recruits because they're probably going to be taking most of the damage anyways. And then we don't need the XP. Spontoons can go on somebody else. Which means we can give this guy the beer. So why don't we give him beer? Melee and morale. And then our cav, we probably don't need morale and charge. I'd rather have the move speed. And then we'll put the morale on one of our Yep, one of our weak units over here. That's good. And then our last unit can get the limber chest. Perfect. So now everybody's got a limber chest. We need to continue getting artillery though. Let's go back to that one that had the artillery. So I did some rearranging, got everybody outfitted here, and I was thinking about where we want to spend our money next. I think for sure we need to get another cannon, and we need to finish off this unit. And 2 sets of cannons would be nice. I don't know if I want to convert these guys to cannons though. I feel like we need a strong front line. So we might have our 4th brigade be the cannon brigade, but I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, let's find another recruit. Actually, do you have redcoat recruit? You do. Perfect. Let's get him a better weapon. And then, yeah, we need to get some more items here. So that is fully done. We have a new brigade at 1,500 gold. That's not going to happen. We need to spend money on the cannons. So let's focus on getting the cannon next. Where... I don't remember. I think the cannon was down here. So let's get this herd. These are usually food related or scouting perk. Yeah, we don't have that one. If we get rid of one of our officers, let's do that. Let's unequip him and then go back in. And we got it. Nice. Provisions and an excellent pelt. That'll be worth some decent money. And then put him back in. All right. Onward. Let's go to Wolfhagen. I think we can go there. We need to start looking at taking these doctrines out soon. Sorry, these encamped armies that give us a doctrine. No, this one didn't have it. It's got to be Wetzlar. Yeah, here we go. Foundry. They still have the bronze cannon. We'll take that. And then equip it to this guy. And we're good. So everybody has 6-pound bronze. It's not a great cannon, but it's good for now. Yeah, if we found something better, we would have taken it. All right, we probably need to get another leader. So we'll get the cheapest one we can. And then another 400, we can start the brigade, and then we'll start filling it out. Do we want to spend money upgrading troops, though? So this one is not good to sell items or buy food, but we can buy some items if there's decent stuff here. Usually, Gunsmith has some good stuff. I don't think it's worth buying items, though, to be honest. I think we just keep using what we find. We really need to pump as much cash into troops as we can, and we just go that route. So these guys will all be Grenadiers. We'll go down Highland Foot and then Highland Grenadier route. Yeah, and then eventually we'll have to get one more, because I think we need 6 for the achievement. Let's just double check that. So this one is 6 regiments of Highland. We'll be short one like this. Or we can just probably buy one in the late game and then swap it out for the horse. I kind of like the idea of having 1 cavalry unit at least. They are pretty handy to have. So, alright, let's keep going. What do we want to do now? Let's save our money. And we'll just go around. Oh, man. I feel like we can take this. I feel like we can take this. So I am tempted to just go fight it. Let's go. Where the headquarters is going to go any day now. I'm surprised it hasn't gone yet. Oh, nice. We got a dog. Yeah, the Greyhound mascot. These things are very good. So plus 10 morale and plus 10 move speed. Definitely take that. And that'll be perfect on our new recruit, so that they don't run. All right, do we fight it? Let me just look one more time. I think we do, but we could get a little bit of XP first. Why don't we do that? So if we do drilling, units gain veterancy daily for every day that you sit. It uses ammo, so 10 per regiment. But it's we get the plus 100% veterancy from drilling stance. So it's not 80, it's 160 per day. It's pretty good. Do we have anybody that's right on the edge? Yeah, this guy's right on the edge of becoming a grenadier. And then we've got a cannon that's 2 levels away. It's not going to be close enough. This one can go in 2 turns. Yeah, that's not going to work. Okay, so probably not worth it. I think we just fight it. Yeah, let's let's go fight him. What are we up against? Oh, only 2 cannons, and they're small cannons. Well, there's a 3-pounder and a 6-pounder. Mostly infantry. This is really good. This is really good for us, actually. We can deal with this. Alright, map looks like a lot of forest on their side, so we're going to try and get down here so we can get forest on our side. I don't think we're going to be able to get there, though, because our cannons are going to get slow. They're going to be too slow to get out. But let's get a little bit over this way if we can, and we'll see what happens. So, looking at their units, like I said, their cannons are not too scary. There's a 6-pounder, which is kind of a pain. 3-pounder shouldn't be too bad. They only have 1 hussar this time, so not really that bad on that front. And then 2 musketeers. The rest are all recruits. So we should be okay there. All right, cannons are starting to fall behind, so yeah, they're gonna catch us if we don't stop soon. We'll have to stop right now. Let's actually do that. So we will stand and fight right here. Not ideal, not the best spot. They will have some cover here if they are allowed to get to these hedgerows, but not the end of the world. All right, let's go ahead and unlimber. There is a field artillery coming up soon, so I'm going to put them on hold fire. Make sure that our shots go to that. All right, again, same thing. We're going to have the center held by our elite troops. We'll get maybe 1 red coat on the left, on the right flank. 3 on the left. We'll get them set up in a minute. All right, everybody unlimber and hold fire. And let's just unleash. There's 1 cannon that is not able to shoot. Let's just have him wait, and that's fine. All right, it is fleeing. Hell yeah. That's 1 down. Okay, so he's gonna go. We're targeting the other one. Let's get our dragoons into a better spot here so we can take advantage of their fleeing units. Where's our general? Probably need to stay on the right side near these redcoat recruits. Okay, there we go. That's the 2nd artillery down. These guys aren't fleeing yet, so they might re-emerge. I don't know. All right, let's start picking off some of their units. Yeah, I'd like to take out those cavalry if we can first, but it's okay. These guys moved up a little bit. Alright, redcoat recruits. Let's get them unfurled on this side. And we're just gonna drag our dragoons in the back and see if we can get some decent value out of them. Redcoat recruits can go on the side here. There we go. There's 1 recruit running. And we're gonna kill too many with the cannons. I'm actually gonna hold fire. This is an easy. Yeah, we want to deal with some of the bigger units. We don't want them to flee already. Oh man, those artillery are coming back already. So we have to deal with that. Let's deal with that. Yeah, if we end this battle too soon, we're not going to be able to get enough kills. So maybe it's not a good idea to do that, but I'm gonna try and milk it a little bit more. These Fusiliers need to get some kills too. That is insane. So a single volley, 200 kills from max range. It's really good. Let's get our recruits all the way out. They don't seem to be moving their cavalry up. I do want to target... Okay, actually we can target the cavalry here. There we go. Oh, nice. It hit both. That's always nice. Yeah, unfortunately they're sending recruits to go harass our units. Our cavalry. So we're not going to be able to do anything there. Here we go. Hussars are coming in. Let's just target everybody on that. Actually, we need to get that artillery out. Yep, the artillery's back. Let's get that out, and then we'll get the hussars next. There we go, shattered. Okay, these serfs are coming back. Let's send our cav out again, see if they fall for it. I'm gonna send our general out as well. I don't think we need the Mirables for him. We just need another cavalry unit to chase these guys down. So we'll do that. And let's draw these guys out. They're starting to hit us, and I don't want to fight them in the woods. So we'll try and get a better flank on them. I know why they pulled out. They're sending another surf recruit unit after us. Artillery need to target these hussars because they're coming in hot and we don't have a volley ready for them. Can we get a volley off? Little one? Nope. Didn't matter. Didn't matter. Nice, we got him anyways. Yeah, finish them off. I don't want them re-emerging as well. These red coat recruits might die here. Okay, can we hold fire? We need to do something about this cavalry unit that's going to hit our recruits. Shoot, that's really bad. I don't have anything for him. Okay, there we go. No, that helped. We got a partial volley. Oh, wow. Perfect timing on that. Yeah, they saved the day for sure. All right, these recruits are still chasing us. We're just going to have to get kills with our front line, I guess. Start targeting the musketeers. Oh my god, they instantly popped. They just instantly died. Crazy. Here we go, and they're chasing us with observation recruits. Yeah, this is not going to last very long. They're going to get routed. Target that other musketeer in the back, see if we can get him out before he gets a shot off, and then we should be able to end it. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna get as many kills as we did in the last one, unfortunately. But it is what it is. There we go. Musketeers are gone. Let's get these guys out of here because they have kind of a flank on us. Yeah, this is so annoying, man. They're just blocking. They're blocking, but it's not really helping them. It's just keeping us from getting more kills, running them down. It's kind of stupid. Like, they should be sending them forward. What can you do? We're doing good here. We are not doing good here. These guys are getting shot at, but they're not able to return because they don't have the range. Oh man, what are we gonna do? Yeah, that's it. That's all we can do. I'm gonna send these guys forward. At least our cannons will continue to get they'll continue to pile up kills here. So that's fine. Let's get this observation recruit out. Oh, he's gonna go after our commander. Of course he will. He's gonna get routed though. Jesus. Alright, and they're about to be in range. Yeah. Look at that. We got literally nothing done with our cavalry. I'm not gonna send him out like that anymore. I'm just gonna chase people down as they flee. I think that's probably the better option. Oh, here we go. We can bum rush this guy. Should be able to wipe that out completely. Yeah, they're just instantly gonna flee. And then we're gonna run them down. Alright, so now we are trying to delay and kite as long as we can so we can get some kills. Let's make sure our cannons don't spoil the fun. None of these are ours. Yep, just these. It's okay. We'll zero this unit out at least. And then we'll just keep moving back. What I should have done is gotten this Dragoon out the other way. Maybe once he started committing this side, just swing him this way. We could have been picking on all these guys. Yeah, look at all these units that were missing out the kills. So, missed opportunity there. There's nothing else we could do. Let's just not get casualties. We'll take him out with artillery. And then that'll be that. One more volley, maybe. As long as he doesn't get shots on us, we are good. Okay, there we go. Kept him from shooting at us. And we got the win. So that was a big win. I really am hoping for a good doctrine here. Yeah, we need a big one. Can I save right here? Interesting. I wonder if I can save scum. Well, I can't save because it's a Iron Man. But, well, I kind of can. Yeah, I'm not supposed to be able to save right here. So there we go. Let's back out. I'm curious if we don't get a good doctrine, if I can just keep re-rolling it till we get a good one. Yeah, I'm going to cheese the crap out of that if that's the case. So in terms of what we want here, provisions would be good to have because we're going to get to that stage where we're going to run around the map and we'll need as much food as we can. It also will help with our recruits. So let's do that. We're good on the other stuff. Campaign visibility, no thank you. Generate 10 ammunition daily, that's not bad, because we can turn that ammunition into training. And it only costs 1 taller per day. Artillery veterancy gain is completely useless. Artillery gains skill so fast. So this is not really what I wanted. I wanted to get something different, so let me see what it does here. Yeah, let me try to reload and see if we can get a different one. Hopefully it doesn't make me fight that again. If it does, I'll just do it offline, but... Oh, did it just get rid of our doctrine completely? That's funny. Yeah, we just screwed ourselves out of a doctrine. Right, did we at least get the loot? Yeah, we at least got the loot. So we could have gotten... I mean, they weren't that good, to be honest. I guess the ammo would have been okay, but it would have eaten into our money. What was it? I don't remember what the other one was, but that was not good. Yeah, that was bad. That was really bad. I don't think there's anything I can do here. Yeah, it's just going to be that. Okay, so there's no safe scumming that. Oh boy. Well, it is what it is. All right. So we exploited ourselves there. All right, let's keep moving. Here we go. HQ's coming out. Like I said, we still had time on this, but they're coming out early. That's fine. So, nice. If we, face a small field army, we definitely want that because that'll give us another chance to fight and get some XP. Actually, did we rank anybody up? We did not. Did we screw ourselves completely there? I don't even know if we got XP for that. I feel like we didn't even get XP. Because these guys should have all leveled up. Yeah, I think I screwed us up. Well, won't be doing that again, that's for sure. Right, for our cavalry, we don't want anything that's going to slow us down. This gives morale damage received a debuff, but we're not sending him into direct conflict anyway, so that's not a concern. Here we go. We can reduce this guy's casualties. Everybody already has a limber chest, so we'll save that for our next regiment. And then this one's good for accuracy, which we definitely want on our cannons. We also want it on these guys too, though. No, that's fine. Let's go cannons then. There we go. I keep forgetting we have canister shot. We should try that out in battle next time. Oh, that's really good. I forgot. Cylindrical ramrods, the one that has like this yellow thing, yellow buttstock or whatever, the body of the musket, gives reload and accuracy. It's a really expensive item. Very good to have. So we'll swap that out. Yeah, because you can see the regular ramrods, only 6 reload. This one's 8 plus an extra 2 accuracy. So we'll definitely take that. We need to put this on somebody, the iron ramrods. We could put it on this guy. It only changes the reload though. Actually, that's not that, yeah, that's not that useful. We could expand this guy's inventory. Let's do that. It's only 50 gold for the first slot. So you can get as many items as you want up here, up to 7. You just have to unlock it. It starts at 50 and it goes up by 50 gold each time. So 50, 100, 150, etc. So yeah, we can start boosting these guys up a bit. Also, we have another one right here, stamina and reload. So we should probably put that on this. Yeah, it's a different item. See, this one shares the Tampion. This one does not share the ramrod, so we can put this on for sure. So 50, put that on. So our 2 best shooters are going to have really, really good reload and accuracy now. All right, let's fight this. Got a couple cannons and some infantry. This should be easy. They don't have any cavalry here, so they can't catch us. I'm just going to use these guys to go to the corner. I'm going to try to draw them down all the way to this corner if I can. As long as the cannons don't chase us, we're good. Yeah, see, this recruit's going to chase. That's perfect. And then we'll set up down here in this little farm area. Okay, everybody get ready. And then we'll unlimber. And first shot should be on this field artillery. What are they? 6-pounders? Oh, we're hitting the recruits instead. There we go. These guys hit the artillery. Perfect. They're pretty much dead. They're sending 2 units down here to chase our cav, so that's interesting. We should be able to kill everything on that other side then, because there's no way that 2 units rout from morale loss. There we go. Cannons are done. Or one of the cannons are done. Fully gone. Let's make sure we do the same thing to the other one. Yeah, there's a howitzer, so it's got a little bit longer range. Wow. Wow, that one volley did a lot of damage. But they have a very slow reload, the howitzers, so we should be alright. Why did they hit our... They hit our redcoat recruits. I don't understand that. Okay, let's... We got to be careful what we're shooting at here because we want to make sure we can run down as many units as we can. So let's get these guys ready. Same thing, the redcoat recruits. Let's get them ready. How are we doing here? They're still getting chased. They're still going to the corner. That's perfect. All right, so the plan here is just to run at people. We're just going to run at them. And I'll do it with units that have the replenishment. So let's do that. These guys got replenishment. We'll use our cannons to weaken them a little bit so they're not going to just completely destroy us. Go. Yeah, this guy's going to flee soon. We need to get in there. Okay, how are we doing here? Are we going to have room to get out? Because these guys do have range still. So why don't we start working on that? We'll get in the center. Here we go. Charge. We're perfect. We're right in melee range. That's perfect. All right, let's start working on these recruits. And the grenadiers need to just get in there. Don't even bother. And then same thing with these guys. Just bum rush. I don't even care at this point. Just go. Cannons will finish the rest. No, don't stop, don't stop, don't stop. Go, dude. There we go. We're getting a charge off. Redcoat recruits. It's not the best unit to charge with, unfortunately. But if we can hit him with our cannons. There we go. Yep, the cannons. Perfect timing on the cannons. Broke him. Make sure you keep chasing. Do not stop. Don't stop chasing, please. Okay, perfect. Now we need to manage this side. They're breaking one unit off. I'm going to assume that they're ignoring these guys. It looks like they're going after our commander, so I'm going to get our cavalry back so we can use him. Perfect. Yeah, we're in range. We do need to save some units, so let's get these recruits to stay back. These musketeers are going to need to be dealt with, or these recruits. It looks good there. Yeah, you need to hurry up because you're going to get collapsed on here. Okay, I'm assuming these guys will break to morale loss, but maybe they won't. We'll see. Alright, our Highline Grenadiers stopped chasing for some reason. Dude, get in there and chase them, man. There we go. Now they're going. You should be at like 1,000 kills already. There we go. That's much better. So it seems like a long line is not good for melee. Oh, these guys are going fast. Alright, we need to hit them with some cannons. Get them to slow down. Maybe don't shatter them yet, but get them to think twice about chasing. Yeah, I want them... Oh, nice, our Dragoons are here. Actually, let's get our Dragoons on these surf recruits. I don't want to take any losses from these guys. Yeah, so we'll just hit them. We'll hit them with that. And the Musketeers are finally coming back. They realize that they're not really doing anything useful out there. Here we go. We should be able to chew these guys up pretty badly. Going here. They are zeroed out. Completely zeroed that out. This one should be zeroed out soon. This one will be zeroed out soon. And then whatever this is, cannons, yeah, we can't get to them. We just got to worry about the Musketeers. So let's go ahead and reform. Keep our redcoat recruits busy so they can get some XP out of it, hopefully. And then, yeah, we can speed this up and run them down. So we completely zeroed out another unit with our redcoat, the big mob that we had here. These guys aren't going to be able to get them all, but they will get close to 1,000. Yeah, this is going to be a huge battle in terms of, like, kills. So very good that we were able to do that. Now we got to deal with the Musketeers. Let's just get our cannons on them. I don't want to lose any more. So yeah, I'm going to finish this up. One more volley, and that should be it. There we go. We got him. Well, let's see the damage here. I don't think we took too much. But they're gone. 700 gold's pretty good. And then, yeah, almost all of them. So 6,400 out of 7,700. That's so good. Yeah, you're never going to get 100% because the last unit that flees is just, it just ends the battle right there. So now, what do we do? Oh man, we still need a lot of money. But the thing is, we need a lot of food because we're going to have to start force marching everywhere. So we'll do that. That'll also give us some upgrades here. And then we should be able to upgrade our artillery. Sweet. Some of these guys are ready for the field artillery. There we go. And this one, not quite yet. And then here we go. We can do Grenadiers or British Veteran Foot. We'll go British Grenadier. And then this guy's got no more upgrades. Yep. So this brigade is fully upgraded. There's nothing else we can do. We can still upgrade to get bonuses. So we'll go up to level 9. But yeah, they're pretty much maxed out in terms of their upgrade tree. Let's get filled out again. Now this is artillery brigade, so anything that increases artillery, we're going to skip because these are not going to help us. This one is probably going to stay infantry, so we'll go infantry accuracy. Yeah, we'll keep it. We'll keep it there. Perfect. And then what items did we get? So these are the things that we'll probably keep. And then, let's see, that we want to keep. Yeah, most of this is pretty good. Accuracy and reload, that's really good. Military treatise. Actually put that on. And we'll upgrade him a little bit more. We'll give him the tobacco rations for accuracy. So that's good. This is like a tool that we use to build fieldworks, but I guess you use it in melee as well. So it gives us a little bit of melee damage and then cover bonus. Yeah, let me organize this real quick. All right, I got everybody with 3 items, so these guys are all good to go. Now, next we need to worry about dodging this. So we can take him right now for sure. 15,000, we've got 9,000. We can easily take that on. However, we want to delay this fight as long as we can, because if we can clean up this whole area, and by clean up I mean raid every village, take every fight possible. There's still some patrols we need to take out. There's 2 more doctrine fights that we can take. Don't know where they are. They're probably down here then. Like I said, there's usually 3 and we only fought 1 so far. Yeah, so it's probably down here. We discovered most of the map, except for down here. So let's start force marching. There's no more food on the map that we want to buy, right? We already bought this place out. Yeah, shoot. What do I want to do? Let me plan this out. Well, let's see how fast we can get away from this guy. Like I said, we should be able to outrun him. It's going to be winter soon, which is going to make us use up more food as well. Yeah, so we can pretty much keep pace with him. Yep. So what we'll probably do is just start raiding places. We'll raid these. I don't know if we can get this one off all the way. Do we want to buy more cannons? Or more infantry? Or more food? Shoot. Yeah, we got some options here. Let's take a look. Not much else we can do here. Let's buy another general or officer as cheap as we can. So 96 gold. I don't really want to spend money on items just yet, unless it's a crazy good one, like some of these artillery, but we already looked through all the artillery on the map, so that's fine. I wouldn't mind buying some of these firearms, because these are going to be very handy. This one increases accuracy, range, and everything above and beyond what we already have. But Jesus, man, 240 is a lot. So I don't know if it's worth it necessarily. Yeah, there's some of the other stuff we need to start getting. These ramrod or whatever gunner implements. This one helps increase your reload speed on the cannons. That's going to be really good. And then the staff college, we can get a bunch of things that increase range. So max range, 10%. There's some that increase it by 20%. So that one would be nice to have. Also wouldn't mind getting some of these, the commissar. So veterancy gain and ammo consumption reduction. But yeah, I still think the best course of action is just to get our army as big as we can. Yeah, I guess the problem is food. We'll run out of food because the more troops we have, the more we burn through. So yeah, maybe that's not a good idea. Well, let's see how much we can raid before this guy catches us. So 1, 2 ticks. That's not very much, and we gotta run because he's already on our butt. Let's get out. We'll come down here to Frankfurt. We should be faster than him. I don't know how he's keeping up with us, but yeah, we might have to just run the whole time and just find the armies and then hope that we can get another movement speed or a speed debuff for him so we can get some distance. We can do... Okay, here we go. Red coat, red coat, red coat. Oh boy. We can get another regiment here. But we have to do it eventually, so we might as well just do it now. And why don't we sell some items? We have 800 worth, and that should be enough to fill out these red coats. Oh, this was the one that we wanted to get, the British Battalion Artillery. Yep. Perfect. This will be a artillery battalion. Yeah, artillery, perfect. So we already have one. The 3-pounder, so it's fine. We need to probably save up a little bit, but let's... No, we're not going to raid this one yet anyways, so why don't we just go down here. Get as far away from this guy as we can, then we'll cut across the field. Like I say, he should not be catching us. When I did my tests, he was not even close. Yeah, he's definitely catching. Oh, that sucks, man. That really sucks. Yeah, oh, there's one right there. No, you see, we can't catch him. We can't catch him. Okay, well, we got one more cheese we can do to try to get to that, and then see if we can actually pull it off. So let's get in the fight to create a save, and then we're going to back out, and then just keep doing that until we can get to that other fight. We need to get to that fight And then hopefully we get a doctrine that gives us the move speed. So here we go. We'll back out. Sweet. I was able to get back in here and we swapped the enemy. So now we're attacking this guy. There's another one after this as well. So I guess we'll just keep doing it till we run into him, because the other army should be somewhere down here in this area. All right. What else? Only 2 cannons. And then, yeah, infantry and cavalry. It should be pretty easy. All right, so here's our setup. We got a nice little hill over here that we can use our artillery from. So we'll start blasting. And then we got our front line here. We'll probably fall back slowly as needed. They do have, yeah, like I said, 2 cannons. Not particularly scary. 6-pounder and a 3-pounder. We should be able to wipe that out pretty easily as they get closer. But yeah, we need to get them closer first. So I'm trying to keep these guys in reserve. Yeah, we'll keep them on the side. And then let's give our artillery a little more space to breathe. There we go. Right now, as we start to get closer, we'll have to wipe these guys out, but so far doing a good job keeping this guy down. Look at that, 300 losses, and he's gone. Yeah, we'll start switching back to this one. I'll probably start editing this out a little bit faster, because I think, oh, here we go. Especially the beginning of the battles, there's not a whole lot to talk about that I haven't already covered a few times, so let's wipe out the artillery. Good. One more volley and it's gone. Let's get this Russian field artillery, and unfortunately this one wants to move. Let's not have him move. There we go. So once we wipe him out, we need to go after the cavalry. There we go. Cannons are gone. Let's start targeting the cav. Took a big hit there. Alright, we are targeting with our recruits. Or, sorry, there we go. And then, oh, these guys need to get up front so we can get a volley off. Battered? Hell yeah. So the red coats will pop out just to get a shot off, and then they'll back. There's another cavalry here we need to get rid of. So let's start targeting them. Yeah, the Cossacks are pretty tough. Really want them to get in close. Starting to pile up a lot of infantry here though, so we might need to switch. Yeah, we're gonna take some losses here, unfortunately. They're gonna get into range, I think. Go. Let's move this guy up to get a shot on this cav. Nope, they're gonna do it. Damn, they're so freaking strong, our front line. That's so crazy, they can't even get a shot off. Alright, they're gonna double up on this side. Let's focus them down so they can't. I wish we could chase these guys down, but they're keeping cavalry in reserve, so it's gonna be hard. Anything we send out's gonna get bum rushed. This guy can rush up. Let's get a volley off with our red coats. There we go. Like fire by rank, but we're doing it manually. I think that works out pretty well though. Alright, let's get these provincial cav out if we can. Yep, here they go. They're gonna charge. And then we're gonna move our guys in close and just get a volley off. There we go. Oh crap, here comes another one. Let's hold fire on this one actually. We'll hit him from close range. rip. And that's it. Let's get our recruits up to get a volley. At least they'll get some kind of action here. We're starting to take some damage here on this left. They're stacking up on it, and I can't really do much about it. So we'll just use our cannons to target them down. Okay, you need to get out. You're blocking the view. We need our grenadiers to get the shot because they're much stronger. Here we go. Okay, here we go. Fire by rank against Cav. You got to do it a little sooner, I guess. Right. Cav down. These musketeers are still here. Oh, sorry, grenadier. Yeah. Yep, we can do that. We got to get these guys out too, though. All right, it's pretty much over. Yep, this is the last group right here. Okay, battle done. We didn't really take that many losses. We had such a strong position in the back there. Now I'm really hoping for that movement speed buff to force march because we absolutely need it right now. We're gonna take provisions because we're already burning through our provisions pretty fast. Come on. Oh, damn it, we didn't get it. We did get regiment accuracy though. Take advantage of that. Okay, I don't know. No, that's the last doctrine because we got one early on, right? Let me look at. Yeah, we got Saboteur. Oh, yeah. We got one from the fort. We got 2 from battle, and then 1 we lost because I tried to save scum. And it bit us in the butt. So that's all the battles they have on this map. So we're used up on that in that sense. Okay, we got another artillery upgrade here. So he's maxed out. And then we got some upgrades here. This is artillery, so anything reload speed, range, or accuracy. We'll take this one. Reload speed plus 15. And then this is for infantry. Flanking fire damage is not that good because we're mostly... It's good on offense, not so good on defense. It's hard to get flanks on the enemy when they're coming straight at you. So I think this one will probably skip. We could get a supply wagon for artillery, but I don't think it's that important. It basically just gives you... So like right now we have 90 ammo. If we have a supply wagon, we could refill these guys a couple times. So basically you don't run out of ammo. All right, and then we're getting ready to upgrade here. We'll go Highland Foot. Oh no, we need one more. Yep, that's right. All right, so you reorganize some stuff here. Get everybody sorted. We need to get a little bit of space between us and this guy if we can. So let's try and get out. Winter, here we go. So winter's upon us. Provision consumption plus 25%. So that's one thing we have to be careful of. And he's catching us again. We'll just keep trying to delay. Yeah, because we can get to some of these counters, I think, if we just keep doing this. So we'll fight it. We'll reload and then try and take the food from that. Alright, had to reload 4 times there to get it. He's like on us really quickly. We can get provisions and an excellent coat for $48. That's good. Yeah, it's worth 190, so we'll just sell it. And then let's try to get out. He's not going to give us much space, unfortunately, so I'll have to keep doing this. I don't want to... Yeah, how do I say it? I don't want to bore you guys too much. So I'm going to probably edit a lot of this out. We'll come back when we have a more interesting thing going on. I just had a thought. It's possible that we could get another good doctrine if we can get up here to this fort. There's one more fort. Forts give doctrines usually, so if we can get there, we might have a pretty good chance. Just, we have to get past him, and it's not going to be easy. Yeah, see, he just instantly catches us. Let me work my way over there. I'm going to work my way over to the east. We're almost to the town of Steinau. It's taken me about 15 or 20 reloads to get here. What I've realized is there's a way you can speed it up a little bit, so you save and just immediately load from here. You don't have to go into battle. You can just save directly from that menu. So can we get to this town? There we go. We made it to the town. Nice. So a little bit of progress. I guess we could just cheese our way around the map that way if we really wanted to. That's going to take a long time, but I guess we could technically do that. What else are we going to do here? Don't think we're necessarily buying anything. Except for maybe some food. I wouldn't mind buying food. Just to make sure we have enough. And I'm wondering, shoot, we might want to do it in... What's that march stance? Forage? Yeah, if we go in forage, it reduces the food consumption down to 8. So we wouldn't have to worry about it. It'll slow us down a bit, but we will be a bit slower. Yeah, so I think we'll end up doing that. Let me go ahead and save. Load. I'm also curious if we can raid. Can we raid this town? By loading and saving. I don't know if we have enough time to do it. So like if we go raid stance, not quite. But what if we save and load again and see if we get another tick by doing that? Raid. Yep, we got it. Okay, so we could just cheese our way around and raid the crap out of these places. So that's what I'm gonna do. Let me I'm gonna do this a few times. Like I said, we're trying to break the game as much as we can here. And finish this really, really hard, if not impossible challenge run. So, I'm going to keep doing this. Alright, we should be able to finish this raid. There we go, we finished it. So anytime you finish a raid on a settlement, you get a couple items. It can be anywhere from like 1 to, I don't know, 6 or 7. I've gotten a decent amount from raiding before. These aren't always going to be the best items. It's kind of random what you get. But, yeah, I guess it's better than not getting them, right? So let's go ahead and equip them. And then we'll probably just end up selling a lot of that stuff soon anyways. So that's Steinau. We need to get up here to do this outpost. Or maybe we just go straight across and try and get to that fort. That's the only chance we have of getting a decent, what do you call it? If we can get the doctrine that gives us speed boost from force march, then we don't have to worry about doing the save stuff. We'd just be able to outrun him indefinitely. He won't be able to catch us ever. We can do pretty much whatever we want until we run out of food. But there's a lot of towns here that we still need to get to and harass and raid and all that stuff. And then there's some empty land over here that still has a lot of events and whatever that we have to get to. So I would love to not have to do this. But I'm going to scoot my way over to the east and see if we can get to that, what do you call it, the fort. So I'll be right back. So I figured something out. It's about every 3, it's 2 to 4 saves, so it can depend. Every 2 saves, you might get a tick of provision use, but if you don't, it depends on what stance you are by the time the tick happens. So we could get fast movement speed for like 1 or 2 ticks, and then we can go to foraging for the tick when it actually takes the food out, so that it only takes, like right now we're using up 32 per tick. That's a lot. But if we switch to foraging when the tick happens, then we basically reduce that down to, I think it's 8 or 12 or something. But then we get the movement speed for the other turn. So it's going to be a bit of a pain to have to remember and do all this stuff, but I'm going to try it and see. Here, watch if I do it. So we just had the tick, so we shouldn't get any usage. So if I switch this to force march and then move, we get a little bit further than if we did the other one. And then if we do that 2 more times, we shouldn't get a tick of using food. Let's see. Force march, move forward, still no use. Good. Like I said, it's a lot farther than if we didn't use it. And then the next time we'll go into... Oh, we just crashed. The game doesn't like us doing this. Okay, we're back. Now if we go into foraging mode... Oh, we didn't get the tick there. We still got a little bit of forward progress. But you can see our daily consumption is only 8. So... 8, 16, so it's basically 1/4 of the usage. So we do maybe 1 or 2 ticks of force march, and then we use foraging until we get the tick, and then we go back to force march. So that's going to be the new strategy. Yeah, I just saw it. We got the daily tick. It was only 8 food. So time to go back to force march. Also, one more thing we can do is if we know we're going to end our turn in good territory and it'll push the AI back to bad territory, we can get a little, like a couple more steps. Because if he's in this wood line, he'll have to go south around it to get to us, because it's a faster route than going straight to us. So there's little things we can pick up. Let's see if he does it this time. So force march. We'll move up here into the woods. Yeah, so we got a little bit further with that one because he has to go down and around. So that'll be kind of handy. It's going to take us a while though. Finally made it past the woods here. It's going to take a while. We got to go through one more set of woods and then we'll be able to get to the fort. Halfway to the next wood line. We're going to go for this outpost since it's pretty close. Figured out the strategy here is 3 turns force march, 1 turn forage. That seems to be the optimal one and catches it pretty much every time. So hopefully we can get to this outpost and get something good out of it, and then we'll start working our way up towards the fort. So we came a long way. I think we scooted our way from like here, scooted our way up to the town, and then scooted our way over here. The good thing is once we go here and raid this, traveling up this way we'll be able to move much faster, I believe. And then raid, we'll travel here. We'll probably try and do everything vertically because going to the right is hard, going to the left is easy, and going up and down will probably be kind of medium, somewhere in between there. So maybe we'll try and take out as much stuff in a vertical slice as we can. So if we can't outrun everybody, then we'll outsave them, save and reload. So I think we're ready to do our forage, and there we go. Nice, we just made it. I don't know which one this is. So we can actually fight a large field army, and we'll enlist an artillery regiment. That's actually not a bad idea. Large field army, a small field army. We probably want to fight the large field army just because we'll make more money from it, and I don't think we're going to take too many casualties. So we'll take the field subsidy battalion artillery. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. What we'll do is we'll put one of our redcoats back in reserve, and then let's get that artillery into play. And we do have limber chest. Make sure everybody's got one. Yeah, we're missing one for this guy. But that should be... Oh man, it's getting crowded in here. Oh my god. Which one's... I think it's this one? No, this... Okay, you can't retreat from an HQ battle, so that's not the battle we want, so we do need to save and then reload. This is getting goofy, man. But I love it. This is fun. So we're back in. It pushed this guy away. We should be able to take the fight with the other one now. Yeah, so this is a regular fight. We can take this. They have 4 cannons. They do have a bronze cannon. So we got to be careful of that. Only 1 cavalry, so mostly we're just setting up for infantry fights, and we should be in good shape. You got a 3-pounder, a bronze 12-pound gun. That outranges us, so we have to be very careful. Well, maybe it doesn't. 472, 440. Yeah, 440 is our longest. So he does outrange us just slightly, so we will have to be careful of that. He does have 350. Yeah, nothing else is going to come close though. So 350, we outrange him by almost 100. It's just this one. So we'll have to keep an eye on that, and we might have to bait them into getting their artillery pushed up further. I don't know if we can actually do that. I don't know. We'll see. What we could always do is set our infantry line and then push our artillery line forward until it's in range, once that's the last one. But I think we'll probably set up on this left side. It looks more appealing than setting up in the woods, because you do get an accuracy debuff when you're shooting from the woods. So we'll set up over here. Alright, so here's the setup. We are setting up a perimeter around here because these hedgerows have a cover bonus. There's no cover bonus right here in the middle, unfortunately, but that's okay. This is the guy we want to take most of the damage anyways, because he does have that 40% casualty restored. So that'll help. But yeah, we'll just line the hedgerows and then let our artillery do the rest. We'll probably have to push out at some point. Like I said, we do need to be able to skirmish with this guy or hit their artillery. So it looks like we can go right up to the edge of this wood line. Where's the big boy? It's this one. Yeah, we got to keep an eye on this guy and see where he's going to set up. If he sets up here, we might just push our infantry back until he's lined up with our artillery. He's not actually targeting their artillery, so that's good. Not yet anyways. And then, like I said, this guy shouldn't be anywhere near our range. Alright, interesting. He's still pushing past it. He's almost in range. Oh, he is... Is he setting up? No, he's not. Is he setting up? Yep, he's set up. Okay. So we need to figure out what we're going to do here. How far? We're still kind of far. Yeah, let's see how much damage he does with that one volley. Luckily, he's targeting the guy that's in cover. Yeah, 77 kills. That's still a lot of kills for one volley. So what I'd like to do is move these guys up if we can. I know we're inflicting a lot of damage on their infantry, but that's just not a priority right now. We do need to kill this. See if we can take this out first. Don't tell me you're going to miss every single freaking shot, man. Dude, what the hell, man? Every shot. Every shot, but he's going to freaking smash ours. There we go, we got him. Alright, we missed every shot for one volley, but we'll get the second volley. Yeah, dude, that's insane. We're in cover. 182 kills off 2 volleys. That's insane, man. Okay, we need to get at this guy. We're almost there. We're almost there. Hopefully we're still behind our line. Yeah, we are. Okay, you guys gotta stop moving up and just start shooting. Just start shooting, dude. Just start shooting. There we go. Alright, take him out, please. Or miss all your shots. Yep, they missed every single shot. God damn it, man. 315 kills. He's getting like over 100 kills per volley. What in the actual hell, man? Okay, let's get our little dinky cannons that don't have any range to try and target some of their other units. Dude, you have to hit him. There you go. There's one hit. You have to kill him. You have to hit him. Come on, man. Dude, so many missed shots, and he won't miss a single one of his. Come on. Here we go. This field artillery's getting up. No, we shattered him. We shattered him. Alright, let's get these other cannons out if we can, and then we need to back up so we're not in danger of getting shot by infantry at the front line. That's still ridiculous. Look at that. 315 deaths from what? 2 volley or 3 volleys? That's too much, man. It's too much. And then this guy, I don't know what's hitting him, but he just got shredded. Oh, they're hitting us again. Okay, just get out, dude. This freaking game. They're targeting him. Let's get this guy up because he has the casualty replenishment item. Get out, please. Okay, shattered. Let's get the other artillery and then we'll back up. Okay, done. Done, done, and done. Do we need to back up? We may not need to back up, actually. Who do we focus on now? Well, that artillery's not dead. It might come back. They don't have any good infantry here. I don't see any musketeers or anything. It's just recruits. So I guess we'll just take out one at a time. We already took a lot of losses here, so we need to just conserve for a little bit. And then let's just make sure that we don't have any gaps for them to be able to shoot through, because that would be tragic if they destroyed our artillery here. And then we'll start slowly moving our units back, just a little by little. There we go. We should be able to fight off most of these guys. Where's our cav anyways? I would like this guy to get out and start doing some damage. Let's do that right now, actually. Go chase. We'll keep our general here just to make sure that we don't lose our morale. But we should be fine with muskets and cannons. We should be fine here. I'm just going to run some units down. Alright, they do have some provincial cav. Can we get maybe an emergency volley here? If anybody's got a cannon loaded, just get it into this guy. Nope. There we go. We actually got one right when they charged. They are not sending anybody to go after dragoons, so we might be okay there. And these grenadiers probably need to get back now. Let's get a redcoat recruit to take their place. Yeah, that looks good. We're just gonna shoot at anything. Oh, okay. So sometimes you get stuff like this where the unit bunches up on top of each other. Always target these guys because you're gonna get hundreds of kills per shot on game. There we go. Yep. And just like that, because they're all bunched up on top of each other, you get a massive, massive bonus. Dragoon's got 500 kills. It's pretty good. Now they are sending units out here to attack our cavalry, which we don't want. Oh, they have artillery shooting us again. Get out of here, dude. Are you kidding me? That's a 6-pounder. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, he just did a lot of damage. Yep, and he just did more damage. Dude, they got 80 freaking kills with one volley. They need to fix this crap. And I know ours are doing the same thing. It's just super annoying. I'd rather not even have artillery in the game if it's going to be like that. But I know it's getting patched. So, I don't know. I shouldn't worry about it. Alright, we got one more. Once this guy flees, then it's pretty much over. So let's try and get as many kills as we can. Alright, this guy needs to go chase something that's got more units. There we go. Get as many kills as you can before this guy goes away. Same here. These guys are not going away. You know what? I don't mind it. We'll take some volleys. We'll take some volleys if it allows us to get more kills, and they're gone anyways. So we took some heavy losses on our front line. Once we get some better artillery, we won't be outranged. We shouldn't have to deal with that. But until then, we will have to deal with it once in a while. So there we go. We got a battle out of it at least. So pretty good. A lot of money. Not particularly good items. We will use the cartridge box though. Now, 1149 on the losses is kind of a lot. But I still think we need to go provisions because we don't really have a way of getting our food back up. So we'll just go provisions. Yeah, a lot of those losses were units that have replenishment anyways, so it shouldn't be that bad. Here we go. We got some upgrades here. But let's see, 23. Yeah, we still have 1300. That's not bad at all. And then in terms of upgrades, no, we don't have any. Actually, yeah, this one can go field artillery. There we go. And this guy, what were we going to do with these? These were going to be grenadiers. Highland foot, and then the Highland grenadier. So there we go. 6, so we need 6. These guys are all almost ready to go up, which would be a big help. And then this one, I think we need 4 for the artillery. So we're almost there. Let's do an upgrade for the general. This is an artillery general. So we want something range or accuracy. Combat effectiveness is both accuracy and reload, so that's actually not too bad. Yeah, we'll take combat effectiveness. And then this one is going to be an artillery, so we need range. Ammo consumption and reload speed is actually not bad. Accuracy and range. I feel like we're not going to struggle with ammo too much, so I'm going to take keen instead. So accuracy plus range. And then aside from that, I think these guys are all fully upgraded. Yeah, we're just focusing on these now. All right, so that's good. We can start a new brigade soon. We've got 2,900. That'll be our final brigade, and we have one red coat just sitting there waiting. So we could probably max out our army here if we can get to a couple more towns. We've got some healing to do. We've got some scooting to do with the save scumming. So let's let me get back to it. Let's go with a force march, and we want to get to this fort. There we go. All right, back at it. I'm gonna keep working. Okay, one more thing I noticed that I wanted to talk about. So if I switch my stance to any of these, it doesn't unpause the game. Well, drill might, I don't know. I don't remember. But if I click on march or force march or raid, it does not unpause the game. If I click on forage, it unpauses the game. The hotkey is supposed to work, but it doesn't work all the time. So like if I spam Q, it won't really work the first time, it might work the second or third time. So yeah, it's kind of unfortunate, but so what I'm going to do is get as close to where I want to click as possible, and then there we go. So we'll get a little bit of forward movement while we set our foraging so we don't use all our food. So let's go ahead and keep working. The fort is in sight. We're almost there. We got a few more scoots to go, and then we'll have it. All right, here we go. I think we can get here this turn. No, one more turn. Here we go. One turn. Got it. All right, so we can... Oh, man. I don't think this is one that gives us what we're expecting, unfortunately. Yeah, I was hoping to get a an edict or whatever it's called, the doctrine, so that we can have a chance at least of getting something good out of it. So we can delay the HQ, doesn't matter because he's already on us. So neither of these are really that interesting. I guess we'll take this one to get the 2 weapons. Tula carbine is not good. We're not using those at all. So I think these guys all have good bayonets. These guys do not all have good bayonets. So let's get rid of the garbage. And then most of this stuff will probably end up selling. Well, no, we'll hang on it for a little bit. Yeah, there's no... We're not, like, tight for space or anything right now anyways, so let's do that. All right, there we go. Our front line all have the large cartridge boxes. Now we need to start working on our second line here. So, let's start working on the Highland Foot, actually. Let's get rid of this morale damage. That one's not the most useful. I think that'll work. Okay, so what's the game plan now? I think we get up to Sandershausen. We could take that out, no problem. Okay, there's a slums down here and an outpost here that we didn't do. And there's got to be some stuff down here, but I don't know if it's worth it because that took... So I'm looking at my clock right now. I started down here about an hour ago, a little more than an hour ago. So it took me an hour to raid one village, and then fight one battle, and then scoot all the way up here. Now, granted, like I said, going to the right, going this way is going to take much longer than going this way, because we do have more distance when we spawn like this. If we go north, we'll have more time to travel a little bit more distance. So, like, getting to this place isn't going to be as bad as going this way. So I think we should probably go to Sanderhausen, go up here to the battlefield, and then north to Grunberg. We already raided that one, but not all the way. So we should probably scoot down to do that one. Take the encampment, scoot up here to take Castle. Yeah, we'll kind of go down like that. We did raid this one, so we don't have to go down there anymore if we don't want to. It's not that big of a deal. So let's start working our way up this way. So force march, let's see how far we can get. Yeah, see, we get a few extra steps. I mean, it may not look like much. I've been doing this for an hour, so I know pretty much what it takes. That's like double the move speed, so it should go quite a bit faster moving this way. But let me go ahead and cheese my way up there. So going in this direction, we cannot do 3 turns force march, 1 turn forage. It's 1 turn force march, 1 turn forage, because we have such a long time to move that it takes up more time per tick, right? I don't know how many seconds it is per tick, like maybe 1 or 2 seconds per tick. So now if we go forage, yeah, see, it only used 8 that time. And we did actually make it to the town. Hell yeah. We do want to sell all the stuff that we're not going to use. So let's get rid of this junk. Barracks has artillery. Actually, we could save these guys and just buy the artillery if we really wanted to. We do have red coats. There's 1 red coat and 1 artillery. So why don't we... Oh, and we have... Hold on, we have somebody up here as well. Purchase new brigade. I don't think we can do that yet, though. Because here's the thing. If we raid, you get more money and food per raid, but you do also use up more food per day. So it's kind of a trade-off. I think I'd rather have the food, though. So what we can do is... Let's buy these guys out. Yeah, buy them out for food. That's fine. We'll buy the recruits, so red coat recruits, and also British battalion artillery. We're still short a unit, and now we don't have anywhere near what we need to purchase the new brigade. Actually, is there one in here we should be buying? Probably not. No, I don't want any of these. So we'll wait till we get to another settlement. All right, we got plenty of food. Now we need to start raiding. And there we go. He's just gonna keep stopping us, but that's all right. So I'm going to do this till we raid this place into the ground, and then we'll move on to the next settlement. Now, if you look at, let's raid, and then we should be making pretty good. Yeah, 50 and 72. So 53 food, 72 gold. I don't know if the units in here count towards the raid. I'm not sure. But if they don't, we need to get them out as soon as we can. So the next 3k that we get will go towards this. Even if we have to sell some of these items, I think it might still be worth it. Right. Yeah, let's put this cannon in, actually. Put the cannon in, and we gotta get items for these guys. Yeah, that's okay. Alright, I think we're good. We've got a few items we can put on these guys, actually. So let's swap their weapons out. Okay, that's good. So we'll sell that stuff. Yeah, see, it's a good thing we saved the weapons, because we do kind of need them. And for the recruit, we should probably give him the cheese. There we go. All right. I think that's going to do it. Let me finish raiding this. All right, we should be able to finish the raid this round. Got it. We got some sturdy shoes and a heavy saddle. We already have that, so that's not going to help. And then the sturdy shoes we can use on one of our artillery pieces. Yeah, let's put it on one of these guys. Alright, that looks good. Go onward. Onward to the next one. So I think... I don't know if it's worth it to go to the slums. We could, but I think it's probably better to go to Grunberg. I think we said we were going to go to this battlefield first. And they immediately caught us. Alright, we'll come back when we get to the battlefield. Alright, made it to the battlefield. We can commit some reservists. Yeah, it doesn't really matter which one of these we do. Probably better off just doing this one to guarantee succeeds. We'll get 3 weapons, some money, and whatever. Not really that important. All this stuff's gonna get sold anyways. Or at least these. Yep, we'll hang on to these. Okay, what's next? Grunberg. Let's go take that one out. We need to buy some more cannons too, actually. We are short. I guess we could just hang on to it till the next area where they'll have higher tier stuff. Because these, I mean, these bronze cannons are okay, but it'd be much better if we had like some of the really good ones, the Liechtenstein and some of the better cannons. And we still don't have enough money to get our 5th brigade. So we gotta work on that. But anyways, I'm gonna scoot up to Grunberg. Alright, we just made it to Grunberg. And yep. We got plenty of time. We can start sacking this one. Yeah, we do still need a unit. I don't think the British foot is going to be the right call, though. British foot, yeah, we don't really want that. We want to get the Highland foot, so we're not going to hire anybody here. Could sell some stuff, though. And then I don't think we really need food. We're actually doing okay on food. We're doing okay on pretty much everything except for maybe reserves. We could spend a little bit on reserves. Yeah, that should be plenty. And then in terms of items, I don't really want to spend money on anything other than cannons at this point. So we'll do some raiding, and then we'll try and find some more cannons. There we go, finish the raid on this one. We've got tea rations, which is really good, especially for Mr. Spiff. And then we've got a greatcoat, which is not good. We will end up selling it. Now, I think we already have on all 4 of these guys, or 3 of these elite infantry. We could probably put one on the Highland Foot. Probably not such a bad idea. We also could use it on our cannons too, but I don't think so. Yeah, I feel like we need to buff our front line more than we need to buff the cannons. They kind of do well on their own, regardless of what you do. Yeah, that's a tough call. Okay, well, let's just put it on this guy. And we'll throw the beer on one of these other... No, actually we have everything. It's just the cannons. I guess it doesn't really matter. We'll just keep it on the side. Okay, what's next? So we could go straight south and pick this up and then just kind of go up and down the map like this. But that's probably a little bit excessive even for me. Which is saying something because, I mean, I can put up with a lot of painful things. So what I think what I'd like to do is take Gudensburg, this encampment, Kassel, and then Marburg, Dillenburg. We'll take all these in this little circle area, and then we'll probably work our way back here to take the outpost. And this, I don't know if we'll get the slums. It's kind of far. There's probably some more stuff out here too, but I don't know. We'll see. And then we'll work our way back and take everything in this circle as well. And then, yeah, we'll end up at Frankfurt. I know there's cannons there. So if we haven't found what we need by that point, then we'll just get it on the next map. So I think that's probably good. Let's go to Gudensburg next. And oh, look at that. He can't even catch us now. Oh, he can still catch us, but it takes him a while. All right, we made it to Gudensburg in only 2 turns, so that's a good sign. We don't need to buy any supplies. I don't think we'll do that. And this place had nothing. That's why we started raiding it. So we'll just continue to raid it, finish it up, and move on. Right, we're ready to finish the siege here. No, never mind. Okay, for sure. Yeah, we'll get it this time. Ooh, that's actually really good. We can use both of these. This is the good cylindrical ramrod. Does this guy... Yeah, we have it on 1 of these people. Now we have it on 2. And then we should probably pay for an upgrade here for an expansion. Highland Grenadiers, we'll probably end up keeping everybody, even though it's not the right unit. We need, I think I said 6 Highland Grenadiers. So we'll probably have to get rid of somebody at some point. Maybe the Dragoons. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, we'll need 1 more Highlander so that we can get the achievement. And the reason I'm debating that is I don't know who we should put the money in. Like, we should probably not upgrade a unit if we know we're going to disband it. But this one we're for sure not going to disband, so let's do that. 100 gold. And then on our cannons, we got another one with the tobacco rations. So all 4 of these have it. It increases accuracy. So that was a good one. Now we need to get to the encampment. So head there as soon as we can and get caught. We made it to the camp, only 2 turns. Now this one, we've got a couple options. So if we do this one, we actually avoid a fight, and we don't want to avoid the fight. So we could either take provisions, weapons, take both, or we can take everything, and then a likely chance of facing a large enemy field army, which, like I said, we want to fight as many of these guys as we can. Perfect. So we'll wipe this guy out. Oh, look at that. They have a single cannon and then a bunch of really weak cavalry. Yeah, provincial cav. All of them are provincial cav. And that, well, 1 Cossack. So this should be pretty easy. All right, we're going to try to approach this one a little bit different. We're still going to get our cannons into the corner, but I want to get plenty of XP on these redcoats, the recruits. So ideally, what we would do is separate the two into two groups. Group 1 and our red coats. Oh, we don't have that many actually, it's only 4. But we do have to be careful with these guys, they'll get kind of destroyed. Yeah, there we go. Group 4, Group 5 for our hero, or our officer. Okay, so let's speed this up, let them get a little closer, and then we'll start commanding. They are starting to come into range here. We got our frontier recruits. Oh no, they just destroyed those. Look at that. Morale's pretty much gone. Switch. No, he's gonna probably come back. We want to try to take them out, but not enough to where they just will run off the map without respawning or coming back. Like that one, that's too much. Yeah, that's too much. Yeah, unfortunately we're kind of cutting ourselves short here if we keep doing that. Problem is there's not really a whole lot of good targets for us. Guess we could try and wipe out the cavalry, but doesn't seem to be working too well. They're missing. Oh, never mind. Oh, we need to take out that artillery. I forgot they had one. It's a 6-pounder, so it will do some damage if we don't take it out. Yep, there you go. Well, let's get the cav. Here we go. Our red coats are gonna get some good shots in here. And shattered. Back in line. Now you can see they very clearly need to nerf artillery. And if this wasn't on the hardest difficulty setting, I probably wouldn't be using it. Maybe I'd use like 1 regiment instead of 2. And just use it to counter battery and then turn them off. So it is a really fun game when you're not using them, but you know, when you're trying to get 100% achievements, you gotta do what you gotta do. Alright, these guys should be able to wipe these guys out. Yep, there we go. One more. We got one more cavalry charge, but they're doing it in the river, so they're going to be incredibly slow. Okay, maybe not. There we go. Oh, wow. Yeah, they got shattered right at the end. Okay, they're pretty much done. I'm going to clean this up. It's pretty much over. Also, I know I mentioned it before, but if you see a unit doing this, where they just group up stupidly like this, let's keep an eye on their numbers and see. Look at that. 2 cannonballs. Oh my god. They're gonna get zeroed out just from cannonballs because they grouped up like that. Yep, there they go. Look at that. So absurd. Anytime you see that happen, and if you see your units doing it, immediately stop them and try and give them a command that would have them not do that. Because it's pretty devastating when it happens to you as well. Alright, and that's it. We'll clean these last handful of units up. Literally just this last one, and then we'll finish. Alright, got the victory. And hopefully we make some decent money, even though we didn't run down as many troops as we are used to. No, we're still going to make good money. So 700. We still killed 6,800. How? I guess we killed pretty much every cavalry unit down to the last, and then a lot of these other frontier units got cut in half. Except that's probably the one that turned into a ball and then got shot up. So not bad. 247 losses. We don't need to take those. Probably just going to take the money and the ammo. And that's more... Yeah, look at that. We did use up a lot of ammo. We can get much better ammo pouches or whatever they're called. These things. The limber chest. We can get much better limber chests than this, so we'll reduce that overhead by quite a bit. Howard is going to be an artillery officer still. Range, that's perfect. So range and movement speed, I don't care if we lose a little bit of movement speed. So we got plus 10 there, or plus 15, and then plus 5 accuracy at the expense of minus 5 speed. Not bad. Do we have any upgrades? I think these guys are all done. Yeah, this guy's ready to go. And oh, 6. Sorry, we're getting these guys to 6. I forgot. Okay, I think we'll probably end up selling most of these. So not the most useful stuff, but still not too bad. Okay, let's force march, get our way, and we just immediately get caught. So let me work our way up to that northern city. I don't know what it's called, but we'll get up there. All right, we made it to Castle. And now yeah, I think we recruited pretty much everybody from the region, but I don't know, we'll see. We could start the new brigade. We have money. I just don't know if it's worth it or if we should save. I think we should probably just save for the cannons, and then we'll hire our 4th guy and just leave it at that. We'll leave these guys in reserve for now. So foundry, speaking of which, yeah, I don't think we're gonna do these though. 12-pounder. I'd rather have the 6-pound bronze because the reload speed is so much better. Yeah, I think we'll leave this one alone. And I'm not really too keen on buying items at this point. There is a sniper rifle that you can get. It's like a Jaeger rifle, and it's very, very expensive, but also, you know, the best rifle in the game. So if we can come across one of those, we'll probably end up taking it. But aside from that, I think we'll just sell everything else. Let's just sell this stuff off, and then we'll keep moving. Right, let's raid. Yeah, we already bought the food out. Let's buy some reserves, and then under raid. There we go, another raid down, and we got some items that we can actually use. This shepherd's axe is pretty good, more melee cover bonus, and then reload speed for our guns, for our cannons. We'll definitely use that. We could even use some of these on our recruits. They'll come in handy. So let's get that equipped. And then for melee, we probably want to make sure each of these guys has one. And then for our recruits, make sure each of them... Oh boy. We'll just put it on this guy that's going to be a cannon soon anyways. It's fine. We'll swap it over. Yeah, trash. And then same thing here. Let's... Actually, let's just swap this out. We don't need this. These melee damage reduction is not that useful for our troops because we're mostly not going in melee. So... kind of wasted on our troops. We got that one. Let's go to... Oh boy. I wonder if it's worth it just to cut across. So maybe follow the tree line so that we are not in the tree line and he is. And then we'll be able to get it a little bit faster. So we'll come down this way. He'll catch us. So now if we travel along this tree line... Yeah, he's still too fast. I think we'll just go to the town. Yeah, we'll go to the closest town. We'll deal with going a little bit slower, going to the right. Not a big deal. Here we go. We're going to get to Marburg in a single turn. This one... Did we already... Yeah, we did not check this. So we got red coat recruit. We'll take that. So we're full. Do we have... We have a general for him and everything. So let's go ahead and start the new brigade. That's a lot of money, but, you know, we got to do it. Now, that means we want to get our cannons moved over, so I'm going to move these guys over. I always like my cannons to be 4 and 5. 4 and 5, that's good. Yeah, 1 is our primary brigade, 2 is our second, and then 3rd is the last one. So we'll put all these guys over here. And some of these guys already have equipment, some of them do not. Make sure everybody's got something. And at this point, we can pretty much sell all these weapons. We're not going to hire anybody else. So whatever is here is going to get dumped. We'll make some cash off of that. And yeah, these guys have equipment. These guys do not. So we'll just give them whatever's left over, and then we'll sell the rest at some point. As we upgrade, we'll sell stuff. This place is okay selling. Yep. So normal sell price. Here we go, 171. Still need to get those cannons, but we've got our army basically set, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. We also have officers. It might not be a bad idea to get a backup just in case one of them dies. But I think I'm going to take my chances and say that we'll be all right. Yeah, let's not buy any items. We're going to save up for cannons. I'm going to just raid the crap out of all these. This should be the last one. And there we go. Raid successful. We got another spontoon for veterancy gain. Some items that we probably won't end up using, but at least we can throw these on pretty much everyone. Yeah, we'll hang on to some of these items for later. They could be useful. I don't want to take anything that gives us minus accuracy unless it's for our cavalry. I actually don't mind it on the cavalry. Yeah, we'll spend 50 to give them a little extra. Alright, there we go. So everybody's got 3 items at least. Some people have more. And we've got another town down. We need to get to Dillenburg. So let's start working our way over there. Yeah, we'll make it there in one turn, it looks like. Nice. Foundry. This one has 6-pound bronze. Only one of them. We'll take it though. This group has... Oh, you know, I did that wrong. This is supposed to be 4th Brigade, so I'm going to switch these guys out real quick. Yeah, 3rd and 4th need to swap. Because when we get into battle, it always goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 linear, but if you look at this, it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so it kind of bounces back and forth. Kind of a weird design decision, but I get it. I would probably move it over to the left to keep it in the same order. So I would like to see 1 over here and then all the way down to 5 over here rather than this back and forth stuff. Like, keep it in the center, but once you open up to a 2nd Brigade, then slide it over. You open another one, slide it over. But I don't know. What do I know? I'm kind of an idiot sometimes. All right, what do we want to swap this out for? They're all 3-pounders, so it doesn't really matter. We'll just swap it and sell this. And we can deal with these other cannons. Hopefully we can find some more good ones at the other towns, but even if not, we should have enough to deal with it. And I don't think we want to buy any of this stuff, but I am just curious if they have any really good ones. If they have like the glowing, so no glow means a standard item, basic. Slight glow means good, and then the yellow glow, which we don't have here, but if we have a look at some of our other items. Yeah, this one right here. So this one has a yellow glow to it, like a yellow outline. So that one is the excellent. So that's like the tier 3. So tier 1 basic, tier 2 excellent, and tier 3. Sorry. Talking about. Anyways, the blue is the tier 2. That's what I meant. So we need to raid the crap out of this one. Yeah, we don't need an officer. No, let's just raid. We go finish that raid. We got more stuff to sell. We could use these ammo cartridge boxes, but... And I guess the medical rations. The other stuff we'll sell. Okay, got that sorted out. Let's move on to our next settlement. Trying to see which ones are zeroed out. We could go back and get some of these. I don't think it's worth it though. So we could stand to gain a unit or resources, but as you can see, we don't really need resources anymore. The only thing we need to replace is one of these, either our cavalry or these British grenadiers, and we'll replace them with a Highlander grenadier so we can get our achievement. So we could use one of those, but not super important. The other thing, let's see, we rated everything else, it looks like. Yeah, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more settlements, and then we're pretty much good to go. So let's start moving this way. Yeah, this is going to be a tricky one. I probably will move through the forest and get him stuck in the mountains and just keep heading south. Get him stuck in the water and then head down this way. That's probably the way to go. So I think we'll take Wolfhagen and then we'll head up this way across. Yep, that's what we'll do. So let's go across. We'll get caught. It'll take us a couple tries to get there, but we'll get there. Made it to Wolfhagen pretty quickly. And again, I don't... Unless we can find the Highland Grenadiers directly, I don't think we want to hire... We don't want to recruit anybody and build them up to that. It's just too much work to switch back and forth. So we'll just keep what we have. And let's go ahead and sell the rest of our items. Raid this place. Right, there's nothing particularly... Oh, this is actually pretty rare. But I don't think we need it. We also want to get these on all of our artillery pieces. So this reduces reload by 2, but it increases max range by 10%. It's pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. Because the thing is, we're going to start buying yellow, glowing, the excellent items instead of the basic, and just replacing everything we have, only buying that. Because the problem is we buy it now for blue, and then next region we'll be deleting it and replacing it with yellow anyway, so we're not going to get that much value out of it. I'd rather just wait. Speaking of which, let's get a little more value from our infantry. So another 3,000, or we got 3,000 reservists total. That should be enough. Let's start raiding, and then we'll continue. All right, another one down. We got absolute garbage from there, but we'll sell it, make some money. Let's move on to the next one. It's going to be Bergen. We'll start heading up there. Dude, let's go off-road too. He seems to struggle off-road. He catches us really fast on the road. All right, we got this one, and again, not really good items, but we are stacking up a massive amount of food, which we can use in the next region. And then our money is good, so we should be able to get all the equipment that we need and want. So why don't we... Shoot, we didn't get Wetzlar. So maybe we'll head this way. Maybe we'll head this way and then tough it out for this stretch to get here, and then head back. Should have no problem getting to these two. They should be pretty easy. Yeah, like I said, we're giving up a couple spots, but it's not worth it. I'd rather just get to the settlements, I think, at this point. That's probably good enough. More than good enough. I think this is... Yeah, this should be enough to secure the win on this hardest challenge. Finally, we got ourselves a couple items we can use. So we need more limber chests, and the Timpions are really, really good for our front line. Make sure everybody's got one. I'm going to go ahead and remove this regimental staff. I don't care about the casualties that we're taking nearly as much on these guys anyways. So we'll swap that. And then most of our recruits have... Yep. There we go. Let's swap that. Yeah, most of our recruits have this spontoon, so we can get them upgraded as soon as possible. And then what else? And yeah, these guys all have... we need. It's these new cannons that don't have it, so give him that. And then we'll probably get rid of this garbage. Garbage. This is not necessarily garbage. It'll go well for one of our troops that we're trying to push to the front, just to get the XP and all that. So let's get rid of this movement speed one. Give him the staff surgeon. And then this stuff will sell. All right, that looks pretty good. On to the next one. Yeah, we'll have to spend some time crossing the mountains to get over here, because he's going to be on our butt the whole time. Oh, man. What is the best course of action? It doesn't look like there's any shortcuts we can take. We just have to tough it out and just go. So I'll be back in like half an hour when we get there. There's a encampment right here, so maybe we'll get something good, and that's on our way to that town. So let's see what they got. Here we go. Let's see. We can enlist a regimental staff officer, or we can just pay for one. It's better to pay for one, because I don't want to take a chance that we lose it, and we have basically infinite money at this point. Oh, wow. We got an excellent surgeon. So 50% casualties restored. That's pretty insane, actually. Let's get that bad boy on one of our guys here. I'm thinking probably put it over here. Yep, I think that makes the most sense. Okay, we are now trying to work our way to Wetzlar, but we have to cross this river, and we will take attrition if we touch it. So I think what we'll do is we'll go over this way and then head south and then be right where we need to be. Oop, I'm an idiot. I forgot. If you go into the mountains, you actually take attrition. So we need to go around. It's going to take us a little longer to get there, but we'll get there. So let's back out and not take attrition and lose our manpower. And look at this idiot still chasing us after all this time. Alright, that took forever to get that next raid done, but we got some very good items. Ramrods, and then gunner implement, so we will definitely put these to good use. Probably in our second brigade. Yeah, we'll have to do it on this one. And let's probably get rid of some items. I don't want to spend too much money upgrading these guys. Although I guess we could. Yeah, we probably should, huh? Just give him his thing back. Just upgrade. That's fine. We got tons of cash. And we're going to have to upgrade it when we get to the next region anyway, so it's kind of stupid to be stingy right now. Alright, let's get rid of these boots, because they're crap. But I guess it's better than having an empty slot. And then... yeah, that's pretty much it. Alright, we're going to go to the next town. So looking at the map, we've got 2 more, and then we're good to go. And there's no way I'm going to that slums. That's going to take forever. So we'll go Alsfeld, and then Frankfurt, and then we should be ready to fight this guy finally. He's got blue balls chasing us for so long. Another raid down, crappy items, we'll just sell them. And then we're on to our last one, and then we actually get to fight for once. So I've been doing this for like 3 hours now, I think. But the result will be good. We'll be able to finish this thing for sure. We'll be very strong just going into the second act, let alone the third. Alright, made it to the town, and this is the one that had the cannons, if I recall. So we should be able to sell all of our stuff here that we don't need. Don't need any of this. Let's just get our money going. And then 360 for the bronze. How many do we need? We need 4. Well, 2 right now, I guess. Yeah, I guess just 2. And then we still have one that's going to convert, but he'll probably convert, I think, on the next map, not this one. Yeah, the only way we do that is if we sit here and train a couple times, which we could technically do after we raid. Why don't we raid this place? Let's see if there's any yellow items that we want to buy. Doesn't look like it. These aren't yellow, but these are really, really strong items. I don't think it's worth it to invest in our cavalry, though. We're going to get rid of that guy soon, so let's not put any money into that. Nothing there. We have a Highland foot. We could technically replace that one guy, but like I said, I'd rather just wait. We'll pay a little bit more in the next region and just get a straight up Highland Grenadier or something. So I think that's probably it, right? Yeah, there's nothing else here to do. Let's just raid. Maybe we'll drill a couple turns, and then we'll call it a day, and we'll start destroying these guys. There we go. And we got a couple good items, a couple crap items, but this one's actually, it's not something we'll use, but it's worth a lot, so we will put it to good use at some point. Let's make sure everybody has a reload option, and not quite. Let's get rid of this canister round. I always forget to switch these things over anyways. I'm never going to use it, I don't think. There you go. A smoke. A smoke and a pancake. Alright, let's add this, and I think we're ready to fight. So yeah, let's get into battle with these guys. Finally we can move on to the next map. I spent a couple turns or a couple days training so we can get everybody up to Highland Foot, at least right here. We also got our recruit up, this one, up to a cannon, so he's ready to go. We need a couple more here, but I don't think it's worth it to do this one because we need 3 levels. It's going to take forever. Yeah, we'll get to 4 no problem, but we're going to burn through all of our ammunition. I don't think we'll have enough. So I think it's time to just fight it. We're looking at 3 cannons, but one of them's double from the difficulty perk. Yep, so there'd be 2 of these. So 4 cannons in total. Double cavalry on the Cossack. Oh, the Dragoons, that's bad. Yeah, these guys are tough. Okay, well, we gotta get in there and fight it. We got our cannons on a little hill in the back. We'll stretch our line out. Let's get our cavalry formed up so we can run some people down. But I think we're probably just gonna chill for a little bit until we get their cavalry, and then I wouldn't mind moving off the line a little bit. We don't need to play too defensively because we do have, I think, a far superior force to what they have. And let's see what distance. Yeah, we need to wait a little bit before they're in range. So let's go ahead and start it. And what we'll do, I want these red coats to get some XP. And only one of them has this casualty restored. Whoops. Guess I should have probably loaded them up a little bit better. But not a big deal. We'll put them in the front so they at least get some action. I am dropping the ball here. We need to target these cannons. So let's focus these guys down. Of course, small cannon's not going to be able to hit anything from there, so let's pull him off the mount. Man, they're skipping some cannonballs right into our poor recruits. Alright, Jaegers. So those guys we probably won't do much to unless we charge them, which I think we will actually do. They are resistant to fire damage, so any kind of muskets or cannons they don't really take that much damage from. Yep, I think we need to go after these guys. There we go. There's one cannon done. Another cannon done. These guys are still moving, so we'll wait for them to get into range. There we go. Clear. We'll clear their targeting. All right, these are musketeers. These are regular troops, right? No, interesting. So these are the Pandur musketeers. So these are light infantry as well. So let's get up there. We're gonna go into melee mode. We don't want to attack head on, so let's go for a flank. There you go. They are taking some damage. Alright, looks like another cannon's down. He's gonna come back though, unfortunately. Alright, this looks like we'll get a pretty easy charge off. There we go. So they are gonna get crushed. We got 63 melee. These guys have wait, they have 35 melee. Usually they have like negative melee. Light infantry. But you can see here we lost almost no troops and just completely mauled them. These guys are going to get mauled as well. We're getting mauled by cannons, but that's okay. We did our job. We got rid of their light infantry. Now we can focus them down. So let's get the cannons out of here. And we'll hide our cab back away. Do not do that, please. All the way back, because they keep targeting them. There we go. Cannon wise, we have to come off our line to be able to hit these guys. So let's do that. Let's move up and start hitting them. These are... Why can I not click on them? There we go. 3-pound cannons. How do they have such range? What the heck? Our bronze guns don't even reach him. That's interesting. Right. Russian hussars are coming. Hold fire. These guys can shoot. That's fine. Alright, here we go. We should get a lot of kills here with these guys. Alright, go ahead and let it loose. And a full shatter. Hell yeah. Against a very expensive unit, too. Dude, these cannons are brutal. Absolutely brutal. Let's check out this one. Actually, we did have that one targeted. They're down to 97. Yeah, more dragoons coming. I need to get these guys back. So let's pull them back so we can have our back line handle it. There we go. Yep, they're gonna shred these guys. Almost got them out. They're down to about half. There we go. There's another cannon down. Let's get this final cannon out of here. And those guys fled. Beautiful. Put these guys back up. Okay, we got a pretty big push on this side, although it looks like they're faltering. They're pushing over here too, actually. Let's even our line out a little bit. And like, I'd love to go flank. Like, we kind of push through their center, but they still have some units here, so we'd have to deal with them. It's probably easier just to hang tight. And then we'll push through when it's time. Let's get these musketeers out of here. Let's just focus fire down units that are shooting at us. Minimize our losses. Alright, these fellows can stretch out here, and we'll start getting ready for these musketeers. So these guys in the front line are actually getting pretty good XP out of this. And then these guys in the back, not so much, but that's fine. I want the the recruits to get most of the XP. That's really bad. Alright, they should break pretty easily. There. Yeah, these guys are about to break. They're down to a handful of units now. So it looks like it's going to be mostly over here. And why don't we try to fall back as we shoot, and then this line can shoot, and then that line can reload. They're just going to be taking a bunch of damage. Okay, we're looking really good. Okay, that side just completely collapsed. So let's go ahead and pull these units up. And I'd like to get our Dragoons out and starting to rack up some kills here. I know it's not going to last too long, but let's just get something done. So that our red coats get a little bit more XP now. Yeah, these guys are not doing a whole lot of damage. They should flee off of that, and then I'm going to go ahead and charge these guys. Just get in there and fight them. They just got a volley off. We should be fine there. Alright, they won their engagement. Mostly positive KDR is pretty good. Alright, that's it. We got it. So that's Act 1 done. Not too bad. The next one's going to get quite a bit harder, but we should be able to keep up because we have so much cash on hand. Let's see what kind of items we get from this battle, because that was a big one. Almost 1,000 gold. That's perfect. And mostly garbage. Wow. There's like nothing in there that we can use. Veterancy gain we can put on one of our lower tier. Yeah, we'll take that, but not quite what I was expecting. Do we want to take reservist or the ammo and money? Let's go ahead and take reservist just to make sure we have enough troops for when we do those quests or the encounters, whatever they're called. Good. I'm going to sort through inventory here for a minute. Actually, before we do that, let's do our upgrades for the leaders. So ammo consumption is pretty good because these guys are going to mostly be using firearms. And then our first perk, this is for infantry. Accuracy and range is a good pick. And then let's get rid of the stuff that we just for sure are not going to use. We already have one of those. We might want to put at least something on our low tier, so casualties restored would be good on these guys. I know we have it on some, but not all of them. Let's switch some of these items up. Right, that looks good. And I think we're going to go 3 infantry, 2 cannons. I'm not 100% sure on that, but probably. Doesn't look like we have any upgrades just yet. These ones need 6. Cannons need 5. Yep, for the second one. So they're almost there. Actually, this one can upgrade. There we go. So subsidy field artillery. These guys are imposters. I think we were mostly keeping it to British battalion. I forgot we had snuck one of them in. But that's fine. What else we have? Veterancy gain. And I know we have these spontoon things. Oh, this guy doesn't have one. Oh, okay. We have it on some of these guys over here. That's why. Not a big deal. Let's go ahead and throw this veterancy gain on him for 15. Then we could expand some of the items here. Not that it really matters. Yeah, these aren't going to really change much, to be honest. Okay, I think that's it. Let's go ahead and move on to Act 2. So as soon as we leave, it should pull up. Now, this is important. What kind of doctrine are we going to get? So collecting dollars the first time we go to a settlement, not really that good. Command radius, who cares? Combat effectiveness, 5% is really good. Minus 10% army XP gain is not that big of a deal. We can overcome that. Now we get that one just right off the bat. We get it. The next one, these are ones that we have to earn by doing whatever it wants us to do, like we did in the last one. So we could get army veterancy gain from drilling. That's a 35%. Infantry veterancy gain 20%. That would be really good because I don't really care about cavalry or artillery gain. They're pretty much maxed out anyways. It's mostly just the infantry. So that would be good. It's not really that good, but of the ones that we have, it's probably the better one. So yeah, let's take this one. We'll also get royal horse guards, so that's heavy cavalry. They're more, yeah, they're more of like dragoons, or actually I don't know. I always assumed dragoons meant like a carbine cavalry, but maybe it means something else. But yeah, these guys are not that good at melee, is what I'm trying to say. So anyways, we'll take that. Let's move on to Act 2. Here we go. Starting Act 2 on day 1, we get a supply cache. Not that it really helps, considering how much stuff we have. I guess we could use a little bit of ammo, but not really that big of a deal. So securing battlefields gives us infantry doctrine. We should probably do that pretty quickly so that we can not worry about our XP gain quite as much. They are all over. Yeah, there's a bunch down here and then a bunch up here. Am I missing some? Oh, okay, there's 2 along this back wall. So we can get it. We can get all of them over here, but then we're literally skipping the entire city network. So I don't know if that's supposed to happen, but it is what it is. Let's start moving. And I think we have enough food we can probably just afford to do this. Actually, there we go. All right, so what I was trying to do was toggle. We would do force march for a few days, or a few seconds, and then switch it to forage for the tick, and then back to force march and back to forage. Didn't really work that well though, to be honest. All right, we are looking for Highland Foot. They do have one. So if we wanted to swap over now, we could. I don't think it's that important though, because we're gonna have more than enough. I think we'll just keep what we have. It should be fine. Now, is there a town that buys at a high price? Because that would be good. We can just save our items until we get there. Actually, this one. Yeah, the one that we spawned near, and I just decided to go the opposite direction. Probably would have been a good idea. We didn't really have that much stuff on us anyways. So not that big of a deal. Now, we probably want to start collecting these orange items, the excellent. And I think maybe the cannon accessories would be the better one. But you know what? We also need to upgrade our cannons, and that's going to be a significant investment. So the most expensive one is 1,000. Well, it's going to be more, right? Because we have the negative perk. Item cost 20. So 1,000 will be 1,200. We only have 6,400, so we can't replace all 8 of our guns. We'll be able to only replace a small number. So yeah, I guess we're going... do we even bother with the outposts? It's a Royal Horse Guards. I don't care. To be honest, we're not really using our cav that much anyways. Okay, here we go. We got our first battle. It's a small patrol. And you can see it's a pretty big step up in difficulty. So these guys are heavy cav. Yeah, that's a lot of cav. Volunteer hussars are pretty good, but I think the dragoons... No, the dragoons are weaker. They're stronger and ranged. But not very good in melee. Okay, well, only 3 cannons. Let's get in there and fight it. So here's the game plan. We'll try to push forward down the center. We're not going to go edge camp for this one. I think we'll just try and do a legit fight. Might be a mistake, though, because they do have a lot of cavalry. So actually, yeah, you know what? I'm a little concerned that we just don't have the right unit composition to deal with these cav. If we had all of these guys as grenadiers, no problem. They can handle melee, no problem, but... I think some of these guys don't even have bayonets. Yeah, the worn bayonet, a lot of them. This guy doesn't even have a bayonet, so I don't know. I guess he's just going to hit people with a buttstock. Okay, yeah, let's go ahead and come to this side a little bit, and we'll get set up. We'll still be aggressive. Let's be kind of smart about it. All right, here we go. Okay, here we go. We are taking some fire here. Our recruits just got blasted. Oh, they have something that outranges us. Yeah, it's a mortar. So we do need to push. And we already destroyed one of their fusiliers. So why don't we go ahead and push up a little bit and get our cannons up there. Here we go. There's another cannon down. There's one in the field we need to get rid of, and then we'll push to the final cannon back here. Yeah, he's getting about 60 to 100 kills per shot. That's a lot. Right, there we go. There's one battalion down. They're still kicking, though. Yeah, there you go. Shattered. Got him. And then let's move up. time to start getting some shots off. So why don't we... Yeah, these guys are going to get hit with the 3v1. We have to be very careful though, because they do have a lot of cav. Okay, so what I'm going to do then is hold fire. These guys can continue to shoot here, that's fine, but we want to hold fire elsewhere. Can we get this guy? Yeah, we can. Alright, we can target him now. Dumpy little cannon needs to just sit back. Okay, these guys are not an immediate threat from cavalry, so let's let them shoot. Alright, cannon's dead. Let's go ahead and start sweeping. So we're going to sweep. There we go. We're just going to sweep our front lines. Anything that's shooting at us needs to go away. He's almost dead. Yeah, we should probably target. Right, target. Right, they're not pushing in. Let's just fire at will. That's fine. And right when I said that, here comes some hussars. Hopefully we can countercharge these guys. They are not wanting to go down nicely. Here we have a unit trying to flank us over here on the left. Looks like they're fleeing though. Let's get these guys back. We protected that flank. Right. They're gone. Let's see, let's start shooting at the guys that are shooting at us. Switch our targeting here. Alright, here comes some cav. Let's maybe hold. Oh man, yeah, they're pushing all along the lines. Right, we got 2 charges coming in at once. 3 charges, 4, 5, 6. We have a lot of charges. Alright, just let it rip. Let it rip. This guy's gonna have to target that one, and then you target that one. Okay, overall, line held so far. Let's go ahead and let everybody fire at will again, and then we need to... Oh, wow. All of their cavalry popped at once. So that worked out pretty well. Let's keep focusing down these guys. They're an actual threat. And they're going to send this cavalry to our Highland Foot, which is ready to shoot. So that probably won't last too long. Let's straighten our line, or get our line working a little bit better. A little bit more. And that's good enough. Oh, this is the fire by rank. I messed that up. You too, I should have let them fire. They should win that though. There, they're gone. They're gone. These guys are gonna break. Yeah, they don't really have anything left. They've got, oh, they freaking artillery are back again. Those bastards, they probably destroyed a lot of our unit. Look at that, that guy's almost dead. Ah, oh, the artillery's so annoying in this game. I can't wait till he fixes it so that we can actually enjoy line battles and not just stacking up artillery. Like, I only have 2 full divisions, but you could go, you can go 4 and just not even have to fight. You just sit in the back, have your infantry be able to intercept a charge, and that's literally all they're for. Anyways, let's see. Yeah, there's just a lot of stuff we can sell. That'll be worth a decent amount of money. We are going to lose a decent amount of troops here. So 2,000. We've got 5,000 in the bank, so that's really not a big deal. I think we probably take the ammo in dollars. There we go. Got a few upgrades. And then Fitzwilliam is ready. This is going to be another... this is the artillery brigade. So accuracy and minus melee, that's really good. Artillery range and artillery reload speed negative. That's a tough one because accuracy is super important. And then the melee is not really a debuff, whereas artillery reload speed, that is a debuff. So I'm going to go precise this time. I feel like range is not usually an issue if you have the right equipment. We don't, but we will very soon. So I think that's probably a non-issue. Let's see what else. These guys are not yet ready to go. Yeah, Highland Foot, we need 1 more level. In terms of gear, let's go ahead and swap this out. So I don't think this is helpful. Stamina and move speed. I'd rather have melee damage and move speed. I don't think we need too many of these things either. I think we just start stacking up the melee damage. It doesn't matter where we do it on, but hopefully we get enough of these so that everybody has one. Got like this guy. Oh, we can't though, because it's the same equipment type. We can give him... Yeah, we don't have anything we can give him, actually. Probably end up selling these, except for the axe. I'm trying to think through this real quick. Yep. Right, we'll expand our inventory slot for our main guys, and then we'll sell everything else off. We don't need this stuff, I don't think. We could probably upgrade somebody's canteen or whatever somewhere. Do we have one? I feel like we have one, but even if we don't... Oh, this guy has an empty slot. Let's just put... No, we can't. Yeah, that's a swap. Okay, no problem. 12 stamina, that's quite a bit, actually. Alright, now we need to clear out battlefields and outposts. I do want to do the fort, though, because we could potentially get a edict, or I keep calling it an edict. It's not. So let's take the oboe this time. So this is morale dam. Oh, that's the wrong one. Yeah, that's not the one I meant. Oh well. We'll probably sell them. We don't need morale at this point. I think we're pretty good on that. Okay, we got, say, 2 weapons, 5% chance of attrition. Let's just do that one. Nice, we didn't get attrition, and we got another bayonet. Can throw that on our boys over here. Actually, go. Yep, so we'll end up selling all that. Okay, we need to go outpost. We don't really need to go to the towns other than for cannons. Actually, we should probably go and look for cannons. That should be our #1 priority. And then we should go down and clear all this stuff out. So unfortunately, we're not going to find it here. Yeah, we could start looking in here. Like, this is pretty good. This is a 50% casualty replenishment. That's a lot. Yeah, we could just basically throw people at the line and it wouldn't even matter because we'd get half of the casualties back. Not really that good. And then for these, this tea ration's really good, so we want to get that at some point. But I think right now we just need to save our money and find our cannons. So let's keep moving. We could probably clear some outposts along the way if they're close. Unequipped cannon. We don't have one, but we can get one because there's a crappy... Oh no, this is not... Never mind. Alright, let's see if we can get a cannon. And we can go back and handle that one. This one has... Yes, we have cannons here. The Geschwindstück, this is a really good one for close range. Not close range, I mean 400 is not bad. But it has a 25-second reload speed. It's very, very fast. So that one does a lot of damage. There's some 500 gold, well 600 with the increase. But yeah, it's a bronze 12-pounder. I don't want to buy those. I want to buy endgame items that we won't have to replace ever again. So Geschwindstück, that one needs to go. And I forgot to check, make sure everybody has, yeah, so everybody has at least a bronze cannon, and then this guy's got the Geschwindstück. Geschwindstück, there you go. And then we need to see if there's a town. Didn't I already look? I feel like I did. Yeah, it's the one at the start. I don't know if we want to hold on to everything that long, but I guess we could. We also need to buy just a cheap, crappy little cannon. This little 60 gold piece one would probably work. Let's get a couple just in case we need it. We'll head back here. 4 civilian items for that one dumpy cannon. Oh, that's pretty good. Yep. A high tier iron ramrod. And then all these guys need it as well. Let's go ahead and get rid of some of these dumpy items. We don't need that. Don't need any of this stuff. Yeah, let me figure out who this is going to go on. Alright, sorted that out. Let's keep moving. And we'll clear out some of these outposts. Not that it really matters. The important thing is down in the south. I guess... Low on ammunition. That's fine. We can give up some ammo. And it didn't work. Lovely. Wasted our ammo. So there's 3 battlefields down here, actually. Let's force march, because it's taking way too long. We have 4,200 food, so we can afford to burn quite a bit of it. Here's a convoy. 4 items. Delay the HQ. Oh, you know what? We could take the items and fight a field army. That would give us a decent amount of XP, and we would still get the 4 items. Yeah, I think we'll do that. Yeah, these items aren't very good either. We could use some of them, though, because we don't have all... Yeah, we don't have all of the limber chests that we need. And then likewise, we don't have all of our cartridge boxes. Once we get that on everybody, pretty much ammo's not going to be an issue. It's really hard to go through all of it. I think we're just going to keep stacking up the items. Yeah, that's a good idea. So let's go ahead and fight this. It's 16,675, so not too bad. Got a couple cannons there. Man, I really want to get those Liechtenstein so we can hit these guys before they get in range, but it's going to be tough because they either outrange us or similar range to us. So that kind of complicates it a little bit. Alright, got everybody lined up. We'll do something kind of similar, but I think this time... What is the range on this thing? It's literally the same. Yeah, it's the exact same. But it's 10 seconds faster on the reload, isn't it? No, it's the same reload. What the hell? Should be faster, but I guess not. Right, we need to make sure that we're able to hit these cannons. Especially this one. So why don't we just auto-target them, or target them right off the bat, and then we'll move our infantry up to screen, because they are sending these guys, and you know what? Might as well just send the cavalry in too. They will have a much easier time with those guys. And then we've got our recruits. Should be able to back... Oh, wait, okay, stop the cannons. Stop the cannons. So they're gonna get shots off on them. Yep, they're shooting at the cannons already. I knew it. You freaking bastards. And this guy needs to get charged as well. There we go. No more light infantry. We made quick work of them. And then these guys are coming in. We can... Yeah, we can start expanding to meet these guys. No big deal. Let's get our artillery... Oh, we need to take out theirs. Jeez, we just got hit hard. And they... I don't know if they targeted our cavalry, but our cav's cut in half. Let's keep hitting them. Alright, here's the big one. We need to hit the big one. The other two smaller ones are gone, so that's good. Alright, he's hit. He's taking shots. And he just got another freaking 100 kills from one volley. I don't get it, man. But like I said, I know it's changing. I'm just complaining, so I'm annoyed. Alright, here we go. Let's get our red coats in here to get some action. Make sure these guys don't take all the kills. More red coats. We could probably expand out this way just a little bit. Make sure we have our left flank covered. Like I said, I don't want to sit back. We'll go on the offense this time. We probably need to load up more on this side, but the problem is they still have... they have those dragoons as reserve, and the chasseurs are still here. That's not gonna work for me. Yeah, we need to get rid of these guys. So target them before they destroy everybody. And they're doing that thing again. Target it. Target it. Hit it before they unfurl. Yep, there they go. Nice. 300 losses from a couple volleys. Alright, these guys are... Yeah, they're shattered. These guys should shatter soon. We can't afford to chase though, because they have cavalry as backup. They'll just shred ours. Right, wouldn't they? 59 attack versus 35 attack. Okay, maybe we would actually win that. Yeah, maybe we would do alright. Alright, we got that out. Let's get these guys up. Our red coats. Perfect, we got some cav coming, but they're getting smashed. Right, they're gone. We have more cavalry coming. They're probably going to kill our recruits, so let's just make sure that doesn't happen. Yeah, those dragoons are tough, man. Really, really tough. Let's make sure we don't get morale loss. And then what we can do is slide these guys around the corner while our red coats are getting most of the damage in. Right, these guys need to hang back. Actually, our redcoats are hanging in there. Get these guys out of here, man. They are just lingering for such a long time. How about these dragoons are instantly going to shatter. Yep. Instantly shattered. Perfect. So that fight went pretty well. We did take some damage. But oh boy. Hold up. Let's get our shot off and then we'll move. That looked pretty good. Let's go ahead and pivot these guys. We're getting charged again somewhere, it sounds like. Yeah, right here. But they're pretty much dead and very low morale. Let's get these guys straightened out. So we need to reform our line here because they flanked us a bit. Actually, we could probably harass them with dragoons. These guys are pretty much dead. Oh, they're doing the thing again. Don't shoot because we will lose our entire army. That is so dumb. Like, why is that a thing? That should not be allowed because anytime something shoots at you when you're like that, you just take so many casualties. And it's also not accurate. Last I checked, you can't walk through other human beings. But it'd probably be pretty hard to program collision in this, so I get it. But maybe there's a way to stop them from doing these crazy, like spirograph type stuff. Alright, here we go. Should shatter this pretty quickly. Oh, no, it's going to shatter our units. Okay. That was terrible. God, we should be able to get them to flee here with our Welsh. Come on, Welsh. There we go. And then get back in there and charge them. No, we just got... Wait, what did we get shot by? They better have a cannon back here because nobody's facing us. There's nothing that could have taken that shot. There's literally nothing that could have taken that shot. These guys were fleeing. These guys are perpendicular. We were already on their flank. What the hell shot us, man? We just lost one of our commanders. Our tier 5 one, too. I mean, there was some stuff in there that we didn't want, but the volley fire is really hard to replace. It's very hard to find that. So that is absolute, pardon my French, but that's bullshit. That is complete bullshit, man. There's nothing there to shoot at us. Yeah, this is stupid, man. Okay, I'm gonna finish this up. Alright, we got the win. We gotta replace that one guy. God damn it, man. That's really annoying. Very, very annoying. Alright, what do we get? Morale, that's not the one we want, but that's fine. We'll use it for now. Morale and move speed, it's okay. I'd rather have move speed and attack, melee attack. In terms of what we need, we probably need to replace all the losses we just took. So let's go ahead and take placements. Yep, he's dead. So we'll have to buy another officer. Ah, that's so stupid. I really wish I knew what caused that. Because they were fleeing. Maybe they're allowed to shoot their firearms for a couple seconds after they initiate the flee. Which to me sounds really dumb. Like once they break, the whole unit should break. Not just one unit at a time, but that is what it is, I guess. Alright, these guys need 6, so we'll come back to them probably next fight. This is an artillery regiment, so we want range. Perfect. So we got focused. We've got 3 range now, so 5%, 10%, 10%. So 25% range. I don't think we want to swap. Yeah, we want to keep the melee damage and move speed. None of these are particularly appealing, except for maybe we get an upgrade on our booze here for our cav. And we have a Tampions. This would go well on one of our frontliner guys. This guy doesn't have one yet. But it replaces the pick. 4 and 2 or 4. It's accuracy though. I'd rather have the accuracy than the reload. At least on that guy. Oh, this guy needs another item. We'll do that. I think. Now we still need some stuff on these guys. Might as well just shove whatever we can in there. And then we'll clear it out later. Okay, that looks good. Let's go find another general. We can't because we have to do our long trek down this way. It is what it is. Alright, let's take the weapons. Nice, we got a better sword than what we're currently using. So we can replace that. It's a little bit less melee, but more charge. So yeah, I think that's a fair trade. And then let's go over here to this one. Actually, there's an encampment right here. I will take some Take some training for 100. Yeah, that was really cheap. And all these guys can upgrade now. So we're gonna have Highland Foot 1, 2. We should see the achievement pop here any second. Or sometimes you have to sell an item or fire disband something for it to pop. There's some weird bug in there, but not a big deal. We'll get it as soon as something else happens. Oh, nice. We can take one of those big fights. So we got guaranteed the assault succeeds and it doesn't cost us anything. Perfect. The Charville on our our Cav. That's actually not bad. Oh, and this is even better. Yeah, because I'd rather have the melee attack than the charge damage for a Cav. So that puts us at 61. That is huge. And then in terms of rifles, we've got a much better rifle here. Gonna lower our accuracy quite a bit. Anybody it's even better on? It does give us a faster reload, so that's not a bad thing. We don't have any more recruits, so it's all just the Highland Foot, and then soon the Grenadiers, so it probably doesn't matter that much. Yeah, let's put it on this guy. Actually, we gain some range. It's fine. Okay, that's that. And then, do we want to take on this big fight right now? Probably do. Let's at least get out of the stupid river so we're not taking attrition. Oh, and we ran into him. Yeah, I was trying to not run into him just yet, but that's okay. They have a lot of cannons, but they're small and weak cannons. So it should be pretty easy to chew these guys up. We'll play defensively. Here we go. We're sitting in the back. We're going to take a nice wide line, and we need to start... we don't want to target the chasseur, so let's target something else until we can hit their artillery pieces. These are mostly 3-pounders, it looks like, or 6-pounders. There's a couple bigger ones. Yeah, 6-pounder. Alright, mostly 6-pounders, so we should be able to outrange them, I believe. Do not shoot at the chasseur, please, because that is a waste of ammo. Let's get our cavalry ready. And as soon as we can, we'll charge these guys. Working on getting rid of their support here, the Grenadiers. Once they're gone, we can probably charge in. There's chasseur in the back too, though, so we have to be careful. But we're getting pretty good exchange rate up here, I think. See what we can do. Let's let them get their volley off first. Dude, how come our cannons aren't hitting anything, man? That whole volley was a whiff. Completely whiffed. Alright, whatever. Oh, he's actually shooting our... He's shooting our dragoons. Lovely. Alright, these guys are gone. Get back so we don't get hit by those chasseur. And they do have cannons shooting at us. Can we outrange them? Some of them we can, some of them we cannot. Let's try to move into position to get them out. There we go. We're getting some hits in their field artillery, but they have a significant amount, so we do need to work on that. Let's work on the next one. There's one down. Probably need to move our infantry up a little bit so that we have some room to move. So why don't we do that? Chasseur over here, they need to get blasted. There we go. Another artillery down. Let's focus on this one. Actually, this one's already shooting. No, they're about to shoot right now as well. Nobody is crossing our line, so that's fine. We still have some room to move. Alright, these guys need to go. I don't want to break our lineup, so I'm actually going to keep them, and we'll just use our dragoons. Here we go. There's one down, or another one down, rather. Let's get this one. Just gotta keep picking at them till they're all gone. Here we go. Dragoons should crush these guys pretty quickly. Yeah, we're getting like 5 or 10 to 1 roughly on the exchange there. Let's not get murdered by these Fusiliers. Yep, doesn't matter. It's too late. We already got crushed. Please get back behind the line. Jesus Christ, man. They're so slow, man. I don't know why they just go so slow sometimes. Alright, here we go. Get a good volley. Went blank, and it did nothing to them. Alright, little delay there. It did eventually go off. Here we go. Let's target artillery. Continue working on those guys. How are we doing? We're not losing our line, but this is about to break. And they're sending more cavalry. Lovely. I'm just gonna countercharge it. Like, if we lose our cav, I don't really care, to be honest. They're not that... I don't really enjoy using them as much. They're fine in the early game, but once you start doing these big engagements, they're kind of hard to use and maintain. Alright, another artillery down. Let's switch it again. These guys are probably gonna crush them. Yep, almost instantly. Oh, we lost a unit. How did we lose a unit? It must have been artillery, but I mean, they barely... Well, okay. Yeah, that's probably what it was. Oh. Alright, let's keep going. Try and clean the rest of these guys up. They have a few scattered pockets. I probably could have pushed up harder on this side. That might have been a good idea. Let's push up now at least. And then same thing here. These guys can push up. Cannons are, for some reason, not in range of this last guy. We'll be able to hit it now. Let's take these guys out. Oh man. Yep, they're all... A lot of our guys are fleeing. I don't know what is causing our guys to flee so much, man. What is this? I don't get it, man. These guys are usually solid. They're basically like low-tier grenadiers, which should have very high morale, but they're just not. You're getting crushed. And then are we still working on... No, we finally, after the battle's over, we finally got rid of their artillery. Let's clean up these infantry and just finish this battle. Let's get a new one going, because I don't know. I don't know what I did wrong here necessarily, but... The only solution I can think of is to get longer range artillery so we don't have to deal with that, because it's been a problem for a couple times now. We need to be the one that has the longer range and set the engagement distance. Right now we kind of have to play into theirs. One down. Okay, they're down. Our Highland foot is about to break. Pull these guys back so they can help defend this line, and then let's get some fire on these Fusiliers. And then we'll probably need to focus on this left side, although they're holding up stronger, so I'd rather use the artillery to clear the right side and relieve some pressure on those guys that have been getting dumped on. Alright, looking good. There's another one down. Alright, here we go. Yeah, it's just these last two. Oh man, we can't seem to put these guys away with our cannons. I don't know, are they even getting kills? 500? 4, 2, 3, 5. It's okay. Yeah, they did pretty well. I mean, considering that more than half that battle they were shooting at cannons, which don't give you high kill counts. It's like 30 or 40 by the time they break. It's very, very low. Got 1,200 gold, and we probably need to replenish. We've got a lot of items to sell, but not a whole lot of items to use. We will use this cartridge box. That's pretty good. And then morale and morale damage received. I don't really care about that. We'll probably just sell that. So the only thing we can use here is the cartridge boxes, it looks like. Maybe the rifle. Actually, that rifle's not bad. Punishment. And then what do we got? Give us a good one, please. No, they did not. They gave us all absolute garbage. Yeah, we already have a full army, so we don't need that. We're trying to stay away from melee damage. That actually hurts us. So only viable one is officer's command radius, but that's not good. That's not good at all. Not even close. But it is what it is. Let's get this ammo pouch equipped. Or yeah, there we go. So we can swap that out. And then we'll make sure these guys all have ammo pouches as well. I think everything else is just gonna get sold. We could check the rifle, but It seems to be a lot better in melee, but not so good in ranged combat. So I don't want to do that. Alright, infantry. Combat effectiveness, that's really good. We'll take that. Another infantry. Yeah, I don't want to waste an upgrade on these. These are not that good. Stamina and speed's okay, but we're playing mostly defense, so it's probably fine without it. Alright, let's get to the next site, which is due north. Now this one, we get equipment or reservists. We'll take the equipment. That's pretty good. The Neustadt musket for 138 range. Yeah, we'll give it to one of these guys. Yeah, it's not that great, to be honest, but we'll use it. So we're waiting on a single upgrade for artillery, and we're waiting for the next level, or the final level of the grenadiers, and then we're pretty much there. Right, so let's get back out there and probably go fight this. We need to go do these battlefields first. So we'll uncover this one first, and then nice, winter time. And this guy wants to fight us. Yeah, we really need to get these cannons, man. That's messing us up big time right now. They only have a couple artillery units, and they don't outrange us. 385 is the longest they'll go. It's like 350 on that one, so we should be alright here. We go out to 440. So I think we'll set up on this little mountain here, get artillery up there. We'll push infantry up as soon as those guys are gone. The artillery. And we'll go from there. So let's get everybody lined up. Go, and then artillery. Let's get them on the platform so they can get better accuracy at least. Here we go. One. Spread them out. We just want to keep the casualties low and try and speed through this a little bit. We need to get better cannons, so I'm going to try my best to avoid fighting after this until we can locate some longer range. So let's work on that. Here we go. We're starting to target their artillery. We already wiped out one of their infantry units, just about halfway. So let's start working on the artillery. One artillery down. Two down. We should get the third here pretty soon. And now we just gotta watch out for all the infantry and the cav that are gonna rush us. But it should be pretty straightforward. Yeah, let me speed this up. We'll try and get through this quickly. Said I don't think this is gonna be a particularly interesting fight, but let's make sure we don't mess up and take a massive amount of damage that we don't need to. So let's start targeting these units that are about to get shots on us. And then we need to get ready for the cav charging. Here we go, that one's gone. Let's focus on the next. It's just about gone. Let's go ahead and hold fire here with these guys. Alright, they're gone. Let's go ahead and target the cav. Oh, we don't have fire by rank anymore. I forgot, because we lost that general. Yep, forgot about that. Alright, let's take this guy out. There's another cav unit right there, but they're already half dead, so that should be fine. Down here, we're getting pushed. Oh my god, dude, how are they doing so much damage, man? One unit of grenadiers. Like, wiped out half of our unit. That's freaking insane, man. Okay, we need to start targeting these guys that are putting in some pain. Got him. Let's target down here, because this unit is not going to be able to hang. That's way too much damage. Okay, this side's looking pretty good. We can probably stretch them out a little bit, see if we can get a few more people shooting at them. They're gone. Yeah, this grenadier needs to go, like, immediately. Comes another charge. Come on, get this guy out of there, dude. How are you missing all of your shots, bro? You're on a hill, you get better accuracy. That's so crazy. That's so crazy that everything just misses. I really don't get it. It's like, in one hand, these guys will just absolutely destroy anything that gets in range, and then on the other hand, they miss all their shots sometimes. It just, like right here, they're missing. Maybe there's like a minimum range if you go within that range and you don't use like a canister shot or something. it's just not gonna hit, or I don't know. I really don't know. But anyways, let me speed this up. They're pretty much on their way out now. Got a couple more to clean up. Yeah, 2 more units and then we're done. 3 more, 2 more now. They're gone, and then the last one. And that's it. Sweet, we got them. I'm gonna try and start speed running the boring stuff. We'll make 750 from that. I don't think we lost too many. Yeah, less than 800. That's actually not bad. And we got a gold, an excellent gun pick. That should be pretty handy, actually. Reload plus 8. Now this one, I think we might need to take the money and the ammunition. So let's do that. We do go through quite a bit of ammunition. Oh, it was only 300 there. Okay, anyways, what else? No upgrades here. We need to wait a little bit. And then these guys are all upgraded except for this one, which can go. So our artillery are fully upgraded. Everybody's there. Yeah, both battalions. And then here... Did we... Wait a second. I gotta find out. The achievement says Highlanders. Does it mean Grenadier Highlanders? Regiments of Highlander... Yeah, 6 regiments of Highlander at one time. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 Highland or Highlanders or different Highland Grenadier. It's the same thing. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I have 9, so I don't know how that doesn't count. Anyways, we'll deal with it later, I guess. Let's get our range extender. There we go, range extender. We can also put the gun pick on this thing since it's gold. Why can I not? Oh, yeah, that's cavalry. Cavalry only, or infantry only. So why don't we put it at one of these guys? Maybe we'll put on somebody that doesn't have too many upgrades yet. There we go. That'll be a good one. We do have an excellent jacket, but we're not going to use that. And then the drummer, we're just going to delete. We'll sell that stuff. All right, so that's that. This place has good sell price for items, so why don't we start selling some things? Fortunately, they only have 2 places we can sell to, so not ideal. Okay, there we go, and there's nothing really good to buy here, so I was going to say we could maybe pick up some items, just trade them, but I don't think that's going to work. Okay, that's it. Let's back out and keep moving. So we're up to 11k. Yeah, we don't need to hire anybody, so I think we're good there. Let's keep moving. We want to get to these 2 battlefields over here. There's also another encamped army, but that's going to be tough to do without our upgraded artillery. Oh, here we go. Nope, still no cannons. That's alright. Let's sell everything. This place actually has 3 places to sell to, so we might be able to offload everything. Oh, and then the stables. That's all we can get, it looks like. Almost 18k, or sorry, almost 13k. Not bad. And then this place does have decent items, so we've got the tobacco rations, that's excellent tier. Don't really care about a lot of this other stuff, though, to be honest. Morale, move speed, and then this one is stamina and move speed. That's not bad. The one of the gun picks. Yeah, I think we're gonna skip on that. That's fine. All right, let's keep going. Let's march up to these battlefields. We'll get our infantry focus. Recruit infantry regiment. So we don't need... Yeah, we don't need troops. So let's give them food. All right, 1 more to go. Of course, this one's surrounded by rivers. Nice. We can get a general, and we got our 20% infantry veterancy. Let's see what this guy has. He has stamina and stamina recovery and accuracy and range. That's actually not a bad start. So we'll hang on to him. There's the final boss HQ, but we can't really do that yet until we get some cannons. So let's go up to this Osnabrück. Hopefully they have cannons. We've been looking for a long time. Yep, they do. They have the Brummer. Not really the one I wanted. I want the Liechtenstein. They do have a Geschwindstück, so we'll take that one at least. Yeah, this one's not bad, but the Liechtenstein is way better. So I think it's better we just wait for that. And then if we can find some better rifles for our front line. Doesn't look like it, though. So we'll pass. Yeah, these items are good, but not really what we're looking for. We need stuff that helps us shooting. That is a really good item, but also very expensive. We'll take it though. So 12 reload and 6 accuracy. That's so crazy. Such a good item. We'll also take elevation screws. I know it's not a high tier, but it is an item that we will use right away. The only thing we'll buy here is tea rations if it's gold, but we're not going to do that. Here we go. These guys all have the good equipment for the rifle. Here we go. Probably get rid of this one. Medicinal herbs. I think we're probably okay on manpower, so we don't need to worry about that quite as much. Go ahead and get increased range. Do it on that one. Alright, everything else gets sold. Right, that looks pretty good. Let's get a backup if we can find a cheap one. No, they're all super expensive, so not worth it. Alright, we need to go to some of these other towns and see if we can find some better cannons. So let's start force marching our way around. It's going to be hard to find. Here we go. Alright, we're almost out of items, which is good. Sell everything off. Perfect. We got a blank inventory. We got over 14k now. And nice, there's some yellow stuff here. We'll take that. We'll take that. Town hall. And then, yeah, nothing here that we really need. So that's good. Let's go place it. Alright, got all that out of the way. There's an army in our way. Probably just need to fight it. Hopefully it doesn't have a bunch of annoying stuff. Yeah, only 2 cannons here. We'll be able to handle that. And so I think you probably get the idea now. Is I don't think there's a whole lot of point in showing all these battles unless we start getting some more interesting stuff going on. So I'm gonna start cutting a lot of these out. It's just a lot of repeats. So let's get to it. So going pretty well. We wiped out all their artillery. We've wiped out maybe 2 waves. Still have a few more to go, but they're starting to run low on manpower here. Should be able to take this over pretty quickly. So let's keep targeting. There we go. Got the victory. Didn't really take too many losses. About 900 gold. And I think on this one, I think it really met. We just have so much of everything. It's probably not that big of a deal. I'm gonna take ammunition and money again. Go, and then anybody that doesn't have these implements, let's make sure they get space. So yeah, we're gonna start spending a ton of money on upgrades. So this stuff should come in handy. Alright, let's keep moving. March, and we'll head down. Probably stop at some of these just to see if there's anything good in there. Not particularly. We could have gotten several units for free, but we're already maxed out, so that doesn't really help us. Particularly good items here. Yeah. And it's only those 2. Let's keep moving. Bunch of small cities. I don't know where the big ones are. I guess they're over here. A large field army, or we could just skip it. We don't need it. Yeah, I'm kind of at that point where I feel like we just need to get our guns, and then we can do a lot more. All right, winter's coming, or winter is here, rather. Now we'll be burning through food a lot faster. Small field army, let's just take them out. Right, another pretty straightforward, easy battle. They have mostly small cannons. Alright, got another win. We took very minimal losses in the front line. A couple units got dragged into a weird charge and shot up pretty bad, but overall, we're still in very good shape. So yeah, almost another 900 gold. No good items, unfortunately. Our artillery battalion's ready for another upgrade. Hopefully we get a good one. We could do supply wagons. It's actually not a bad idea. So this basically lets you reload mid-battle. You just park them by your cannons, and then they'll pretty much never run out. So I think we'll take supply wagons, and then here's our other artillery brigade. Oh no, we got volley fire replaced. That's so good. I kind of wish... You know what we could do is, I'm going to take it. Volley fire. I think one of these is artillery only. Oh no, it's not. These all work for anybody. So what I'm going to do is swap. Let's move one of these guys out. Accuracy and range, stamina recovery. Let's swap this guy out. That's fine. And then we'll just get better traits with this guy anyways. Okay. Buren, here we go. Let's see if these guys have cannons. Alright, they do not have cannons. What the hell's going on here, man? Nobody has good cannons here. You know, I really don't mind these guys getting one. I don't want to use 2 items to get the casualty restored. This one's 50% for just 1 item. That's pretty good. Let's buy these. One of them will go on our artillery. This guy will go on our artillery. Now we've got up to 540 range, so we're getting there. Ideally, we'd be at the 800 range, 800 and 900 range. So once we get our Liechtenstein, we should be able to handle that. And then who's consistently taking a lot of damage? This guy, maybe? Put that in there. Yeah, we'll probably just get rid of this thing. But anyways, that's good for now. Got nothing there. And nothing there. Alright, we probably need to go here. Lippstadt. I don't know where else would have cannons. Alright, there we go. There's a town right here. And we just got attacked by another patrol. It's an easy one. They only have 3 cannons. So, yep, same thing. We'll do this real quick. Alright, we've wiped out 3 or 4 artillery units. They're sending in a bunch of calves. So let's put everybody on hold fire here. And we could probably start working on some of these guys. Let's actually target the dragoons. Nice, we actually got the cannons as well. So they have no cannons left. Let's focus the dragoons down because they have a lot of units. And then we need to manually shoot. Shot off. Not terrible, but not great. But yeah, we lost 20. That's fine. Here we go. Gets them down to less than half. And then we finish them off with melee. That's fine. These guys should be routed. Yep, shattered. There we go. Start working on the units that are approaching, and they do still have a cannon. I don't know how he came back, but let's wipe him out. Still haven't killed these. So there we go. Finally got him. Alright, I'm gonna wrap this one up. Alright, we got the victory. Very few losses on this one. I think only 1 unit took a full volley, and then a couple of their stray shots, but for the most part, that was pretty painless. Like I said, as soon as we get those cannons, it's going to be significantly less painless. But if we don't get them, it's going to continue to be a lot of frustration. So hopefully we get them soon. Let's go ahead and take some ammo, and then we'll probably spend some time training so we can get these guys replenished fully. We probably have some upgrades at some point. There we go. We got a cannon perk. Reload speed is not bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. We'll take it. Reload speed is actually not bad on these guys. Alright, so what are we looking at? These are all level 8. So yeah, we still have a long ways to go on a lot of them. Let's just do that, and then we'll train a couple days. Alright, we're getting attacked. It's fine. We'll deal with them. Yeah, still not terribly good equipment on their artillery, so it should be fine. How did we do? Yeah, we still have a wait. But our cannons are almost maxed out. These ones are almost at level 9. That's where we cap out. We can't go higher than that. And then these guys are working their way up. Our cannons are really good. We just need to get better equipment, and then we'll be in very, very good shape. Okay, I think that's probably good. Let's get this. There we go. Alright, we'll sell the rest. Let's go fight. We've got some interesting cannons. They have a bunch of 3-pounders and 2 6-pounders, so they're very, very weak in terms of equipment anyways. So I'm not too concerned about it. Let's just take the high ground here for our cannons so we can get some more accurate shots. Pummel their artillery, and then, like I said, just kind of the usual stuff. Artillery's half knocked out already. There we go, they're starting it. There we go, another one down. 2 left. And then we can just focus on them. I did look kind of like a half concave, whatever you want to call it, like a bowl. So that should give us some pretty solid defense. Let's get this last cannon out of here. Oh, they're getting... Yeah, 2 cannons are getting shots off. And they're gone. Trying a new method where I use 1 cannon for each unit, and that seems to be helping. I was targeting everybody in like concentrated firepower, everybody on 1, and it just wasn't... They seem to miss a lot of their shots, so I don't know if that has anything to do with just, you know, too many units on that 1. So I don't know. Try it out, see how it does. There you go. Our Highland Foot just got completely mauled. We lost almost 500 units there. That sucks, man. I'm gonna pull these guys back. French Dragoons, yeah, they have like nothing left. And they're still managing to attack. There we go. Get out of here. No, 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 get back, you get back. You're gonna get... There you go. We got lucky. The cannon shot that guy off. But yeah, you get... A lot of them are fleeing, so it's working. We're working on... Yeah, these guys are shooting at fleeing units. Which is fine, because they will re-emerge if we don't get them out. Alright, I'm gonna clean the rest of this up. This is pretty straightforward, I think. There we go. Got the win, and we took a few more losses there. I don't know... I guess some of our units don't do well against their dragoons. Which is kind of surprising. They are grenadiers, but we need the emplacements. We need the chevaux de frise up front, and that should help. We actually got some stuff we can use this time, so we'll put those to good use. And we're starting to burn through a lot of our stuff. I don't think we need any more money. Let's go ahead and load up on food and troops. Let's make sure we don't run out here. We'll take an upgrade on our front line. This is going to be a pass. I don't like any of these. Yeah, skip that. But let's press onward, see if this place has got cannons. No, that's the one we just came from. Sorry, I meant to come down here. I am losing my mind. All right, let's go down there. Okay, I don't know. This is really odd. There's usually cannons everywhere, and now we can't freaking find a single shop with decent cannons in it. Alright, we can pick up some wooden stakes, but I don't really want to waste the money on it. I'd rather get the chevaux de frise. See, these things are, even at the good tier, they're better than the excellent tier of this. I guess we could just take them, that's fine. Blue's probably better than not having it, because that's part of the reason these cavalry are doing so well, is we don't have these charge resistant stakes. They do a lot of damage to them when they charge in like that. So we'll take that. Let's also sell a bunch of our stuff. Good. So we want to put them on our lower tier. Let's get it on both of these groups. That looks good. We could also pick up some earthworks. It's not terrible. It's not very good against charge resistance, but it will help against fire. So any enemy shots that we take. I don't really want to spend the money on some of these, but I think it's probably better to have it than not, because that seems to be our weakness right now. Yeah, let's just take it. It's fine. Load these guys up. And then where's our Royal Welsh? These guys are going to get the earthworks. It's good. Let's sell these, and then we'll move on. I don't know if there's any other towns to go to. This is really odd. I think we've visited there might be a town right here. Not likely a town right here, so I think we've got everything over on this area. There might actually be one right here. That's possible. Let's come down here. There's probably one, I think, somewhere down in this area. I really hope so. No, an encounter. So that means there's no town there. Yeah. Can't do much about it, though. Yeah, our last chance is up here, so let's rush up there and see if we can find what we're looking for. We still haven't even gotten our doctrines. Right, we gotta still take out some of those big armies. Right, we got a successful hunt, so some food and a pelt. We'll take it. Yeah, we are starting to get low on food. We might need to stock up on that next. Right, there was a town up here, and once again, no freaking cannons, man. What the hell, dude? What are we supposed to do then? Let's just buy what we can. Yeah, that's really frustrating. We have so much money. We've been saving it. Can't even use it. Let's get the good items here. Yeah, that's all we can really do. Well, we might as well start buying up all the food. We got nothing to spend our money on. We can get a couple more things, but yeah, that's really disappointing. We can go back. I know there's supply cache. Take that. There were some cannons that we didn't end up buying, but they were not that great. Let's make sure everybody has stakes at the very minimum, even if they're not that good. We have probably more money than we'll be able to spend anyways, so we might as well. We're getting some range upgrades, accuracy upgrades. I think that's probably it for there. No T. Yep, that looks good. Okay, got all our inventory sorted. Again, we'll just buy up all the food we can. Let's just keep moving. It might have been one of these down here, these big towns. We're gonna get the headquarters chasing us very soon. So I want to be in a decent spot. I still want to take out that army up here if we can. So let's start heading up there. Yeah, see, it's still not what we want. But we will take some of these. Max range and cover, that's fine. You're seeing reload. That looks good for those. Quartermaster, yeah, see, it's just a bunch of junk. Mostly junk. And then, oh, nice, we got some tea finally. I'm looking for those. Okay, got that sorted. Hopefully this is the one that had it. There's no way we go to Tecklenburg. There we go, Foundry. But it's not the one, yeah. Bronze 12-pounder. What are we mostly using? 6-pounders? We could technically upgrade a little bit, I guess. It's better than nothing, and it's only a little bit of cash. So that's fine. We'll do a couple of these. These are all the same, I believe. Yeah. Man, can't do anything about it though. We just gotta make the best. Alright, so let's come through here and buy up all the yellow. No tea. See, there's gotta be some good guns in here. We haven't found a good gun in a long time. So, decent Charbie, that'll be good. Yeah, I haven't seen that Jaeger rifle in a while, so that's unfortunate. Try those two, and then gunsmith. What about the powder? Oh, here we go. Chevaux de Frise. We got the big ammo pouches. Perfect. All right, let me go distribute all these. There we go. Got all our items sorted. These guys are looking very elite. Like I said, literally the only thing we're missing right now are long-range cannons. That's the only thing we're missing, and I don't think we're going to be able to get it in time. Don't know how many of these doctrine fights we did. I feel like we only did one here. Or we might have... Maybe we didn't even do any. We don't need to rush it too much. Let's at least get up here and do the one. I'm sure he's going to leave his HQ soon. Just double check this real quick. I'm tempted to get these shepherd's axes for melee damage. That would really help on the front line, but we're starting to run low on cash. Let's do it anyways. Make sure everybody's got a high tier axe. Alright, down to 8k. And we could cheese it again. I don't think it's necessary. I'm kind of getting burnt out on this campaign already. As you could probably tell, that first act was pretty brutal. So I think we'll just try and breeze through this, get to the third act, and then if we don't find good cannons there, then I don't know what to say. I think we would just give up at that point. But maybe we'll do a little bit of cheesing. We'll try and get to the furthest east that we can go, and then we'll raid a few settlements and then come back. We have a guy. Yep, turn back on. Okay, let's fight this one. There we go. We're starting to look like a proper porcupine here. This guy doesn't have any Chevaux de Frise or anything. Everybody else pretty much does, so cav that just come rushing in are going to get stabbed. Alright, let's start focusing on their artillery. Now this thing has an incredibly fast reload time for a cannon. 17 seconds flat. That's pretty insane. We need to start targeting this guy. He's actually starting to get shots already, so let's target them. Oh my god. 162 deaths from a single volley. What the hell, man? Alright, we got him out. Looks like he's pretty badly damaged too, so I don't think he'll come back, but my god, that's a lot of damage. Alright, we really need to work on these artillery. Come on, man. That's why it's nice having the really long range, because you can just hit them. You can hit them from really far back. Yeah, these guys are all going to get shots off, unfortunately, and I can't really do anything about it. 17, only 17. Oh, we shattered 2 in one volley. Perfect. Okay, there we go. They're done. Let's go ahead and reorganize our cannons to start shooting at more useful stuff here. So the grenadiers would be good. I think we need to spread out the damage like we did last time, otherwise something weird happens with the targeting, and they just start going haywire. Alright, there we go. That cannon's done. Let's go ahead and reset targeting. And start sharing the, Why are they... I did not target everybody on one. I don't know why they keep doing that. Here we go. Yeah, that's fine. And like I said, oh, they found the one gap. Yep, they found the one gap. Let's countercharge. There we go. They're gone. But you can see in this one. They get. Oh, what the heck, man? Why didn't they get damaged by that? What the hell, dude? These cav are being absolutely ridiculous, man. That is so weird. So is charging into our front line that had the Cheval de Frise, and then all of a sudden they just changed their mind and charged the guy next to him without getting hit by it. Usually they lose a ton of health. Here, let's see if it does it this time. You gonna cheese your way out again? Yeah, see, look at that. They take a huge amount of damage. That other one crashed right into them, and they didn't take any damage. What the hell, man? It's not consistent at all, but that's all right. It's early access. I gotta keep telling myself that. All right, speed this up. I think most of the threats are pretty much gone. Okay, these guys are doing that ball up thing, so let's just finish them. Yeah, it's just, we're gonna get like 1,000 or 1,500 kills from that. Look at that, they're all dead. What a calculation they're doing there. Alright, how are we doing? It looks like we're getting shot at. Are they cannons that... They have cannons that came back? I don't think so. No. Alright, this guy should do a tremendous amount of damage to himself. And he did. And there he goes. Start focus firing, see if that helps, because for whatever reason, look at this, man. They do like 300 damage from a long distance, and then at a reasonably close range, they do 0 damage. I don't get that. I have yet to figure out why, but I suspect there's probably like a curve. It seems like you should do more damage the closer you get, even if it's at a very close range. Like, you should be able to aim even better, but that doesn't seem to be the case. It seems like it gets worse. Like, you get better until you hit a midpoint, and then it gets worse again. So I don't really understand the logic behind that. But anyways, I'm gonna clean this up. They're pretty much done. And then that's another thing. They keep leaving units in reserve, but they're not even in reserve. They're just sitting in the back doing nothing. And then they come out at the last second. It doesn't really make sense why they would do that. Why they wouldn't just come up as one united front instead of like these silly little waves that don't really do much damage. But anyways, we fought it off. We only took a couple thousand damage. Well, maybe like 11 or 1,200 damage, it looks like. So we should be alright. And there we go. We should have... Yeah, there we go. Victory. Should be a pretty good battle. I think, yeah, this was the one for the Doctrine, so hopefully we get a decent one here. We got some usable stuff. Yeah, there's some stuff in there we can definitely put to use. Reload and move speed, that's good. A better bayonet and veterancy gain. Yeah, some of that stuff we won't use, but some of it's pretty good. Alright, I think we need to get provisions, because we are starting to run low on food. And Doctrine-wise, we got campaign move speed. That could be interesting if we want to kite them. Heavy infantry combat effectiveness. That's actually really good because we have mostly heavy infantry. Fire damage received, I don't really care about that. I'd rather deal with the combat effectiveness. Like I said, the campaign movement speed would be cool because then we can kite them. But I don't know if that's really necessary. Yeah, whatever. Let's do it anyways. If we can cheese it, get back at the system a little bit, because kind of annoyed at the lack of cannons here, so I'm going to raid this whole area if we can. Hopefully we can, but I guess we'll see. Alright, there we go. Combat effectiveness. Hell yes. We will take that. So that's range and reloads, or sorry, accuracy and reload speed for our cannons. Tempion, let's upgrade those. Veterancy gain, I don't think we're going to use. Yeah, most of the stuff we probably won't end up using. Reload, yeah, reload and move speed we can use. I just realized we still have units that have worn bayonets. No wonder we weren't doing any damage. I'm an absolute knob. Alright, well, it is what it is. Let's go buy out as much food as we can, and then we'll start raiding everything. And we'll try to find those other armies so that we can get the doctrine. So let's start raiding. Take all the food. And I think we already bought everything else from these guys, so we should be good here. These guys don't have any money. Right, yeah, I think we bought everybody out. Okay, time to raid. And here comes the headquarters. See, we should be able to outrun him, but I guess we'll find out in a minute. There we go, raid done. We didn't really get anything good there, but let's see what happens if we run off map. He's still catching us. Interesting. So we have, what, 2 move speed bonuses, and he's still catching us. Alright, I'm gonna cheese a little bit, just until we can get those doctrine fights, maybe. Alright, I did a thing here. So, I know this is getting a little bit repetitive, so what I did is I used the cheese to take out every single town. I took out all the doctrine armies, whatever. So we got night marches, which gave us a little bit more movement speed, but it literally made no difference. I think maybe the movement speed is bugged in this campaign, because usually when you stack a couple of these things, like the minus movement speed for enemy, and then plus you could just outrun them, but I had to save scoot the whole map, so unfortunately I don't think that's working. But we did get ammo consumption reduction. And then because we've got infantry veterancy gain and we had stacked a ton of ammunition, after I raided all the towns and did all the missions over here, there's still some that are undone, but that's just because there was nothing interesting to take and I didn't want to lose items to get them. But I basically came to this corner, chased one army down, and then I trained everybody up to level 8 to get them to be the Highland Grenadiers. I don't know what's going on. That achievement didn't pop. It should have popped. Because it says you need 6, and we have 9. We have 8. Yeah, we have 8. So it should be more than enough to pop. We should have done it before, I feel like, because Highland, it just says Highland Regiment. We had a Highland Foot already. Now they're all Highland Grenadier. So I don't know what's going on with the achievement. It might be broken, but... Anyways, we got a ton of items on people. You could see some of these guys have maxed out inventories. Still was not able to find better cannons and stuff, so we'll have to deal with that. But we are ready for the final fight. So I will show that one at least. Let's talk about army composition. They've got some small cannons. They do have a howitzer, but the other ones are 6 pound. There's 2 regiments of 6 pound, 1 regiment of 3 pound. So it shouldn't be really a big deal. We'll just have to play smart, play defensive. We did upgrade most of our troops to Highland Grenadiers, which means they are worse at ranged combat, but they're better in melee combat. So we might have to be careful getting shot up here. We still have some decent guys. We've got British veteran foot. Oh, I got rid of my cavalry because they just weren't really doing much. And I replaced it with an infantry. So these British veteran foot, pretty good. These Fusiliers are insane. 145 aim or accuracy. And then we still have a Highland foot and a British Grenadier in there. Actually, why do I have a Highland foot in there? I could train him up just to make sure. I guess it doesn't matter. He's going to get XP in the battle anyways. Let's get in there and fight it. Alright, so we've got a nice long line of artillery back here. Decent range, but not great range. And we just need to really worry about that one howitzer. And then I don't think we need to worry about these other ones. He's got a 473 range. Our longest is 640. 675 actually. Yeah, we've got a 675 right here. So we do outrange them. It's just, yeah, we'll have to deal with that, and then we should be good to go. Yeah, and you can see these guys are already getting shots off. 116 kills, 51 kills. But we need to camp these artillery pieces and make sure we hit them as soon as they come into range. There we go. 3, and then 4 is going to be a little further out. And then these guys, this other group of artillery we have is a lot shorter range. There we go. That's one down. Put your focus here. Starting to take some damage. Perfect. We got another artillery down. They got one left. And then I don't think we have to worry as much about their cavalry. I think the biggest threat now is going to be getting shot up. So like I said, these guys do not have nearly the same firepower. We'll hold fire here for a sec, deal with their incoming cav. Alright, there we go. Last artillery's down. Let's start hammering out these infantry that are getting close. Here we go. Oh, I keep forgetting. We do have volley fire on some of these guys, and so they're not particularly good at... Yeah, this guy too. Whoops. I need to shoot sooner. Oh, man. Alright, well, we're still getting them out of here. That looks pretty good. So volley fire here. 2. Yeah, you have to shoot a lot sooner. But that last volley is pretty deadly. So volley fire is actually really bad against cavalry, but it's quite good against anything else. These guys are not volley fire. Oh, what the heck? How did they just completely miss? Oh my god, they're so useless. Maybe I shouldn't have even upgraded these guys. That's weird. We're getting shot up pretty bad here. Yeah, grenadiers are decent in whatever role that they're trying to fill, which is, you know, heavy infantry, get in there and get into melee or throw grenades at people. But as far as them being like an actual line infantry, they are not particularly suited for this role. Yeah, usually when I play as the British, their veteran line infantry just demolish everything. They're basically like cannons. It's like having an extra artillery division, but, you know, on foot. Alright, is this thing finally done? Nope. Yeah, there they go. Okay, let's swing back here and deal with these guys. We could probably speed this up. They have a few people in reserve, but it looks like, yeah, we've mostly dealt with the big threats. They have a couple... Oh, that general died. For some reason, we can't get this side out. Get these guys out of here. Actually, can we... Yeah, see that... Sometimes I'll stack my artillery divisions on top of each other into like a really tight ball so that they can all reach the same targets and we can concentrate fire. Kind of cheesy, but very effective. Unfortunately, when you spread them out like this, you can't do that. So that makes it a little challenging. Right, this veteran fusilier needs to go. There we go. Got him. Yeah, see, these guys took a tremendous beating on this side. Tremendous beating. I mean, this is the final HQ battle for this region, so not really surprising. These guys are about to die. Holy crap. They're down to 300 troops. That's not good. Okay, keep hitting the guys before they shoot, please, so we don't lose half of our army. Yep, there we go. Did we get? Yeah, we cleared this side. All right, last one. Actually, I see one more. Oh, there's a field artillery. No wonder. How did they come back? No wonder this guy's getting chopped up. Yeah, he's getting targeted by these artillery. They have 700 kills. Jesus Christ, dude. I already killed that thing. Oh, nice. It killed our commander, too. What a cool game. What a cool game. I love this game. Oh my god, that's so stupid, man. I destroyed all their artillery. I'm almost positive that... Anyways. Yeah, the artillery almost never come back. I don't know what the hell's going on with that, but... And then, of course, he dies in battle. That makes perfect sense. Anyways, I'm gonna clean this up. Okay, got the win. We took heavy losses. We lost a general or a officer, so we'll have to replace him. We made 1,600 out of that. It's not that much, unfortunately. Yeah, only 2,000 losses. It's pretty crazy, actually, considering. But a lot of our units are only 1,000 troops each, so they're pretty small. And yeah, you could see literally the only thing that did damage was that one field artillery. I guess I just didn't see it. Once it flees, it's like I don't even watch it because it's pretty much gone. We did get a good item here. So holiday treaties. This is a good version. So range and reload. That'll be good for artillery. Let's take some ammo. Yeah, there's Howard dead, but we do have a backup officer, so that's fine. And he has a level. We'll probably take accuracy and minus melee, and then another infantry. Accuracy minus melee. That's fine. I know it's kind of shooting herself in the foot here because, you know, we've got to hold the line against cavalry charges, but that's fine. Now we do have, where did it go? Our treatise, this one. So cover bonus in max range. I'd rather not have cover bonus for artillery because they shouldn't be on the front line anyways. We'll eventually swap that out. No, we have, I think there's one unit that does not have Chevaux de Frise, and we just got one, so we'll put, yeah, the British veteran foot. They always target this guy because of that. So that should help. I think that's it, right? I don't see anything else that we can really equip here. And then that'll be it. That's the end of Act 2. And let's see what we get. Plus reload, that's quite good for us, actually. Yeah, we'll keep buffing that up. And for here, we got reservist cost. Who cares? Provisions consumption, we have more than we can ever spend. And attrition, we have more manpower than we could ever spend. So these are all completely useless, unfortunately. Is there anything we want to get here? Legion Britannique Musketeers. So this is a light infantry. We could probably use those. And I guess the attrition of the three useless ones, that's the least useless one. The most useful. All right, Act 3, Flanders. All right, starting to back up on Act 3. Let's go ahead and take... I guess it doesn't really matter what we take here. So one thing that's kind of interesting, you can get money, food, ammunition, or a cavalry. Now the cavalry is basically free manpower. So like if we disband this guy, and also money. So like we sell this stuff, that's like 100 and close to 100 gold, and then we can get 400 manpower, and then just disband this dude. There we go. Perfect. Now there's some forts here. We could get a decent doctrine actually. So why don't we try to go there? Let's see if there's a cannon. Nope, we need to get a cannon foundry. So we're just going to go to all the towns first. We'll force march. All right, walls are breached. Here's the siege. We could 4 days to starve them out, or we just do it immediately and suffer 5% attrition. That's not that big of a deal. Yep, let's take a new doctrine and some weapons. Oh, we just got a sniper rifle. Those are really good. All right, increased dollars stolen by +3 per regiment in raiding stance, which is hilarious because we have 23 grand already. So it's not going to really help us. Same thing, all this other stuff's not going to help. I mean, we will probably raid everything. So, I mean, not that it's going to help, but I guess we could take it anyways. Let's get this other fort since we're already here. Yeah, we're going to have to do an actual siege here. We could avoid time passing if we want, or we could do 4 days and then it just completely surrenders. I'd rather not have time pass. Yep, sweet. So they surrendered. Spend ammunition to breach the fort. Perfect. And now we need to capture it. Yeah, likely chance of capturing, only 160 ammo and some attrition, that's fine. Got it. So we got more weapons. I don't see a sniper in there this time. Oh no, it's all cavalry weapons, so that's not going to help us at all. Okay, melee damage, minus accuracy, light infantry combat, or campaign visibility. This actually hurts us. This does nothing because we don't own any light infantry. I guess we're taking campaign visibility, which is not that useful, but I guess better than nothing. Now, we did get some melee implements, heavy socket bayonet, which we need to put on right now because we do have a unit here that still has the rusty bayonet. I don't know how that got in there. All right, and in terms of where we're going to give this musket, this sniper rifle, so this one, it's a Jaeger rifle, but it's also an excellent Jaeger rifle. So this is extremely expensive, 450 bucks for some muskets. Now, 174 range, but the accuracy is 42. So you can see our accuracy actually goes up to 161. It's just absurd. And then the range is like a small artillery piece almost. We also got some of these other muskets. 151, we can get the range up on these. 37. Don't think. Let's see if we have anything shorter range than that. I don't think so. Okay, so there's a slight upgrade. And then I don't think there's anything else we're gonna be able to do here. So let's keep moving. We gotta find all the cities. Foundry, hell yeah, finally. And that is a Liechtenstein. Yep, there we go. We finally got 2. So we can take 2. There's also a bronze 12-pound Licorn. Don't know if that's particularly helpful. Let's first at least just get these equipped. So I'm going to put the Licorn in one regiment and then the Geschwindstück in a different regiment. These are all 12 pounds, right? Yeah, see, we don't have any upgrades for... Oh, that's a 6-pound actually. That's a 6-pound. All right, so we do have some really not so great weapons. The only thing that concerns me is what if we don't find what we're looking for? If there's no towns that have it, I'd rather just at least have a decent backup. So let's swap that out. 564. Yeah, see, this one has 880 range, 825 range. That's pretty good. That means we should be able to hit people from all the way across the map from the spawn, which is what we wanted. And accuracy and reload, perfect. Accuracy and reload, we're getting some really good ones. Charge and move speed is good, but not for our army. Max range, 15. I like the other treatise because it's better, but we'll take this one in the meantime anyways. It's better than not having it. We have essentially infinite money at this point. So we just need to buy anything that looks half decent. Here we go, more items. And then here we go. Can we find a good sniper? Neustadt. Oh, here we go. The Charville, and this is an excellent version. That's pretty good. Okay, Powder House. We are looking for Cheval de Frise, and then I think that's probably it. I'm tempted to try these canisters because I noticed some of the longer range weapons have trouble at close range. They don't seem to hit anything, so I'm gonna try it actually. Let's just throw it on these Liechtensteins. So we'll put some canister around, we'll load it up. British veteran foot are the ones that need the Charville, because that's a really good rifle. I don't think we can pass this gun down to anybody else. Everybody's got decent rifles now. Oh yeah, speaking of which, we probably need to sell a bunch of our stuff. It sucks because they're not going to give us much. It's all rated. Same thing with buying. It's much more expensive. Can't do anything about it though. And we don't want to hang on to this to the very end because it doesn't do us any good. We don't want to sell our treatises though. This is the new stuff that we just bought. Okay, what else? Let's make sure. So 880 is pretty good. Get it up to 908. That's fine. I don't know if we need to get much more than that though, because if you go too big, then it just doesn't really help. You can hit them from the start. There's no real benefit to going any further than that. What else? Oh yeah, the Fusiliers. I want to give these guys the best treatise, since they're the best aim. Let's take inventory of everything that we've got. So we have one more cannon and one more infantry upgrade here. So I'm going to give this guy the infantry upgrade. We have a decent infantry upgrade. This guy doesn't have one yet, so we'll put that. And then for the cannons, we have the max range. We need to put that on this guy. Let's reload. I think it swaps that out though, and I don't want to swap those out. These are better. The military treatise holiday are better than the cleric, because cover bonus, like I said, is just not particularly good on artillery. You should not be ever getting your cannons shot at. If your cannons are getting shot, it means you didn't place them well. You didn't defend them well. Here we go. Artillery pieces for everybody, and then alright, what's better? So this one is 8 reload, 2 stamina. This one is 8 accuracy. I'd rather do accuracy over reload. We'll get those maybe on the grenadiers or something. Okay, perfect. Yeah, let me just do this offline. There's only a couple more. Alright, and just in case this thing is bugged, this achievement, I know sometimes you have to recruit or disband a unit. We don't have anybody to disband. I'm gonna hire... Nope, it still didn't pop. So something's bugged with that achievement, because we have more than 6 island troops. And then we just hired another one, so I don't know what's going on with that. But we'll keep him as backup in case we lose one. You never know. We've got everybody outfitted. I also bought another backup officer in case we lose another one. So some shenanigans, because you know that's what usually happens with this game. We need to continue to look for cannons, but let's go. There's probably going to be another settlement down this way, so let's go this way first. Ooh, nice. We got a Dachshund. Max range and morale. That is interesting. So we could put it on this guy, because he doesn't quite have the same range. That'll put up to 880 and 908, so they're almost the same range. We should be able to bombard artillery before they become an issue. And we got ourselves a fight here. They have no cannons? What the hell's going on? They don't have any cannons. Alright, well, I guess we'll just blast them out of the air. Alright, here we go. And you can see our range, it literally goes off the map. So if we go to the corner, we can still reach a very large portion of the map over here, so it's pretty much guaranteed hits right from the start. Although you can see at this range, they're not really hitting much. 8 kills. Oh, it's because they're shooting sharpshooters, that's why. Yeah, that's gonna be a pain. Let's not target those guys. Let's target something else here if we can. Even mind hitting the cavalry. Yeah, let's go for the cav. And then the Grenzer. Alright, what are we gonna do here? We could bum rush. We could just rush them and hit them with... But we have cavalry coming in behind, so that's probably not an ideal situation. Now, how are they getting their morale back? There's something that's going on. I've noticed that before. They get hit, and then I see their bar jump up, like, 20, 30, 40%, something like that. They must have some kind of doctrine that's giving them a boost of morale just for free. I don't see one here though. I don't know what that is. It's very odd. It could, oh, you know what? It's probably because this guy came close. If he was in the radius of the general, that's probably what it is. I didn't realize he was right behind him. Alright, here come the grenadier, or the hussars into our grenadiers, but they're gonna get slapped. Yep, shattered. One more volley? No. Alright, these guys are super annoying. Yeah, the cavalry charges are not really a threat anymore. So I think we just have to focus on the infantry that's going to cause most of the issues here. And that horse grenadier looks kind of scary. Can they? Oh crap, they do have bags. I didn't realize you could get that. I didn't know you can get that on a horse regiment. That's crazy. Hopefully they don't grenade us. And why do they have only 600 troops? I guess we're still, these guys are still recovering? That's weird because we've been in this new map for a while. They should have recovered by now, but I guess not. Okay, let's keep directing fire. So there we go. Hit the infantry, please. Just ignore everything else. There we go. They lost another general. Got another big charge coming in. Come on, hit him first. Okay, we had our volley ready and they decided not to shoot for some reason. I don't know what that was about. We're losing the melee, so our grenadiers are losing against cuirassiers, which is very odd. Okay, we just lost that fight. What the hell, dude? They don't... I don't know. They must have some kind of edicts or something that's given them a huge boost. Because these guys should not be losing. Especially with the Chevaux de Frise. That pretty much eliminates most of the enemy on contact. So I don't know what's going on there. I gotta look at their items if they don't run, but I didn't get a chance. Alright, they're still in it. That's fine. We'll keep them as reserve. They got a couple of units left. We still lost a lot of units. I guess... Yeah, cannons aren't like an auto win. Oh, that reminds me. I forgot to switch this guy. Let's let him get his last volley off, and then we'll switch him to the canister. Yeah, there you go, canister. And let's see if he does better. Oh, he may not reload in time. It's not going to reload in time. Well, there goes that experiment. I forgot. Okay, we won. Not a pretty one, but we didn't lose an officer, so I guess that's something. We lost 2,000. We don't really need anything. I think we just keep stacking up cash. Ooh, nice. Tea rations is an excellent condition, and then another excellent condition, but we don't have anything to use that on. Land pattern, that's actually a pretty good rifle. Yeah, some good items we can use. Holy crap, dude. This guy's got torched. Yeah, that was painful. All right, and then this guy can upgrade. This is our final upgrade to Highland Foot. So now we have actually 9 grenadiers. 10 if you count this guy. Okay, do we want accuracy and reload? Yeah, we want to put it on our front line guys here. Let me put some items here. Right, got that sorted. Let's keep moving. Hopefully we can run into a town here that's got some artillery for us. Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't really matter. We'll take some weapons. Actually, we do need the socket bayonets. I'm glad we're getting these because we still have some units in here that have the long skinny ones. These ones are better for charge than they are for melee. And we are not really charging people, we're just playing defense. Yeah, here we go. We still have a worn bayonet here. There we go. No more worn bayonets. So everybody's got something, but we do need to replace these light socket bayonets. Preferably with the heavy. Yep. Okay, let's keep moving. And then this one, escort merchant. It's fine. Get a reward for that. Not a good one. We need to go to the big towns. I don't think these small towns have foundries usually, but they will still have some decent items. Like the quartermaster, there we go. This one's very good. We need, yep, all of these are going to be really good. And then maybe tea, no tea. All right, I think that's it. Let me go ahead and equip these. All right, got everything we needed from there. Let's head up to Nard, whatever the hell that's called. And then if we might have another settlement right here. Looks like that's kind of a big distance. No, just some encounters, that's fine. Take some free deserters. Okay, I really, really hope they have cannons there. Yeah, it says that they have bad cannons in terms of artillery recruits. Oh, they do have a foundry though, that's good. We can get another Liechtenstein and we can get a Shuvalov. I don't really find these guns to be particularly useful. The reload is just way too long. But we will take the Liechtenstein and put that. We've got 3 out of 4 Liechtensteins, and then this one we'll put the Gefenstück, whatever the hell it's called. Right, let's see what else they have. So here's what we bought. We got reload, max range for artillery. Got some more accuracy stuff, melee stuff, a good rifle, and then canister rounds for each of these. I'm going to put canister round on all these cannons right here in the 4th Brigade. So let me get these outfitted here. All right, got that sorted out, and there's a little army up here. I don't know if we should go fight them. We still don't have our guys back to full strength. This one is struggling to get up. Yeah, the replenishment is very slow on these. So I think if we fight them, we'll just do it later. There are some... yeah, there's a lot of forts here, actually. Let's take out the forts. Full fort. Got them to surrender, and then this one... We can undermine the walls, guarantee a breach. It's only 96 ammo. Got it. We can wait and starve. Yep, got them to starve out, and then we get a doctrine out of it. And, ooh, nice. Heavy socket bayonets, we definitely need that. Give us a good one, please. Not particularly good. Collect $100 the first visit, but item cost plus 10%. That's actually going to be really bad because items are very expensive in this region. And collecting $100 isn't going to help pay for anything, so... Artillery veterancy game doesn't help either. Because we already have our artillery maxed out. We're not gaining any XP on our artillery. So item sale profit is what we'll take. And we'll keep moving. Oh, here we go. Another town. Probably nothing good here. Nope, nothing good. Let's keep moving. Go to these forts. And then hopefully we come across those armies. Here we go. We don't really need any of these. I'll up the gun. Yeah, I don't know. If we do this, does that just end the whole thing? Because I want to get the doctrine. Let's make sure that we get the doctrine. Undermine the walls. Perfect. And then we'll take some attrition. That's fine. We have plenty of people. We got 151 range. That's good on a rifle. The other one's not so much. And then a doctrine. Give us a good one, please. Reveal all settlements in the region. That doesn't really help. Item cost at settlements. That'll actually help quite a bit because it's super expensive to buy stuff right now. And then we got our minus 50% attrition, which actually will help when we do those ones that give us minus attrition, the events and stuff. Yeah, like this one. It's going to make us besiege this one. We'll surround the fort. Undermine the walls, guarantee a breach, and then There we go. Actually, it didn't. It gave us the same amount of attrition. So it must not work for events. Maybe it only works for stuff in the on the map. We'll get another doctrine here. Not particularly useful. The casualties restored after battle is decent. We could have used that earlier in the campaign, but that's fine. So the HQ is just about ready to go out. What are we doing here? Oh, nice. Yeah, they do have some good... They do have some good stuff in here. Okay, let me get these equipped. There we go. More items on our front line. These guys are super strong. Almost fully maxed out. This guy has all excellent condition. We're just missing one piece. So this is like alpha male, whatever you want to call it. It's got everything maxed. Let's go ahead and sell everything and take this fight. Perfect. Let's see how our guys stack up against them. So they do have some cannons. They do have a Shuvalov, so we got to be careful with that. We'll target that with our Liechtenstein first. But aside from that, nothing too particularly scary in here. Grenadiers, yeah, that's fine. So they're going to shoot about as bad as we do. The veteran Fusiliers are a little scary. Yeah, I think if I wasn't going for that Highland Grenadier achievement, I would have for sure gone for the veteran foot, because they're just so much better. They're way, way, way better. And holding the line than the Grenadiers. Okay, let's get in there and fight it. Here we go. Let's target that Shuvalov. Where are you? Oh, it's already taking shots at us. So we need to hit this thing. Yeah, we have two... Looks like two guns can reach. The other two cannot. We'll have them target the other. And then once they're done, we need to remember to switch them to canister and see if that helps. Because their canister shots can basically reach across the map anyways. Alright, we hit the cannon a couple times. I think one more volley should be enough to take it down. And then we gotta work on these other cannons. There we go, took another hit. And they're gone. Perfect. Let's focus on something else now. This guy still can't reach. Right, they are starting to flank. I don't know what these guys are doing. They're probably going to try and get shots on our cannon, so let's not allow that. Alright, I might have to move a few units over here. Let's pull them off. And just close that side off. Okay, how are we doing? 1, 2... This guy's still shooting it. Yeah, this cannon right here, what is this, the 12-pounder? Yeah, the bronze 12-pounder. We need to upgrade this because it's annoying having to switch. I'd rather just switch to click them all. But he's short range, so if we do it now, he'll start moving up instead of shooting. Alright, how we doing? We got rid of cavalry, that's good. We have another cavalry unit coming. Alright, that could be a problem. We did get our Cheval de Frise up, so that might help. Come on, hold it, boys, hold it. Veteran Hussars. Yeah, that first charge, they take a tremendous amount of damage, and then once it gets into actual melee, it's kind of not good. So what we probably need to do moving forward is we need to soften them up. Soften all these cavalry units up a bit. There we go. Just saw that cannon go pop. Let's get the Dutch field artillery. There we go. Yeah, they have a lot of cannons, but nothing that's super long range, so we should be okay. These guys are ready. And yeah, they just popped. Right, we probably need to extend our line a bit here, but it's fine. Okay, here we go. These guys are out of stamina already, but that's fine. They crashed another guy into our Welsh. And the Welsh are actually holding up. Look at how many kills they have already. 1,100. That is crazy. I mean, it's not too surprising. They have 218 range and 173 range, 218 accuracy. So, yeah, I want to see. These guys have no losses. And as soon as the Welsh open up on them, what does that look like for volley? Are they going to shoot? Why are they not shooting? Why are they not shooting? Wait, if I move you, will you shoot? There they go. Okay, so they took a volley. 100... Yeah, this is fire by rank. So they took 300 losses, but I think we have our cannon shooting them now, so it's not really an accurate estimation. And we got charged. These veteran foot are going to die now. Okay, let's get them back so they can recover, and these guys can take over. Did we get all their cannons? We did not, but yeah, their cannons are not doing well. I don't think their cannons got any shots off, to be honest. I think they just got wiped. Yeah, these veteran foot took a beating. Big beating. I don't know what we could have done differently there. Well, yeah, I guess the problem is my line didn't stretch far enough to the left, and then they loaded up on that flank, so that was... I guess that could be what we can change. Alright, here we go. Cuirassiers, they crash into us, and then they just get eaten alive. No, they're strong, man. What do these Cuirassiers have? They only have 30 melee. Dude, we have 60 melee. How are they performing as well as we are? And it's infantry, so they have like twice their numbers. Quite understand that. There we go. Alright, they do have a unit back there, but they're pretty much done. I'm going to clean this up. Okay, we got the win. We took some heavy losses. We'll have to replenish. I can just sit in training stance to get them back a little faster. Let's see what kind of loot we're looking at here. 1100 on the gold. And nothing here that we can really use. Yeah, nothing we can really use there. Alright, what are we short on now? Probably food. We'll take a little bit more food. Yeah, these guys got mauled. This poor veteran foot, they got mauled. Alright, we can get another perk here, combat effectiveness. For sure, we'll take that because they can use all of those. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, we are moving on to the next one. That's the HQ. I don't see the doctrine fights though. Yeah, I'm not sure where those are. Not that big of a deal. We do need to get a few more cannons, so let's keep going to these settlements if we can. High level T. Oops. Can sell all this stuff off. Actually, I didn't realize we had another one of these accuracy and reload treatises. It's so good. Alright, not much of this town. Let's keep moving. I don't know when this HQ is gonna leave, but it's probably not gonna be day 133. It'll probably be sooner. Alright, come on, sniper rifle. Another one, that Jaeger. That is crazy, dude. These things are so good. Aside from those cannons, this is probably the strongest weapon in the game. Yeah, it's a bit overpowered, but I don't mind it because it's really rare to find. So I think that helps balance it out quite a bit. We're starting to run low on funds actually, so we're down to only 6k. Let's go ahead and equip this stuff. Got that sorted. Let's keep on moving. We're gonna take another fight here. Looks like we probably should spend some time healing. Yeah, I don't know if it's such a good idea to jump fight to fight when we're still kind of wounded. It's because their veterancy is so high. They're the late game units, so their replenishment is really, really slow, but that's all right. Alright, we got our line set up. Let's go ahead and target their artillery. Get the longest range ones first. 480. And then last time I forgot to switch these guys to canister after we took out the artillery, so I need to remember to do that this time. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to keep your cannonballs in, actually. I don't know why I've been doing that, but... Like, you pick up an extra 35% damage, and then your max range goes down, but who cares because you're not shooting it at range anyways. By the mid-battle, you're fighting everything at close range with cavalry and, you know, infantry and stuff. So anyways, let's take this out. There's another long range right here we need to take out, 473. So we'll hit this one first. There we go, one down. Hit this other one. Cannons are blasting. They don't have... looks like they don't have any Jaegers. Oh, and I totally forgot. Let's get our ammo there. We need to get our line set up. So let's go ahead and do that. And we'll have to micro this while we're targeting their artillery. What I might want to do is just target different ones. There we go, that's fine. That'll give us time to micro without losing efficiency. I'm gonna go ahead and put up a solid defense here on the left. We'll have a little bit of overlap. You know what? Yeah, something like this. And these guys can make up the right flank. There we go, that looks pretty solid. Alright, how are we looking on the artillery front? We still have a lot of them. Let's start using our both regiments to target their artillery and just get these guys out of here. They don't seem to have gotten a shot off yet. There's one down. They might actually be in range of canister already, just because our range is so crazy. Fine, let's just get these guys out and then we'll swap. Okay, there's another one down. And that guy came back, unfortunately. Alright, we got charged. Charged, but we're handling it. Alright, perfect. And now their artillery is shooting at us. There we go. Alright, they got a volley off, but we got them out. Take them out, and then take that Dutch artillery out. How are we doing back here? They don't have anything particularly scary. I don't see them being able to punch through here, so we should be alright. And then they're going to run across all of our regiments. Yeah, they're just getting slapped. Perfect. Gone, gone, gone. That looks good. Let's go back here. Alright, they're gone. I'm going to switch over to... Yeah, look at that. They still can hit the back of the map. That is freaking wild. Alright, everybody's in canister shot. We need to get more for this other artillery regiment. Now, why don't we get these guys involved? They have the sniper rifles, I think. Yep, they do. And then same thing here, so these guys are kind of wasting away. They should be getting a ton of kills. 75, that's not that impressive. Alright, how are we doing on our artillery? Let's see. They're getting some volleys off here with their canister. Okay, there you go. I can hear the difference. They changed the sound for the canister. That's kind of cool. Doesn't seem to be doing anything though, unfortunately. Yeah, there's... Oh, that's a regular volley from muskets. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It should increase the damage. Doesn't seem to be doing much more damage though. Yeah, these guys barely have any kills. Very odd. Okay, we're getting charged. But they're gonna hit 3 units and then get squashed. Let's get some help over here on this side. Oh, they're all dead. Yeah, that's pretty much battle over. They got 1 left. Okay, ran off the last one. Pretty easy battle. We did take some losses again on one of our units. That is not good. Yeah, I've noticed I'm struggling more holding the line with these grenadiers, so I probably won't use them again. I mean, like I said, I mostly just used it for the achievement, but that didn't even go. So much for that. Right, let's get some replenishment because it does help speed up the recovery for these guys. There we go. Alright, a couple more towns here. Let's try and get to them, and then we'll sit back and replenish. Get back to full health. Another freaking battle. Dude, I don't want to fight another battle right now. I want to get my troops replenished. Okay, Chevaux de Frise, we'll take that. I don't think we really need to be buying all of this stuff. Yep. Artillery, we'll take the artillery upgrades at least. I got a couple more upgrades, but we're pretty much at that point where we're kind of maxed out. Guess we're taking another infantry, not that it matters. Yeah, I don't know, like these guys are supposed to be really slow. It doesn't make sense that we have all these doctrines that slow them down and speed us up, but they're still able to catch us. I'm pretty sure there's something bugged with it right now, because I've done another campaign when I discovered this, and I had very little problems outrunning everybody, even the final guy. The final party. And now it's like the opposite. I feel like our guys don't even move. Got a few more items. Switch this up. Okay, final settlement up here. And they do have a foundry. Nice. I don't see a Liechtenstein though. It's a Brummer and a Geschwindstück. We'll take that one at least. We could get the Shuvalov and replace one of the units that has issue with range, but maybe not. I don't know. That's going to basically use up all of our cash. Don't really want to do that. There we go. Yeah, that was our final 6-pound gun. Everything else is 12-pound and up now. Yeah, 12-pound, and then this is the big one. The 12-pound Lighthorn. Okay, that's that. I would love to find more of those sniper rifles, the Jaegers, if we can, but I don't think we're going to have too much luck with that. Yeah, I don't know. Let me look through these, see if there's anything good, and then we'll take that fight. Alright, we got a few more items here. On these lower tier artillery pieces, they needed some help, so now they've got half decent range, better reload and all that. Okay, what do we want to do? We need to train so we can get our... Oh, what happened here? Oh, this one does, but I'm going to take it. Oh, I guess it just bugged. That one's not done yet. I did see him on a live stream yesterday fixing a lot of the encounters, so I'm assuming that's one of the ones that he's got. Alright, let's speed up our replenishment. Take this fight. Hopefully we don't get too damaged, and then we can replenish and take the main fight. I don't think we're getting too much else out of this map. So I think we'll probably just end it. Alright, let's see what we're up against here. 6-pounder. Are these 6-pounders? Yeah, 6-pounder, bronze and iron. A Shuvalov, that's the one we need to target immediately. And then also this 6-pound howitzer, it's got pretty good range, so we need to take that out. So what do we have? We have our Liechtensteins can both reach. Actually, we have another Liechtenstein. How come this one doesn't have the same range? 825 versus 907. So it's probably missing some decent upgrades or items. Basic. Yeah, we need to upgrade some of these. That's okay. Alright, let's take out that Shuvalov right away. It is the third one in? Yeah, third one in. Target. Swing and a miss. Now they hit a couple units. Now this guy has a 594 range, so pretty good. Doesn't look like he has any good upgrades. Oh, he's got a Dachshund. So he does have max range. And then, yeah, they've got artillery reload speed, but no range. So that should be in our favor. All right, what else do we need to do here? Let's target one more artillery on him, and then this guy's still not quite there yet. There we go. Almost gone. One more volley should be enough to put him away. Come on, man. Don't let him shoot. No, it's weird, man. The artillery is so dominant, and then in the late game, it just feels like it doesn't really do hardly anything. Let's go ahead and get our guys set up. I'm gonna do a full stretch line here. Get these guys fully stretched, and then reserve, again, fully stretched, but on the right side. And let's force march, get everybody into position, because I forgot to do that earlier. And now we're a little bit behind. There we go. They're gone. Let's go ahead and full regiment target on the rest of the artillery. Get these guys out of here. And we'll start targeting their cavalry first, because they seem to be giving us the most trouble at this point. Artillery down. Come on, hit that cavalry. Oh, it didn't matter, we blasted them. Okay, what else? These guys, yeah, we're missing our shots here, unfortunately. Come on, dude. There we go. There's one more down. Two more artillery regiments, and oh, never mind, one more. We just got to volley off and hit them. One more. And we need to figure out those cav are done. Let's focus on these cav before they hit our line. Actually, they're gonna get chewed up. We have full volleys. Yeah. We hit them before they charge. No. Alright, let's go for the other cav. And then how are we looking here? Still not really hitting the cav or the artillery. Come on. These guys are gonna hit. Yeah, can't do anything about it. But they're pretty much broken already, and they're gonna run into the Chevaux de Frise. Perfect. Target that artillery or that cavalry, please. There we go. They're gone. Let's go ahead and switch to canister and start opening up on whatever cavalry they have left. Can target that. This guy's still short. It's fine. Alright, here we go. We got a full volley here for this guy. Full volley. There we go. Doing... Are they even sending units on this side? This is where our best troops are. I should probably put them in the front line instead. Let's get in there. Oh, there's cav right here I missed. We need to wipe them out. Let's just pile it on with everybody. They are getting hit with cav. I don't understand, dude. These artillery are just not doing any damage now. Very, very odd. And it, like I said, it seems to happen in the late game. So I don't know if there's a switch in the code. Look, they're getting hit for like 2 or 3 units per volley from artillery. Beginning of the game, they were taking, I don't know, like 40 or 50 per cannonball. They're gonna kill our grenadiers again. God damn it, man. Yeah, these guys always get chewed up. Let's get out. Damn, dude, look at that. Another one. These guys are getting chewed up too. Yeah, it's because they have... The grenadiers cannot go toe-to-toe with fusiliers. It's just, they're not meant for it. So I should not have... I should have just done the grenadier challenge or achievement on a different run instead of trying to do it on this one. I did not mean for you to charge. So now you're going to get killed. Yeah, let's back up. Our cannons can actually do something. They're not. I'm telling you, dude. There's something weird going on. They just don't do any damage now. Look at these kill counts. 162, 177, 377, 424, 543, 500. So just terrible, terrible numbers from our big cannons, the Liechtenstein and stuff like that. And I know I've seen them in previous campaigns. They get, you know, 1,500 kills, 2,000 kills, somewhere like that. Just huge numbers. And then now, I don't know. Maybe I'm outfitting him wrong. Oh, these guys are dead. Get back, actually. Yeah, 170 units left in that one. That's probably gonna die. They didn't run though, they're not cowards. But yeah, they might, I might have to replace them. Okay, last one. Let's just finish this up. We should have one more volley and be done. Here we go. Oh, no, they have... Oh, they have a freaking artillery again, bro! I already talked about this. Like, how are they doing this? He was off the map. I saw him right here when he had like a tiny thumbnail of morale left. How many kills? He's got 402 kills, and it's probably all on that one. It's probably all on this guy. That's so frustrating, man. Okay, well. Okay, we got him. We need to rest for like a year to replenish fully because we've lost so many troops in this one. We might not even be able to win that final battle now that I'm looking at it because our front line is garbage. They just can't hold anything. I don't know what their deal is. Yeah, we lost a lot of troops in our front. Okay, we'll take the cash. Ah, man, that's really frustrating. We've got some commander upgrades. Let's see if there's anything. Fire damage received. We probably needed to do that because we're just getting chewed up. Cavalry, we don't have cav, so the only thing we can do is ammo consumption. I guess that's not bad. It also gives us some reload. Yep, I think that's all we can do now. Can't use any of those items. Let's go ahead and try and get our units back to fighting shape at least. Yeah, it's so slow. There goes all of our time. We're gonna have to fight the look at that, they're still not back. We spent almost a month just training. Alright. At least everybody's gonna get some levels out of it, and that should make them a bit more proficient, competent, whatever. So what do we want to do? I guess we just go at them, right? They're at full strength pretty much. We can just bone rush them. We are kind of low on ammo. Let's go spend a little bit of money. Yeah, it's not much. Get a little more ammo just in case, because we do have 2 fights. That looks pretty good. Let's just go after him. So final 2 battles. There's this one, and then there's another final. There's an encampment here on top of these guys. I'm kind of curious. So what are we fighting against? There's a decent amount of artillery in here. 7 artillery. A little bit of cav, but these fusiliers. Yeah, these fusiliers are going to be tough to deal with. Let me see what's in that encampment. I'm going to save scum this real quick. There we go, we got it. So, supplies, weapons. Yeah, it's just a standard one. I thought maybe they were trying to hide something clever in there. We did get a pretty good weapon there, though. A Charville. We already have 2 of them on these guys. We can start putting them over here. Okay, so nobody should be under 150 range, pretty much. Yep, everybody's above 150 range. Perfect. Let's see, we're at full strength. We do have some backup Highland Grenadiers. So if all else fails, or we lose somebody, we could sub them in. But yeah, I think it's probably time to fight. Let's just wait for them to come after us. We'll just drill until then. No, we need to save our ammo, I forgot. Alright, let's get in there and do it. Alright, we're gonna do the most sensible thing. We're gonna get behind this water, this river, and then we'll set up a defense over here. And then that should slow them down, hopefully, and cause them to bunch up a little bit. I'm hoping we take less casualties, because like I said, we need to minimize as much as we can here, so that we can win that second fight. This fight shouldn't be a problem. It's the second fight that I'm a little bit concerned about. So let me get set up. So here's what we're going for. We'll do like a chevron. Most of their attack's going to come from here. We'll probably spread these guys out a little bit more linear, or smooth that out a little bit. Something like that. And then we can keep these guys back in reserve. We've got a double line over here, just because I know they'll probably end up causing a lot of damage, and we'll have to we'll have to triage that, but let's get our cannons working. We can get some of these cannons working as well. Perfect, we missed all of our opening shots. Oh, no, we're hitting something finally. Yeah, a couple of these guys missed. There we go, one cannon group down. But this is what I was talking about last time. This is what I saw them with, and they were right at the edge of the map, and they somehow miraculously came back. Full health. So, lovely AI. Got... Yep, they're pushing. It's not a big deal. Alright, another Dutch artillery. Looks like... I don't think they can outrange us. So this is actually working out really well. We'll have plenty of time to wipe these guys out, it looks like. They do have a Liechtenstein, though. Only 550 range, so they don't have any range modifiers. Here we go. Our front line, our expert marksmen are opening up. Look at that. 218 on that one volley. They just shattered them. Completely shattered them. Let's get some damage on this Cuirassier. I'm gonna pull our artillery snipers off as well, so I really don't want to lose our whole army to their freaking cav again, because that was kind of a nightmare. Okay, shattered. Let's focus on these artillery next. Yeah, usually in my past campaigns, artillery was like a non-factor, pretty much no issue at all. This one, it's been a real problem. Here we go, another cavalry gone. Let's focus back on the artillery now, because they're getting kind of close. They do have that Liechtenstein we gotta focus on. Actually, can we hit it now? Yeah, let's hit that one now instead, because it's going to be in range any second. Oh, they are in range. Okay, speed it up a little bit. Okay, we got more cav coming in. Let's focus on the cav instead of the artillery. Still taking a lot of losses on these frontliners. I don't really know. Okay, nice. Cav are down. I don't know what's causing so much damage. I guess it's the Fusiliers. They must have really good weapons, kind of like what we have on these guys. That's not going to cut it. Get these guys up front so they can at least take some of the damage off. And then I'm going to pull them back. And then they can run into the Chevaux de Frise. And hopefully get like double the damage. Yeah, I don't know if that worked, but... They did... Oh, dude, they doubled up. Yeah, that's really bad for us. Jesus Christ. Alright, we're gonna take a lot of damage from them, I think. Yeah, we need to focus down the cav. They got artillery shooting at us now, though, so we have to focus on that, too. Oh, we lost our front line. What the hell, dude? Double line. We lost a double line. And they only had one cav unit there. How did that one cav go through two of our lines? Grenadiers, too, in melee. Oh, this game makes no sense, but alright. Whatever you say, bro. Alright, let's focus on getting these guys in the front line out. Still got our double line up. Oh boy, no, we need to get back. We need this guy to shore up this, because we're probably going to lose our front line again. Nope, they instantly broke. We could shift one of our grenadiers down, actually. Why don't we do that? Because this far flank seems to be okay. How are we doing on artillery? They have that sneak artillery coming back. No, but they have a slow one over here that's still making its way. Target him. Okay, let's... Yep, but now we're starting to take over. I don't want too much damage on any one individual unit, so let's pull them back to reserves and swap. Same thing, these guys need to go back. Let's just replace them with a fresh unit. Keep them in reserve. Everybody else seems to be in good health. Okay, how are we doing? That artillery's down. Let's start focusing on other units. Good, good. They're all fleeing. Alright, they got just a handful of units left. They're gone. They're gone. They're gone. Oh, they're doing that thing again. They're doing that thing again. Zero them out, I guess. Yeah, they're still in a tight ball. Probably get some more cannonballs in there and zero it. No, they're missing. Alright, they're missing all their shots now. Shattered. Yeah, we lost 2 units here. Veteran foot and a grenadier. But kind of expected. I mean, this is the final battle. Well, second to last battle. They're very, very strong. So, not complaining too much. Yeah, this I was very curious. Wondering what kind of equipment that cavalry had, because they just went straight on, head on into Chevaux de Frise and shrugged it off basically, and then killed 2 of our units. Yeah, very interesting. This should be it. They have 1 more unit back here. They have an artillery piece that's still alive somehow. There we go. All right. Final battle 1. We'll have a little bit of time to replenish. So with this one, we probably need to take ammo so that we can stay in training stance. What do we get here that's useful? Nothing. Yeah, probably nothing. We want... You know what we'll do? Casualties restored 10%. Oh my god, that guy went down to 0. Yeah, he might actually be dead, unfortunately. But like I said, we do have that backup. We have 2 grenadiers as backup, so if that's what ended up happening, then so be it. Let's replenish 10%. No, let's go ammo. 2,400, it's a lot. Yeah, he's dead. God damn it, man. Do we at least get the equipment back? Dude, he freaking took off with the equipment. That's terrible, man. That is terrible. Well, we gotta give him what we can. We don't really have anything. Yeah, we have mostly junk. Damn, dude, that sucks. Yeah, he had a lot of stuff on him. Alright, morale and melee damage. I guess we can give him this one. He'll be a decent frontliner, but... Yeah, that was not ideal. Losing somebody this late and then losing all that equipment. At least we have some stuff for him, but yeah, it's not particularly good combat stuff. So I think that's all we can do. We're not going to use any of this other stuff, so let's heal. And then, yeah, here comes the reinforcements. They are at the other end of the map, so like I said, we should have a few days to heal. Oh, we're getting chased again. Why are we getting chased? Why the hell are we getting chased, man? Maybe headquarters mustering. So that army's coming. I don't know if this one's still chasing, but we need to heal. I guess if we have to, we'll just cheese reload. Yeah, I don't want to fight this army. I want to just fight the main one and just be done with this campaign. So I'm gonna go ahead and cheese this until we get full health. So I'm not able to get these guys up to full. There's 2 people hitting us right now, and the second army that popped out has incredible speed. There's no way we outrun them. And it's like I have to reload 6 or 7 times just to get 1 tick of replenishment, and I don't think it's worth it. The only guy that's really low right now are the British veteran foot, and we'll just have to deal with them not being at full strength. Looks like everybody else. Well, this guy's a little bit short, but pretty much everybody else is full health. So yeah, I think that'll be it. Let's go ahead and fight it. So here's our setup. There's a little hill right in the middle that we can set our artillery on. We've got a nice bowed semicircle, whatever, and we'll just try and hold these guys off as best we can. Let's get our targeting priorities here. Liechtenstein, 632 range. We need to focus that down first, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that'll be the worst one to deal with, so let's focus him down first. We can hit him right from the start with 3 of our units. So have fun with that. Hopefully we'll get him in 1 volley, but probably not. Go, targeting. And we did some damage. We knocked 1 cannon out. Let's see what else. I don't want you guys moving up, though. What are you doing, dude? Yeah, I guess he can't reach, and now he's trying to go in range, so... It's weird, because he was in the red. Yeah, he's definitely in the red. I don't know why he's moving like that. Should definitely not be moving like that. There we go. Okay, there's a hit. He's not fully gone, though, so I'm concerned he'll come back. Gotta focus on the next one, though. This is a 6-pounder, probably not worth our time right away. This piece is pretty strong. Let's take him out. Alright, we can focus on this with our shorter range now. But these guys, focus on cavalry, please. There we go. Hit the cav. Yeah, there we go. So we'll take out the hussars. There's another veteran hussars over there we got to deal with. Yeah, 89 charge damage. Jesus. That's a lot. That is a significant amount of damage. Okay, there's another artillery down. I might actually switch to taking out these cav because I feel like while the artillery are bad to deal with, they're maybe not as big of a threat as these cav units. Alright, there's 1 cav down. Okay, that's down. Let's focus this artillery piece. It's going to open up on us right now. 6-pounder, yeah. I got 50 kills, that's fine. There's 2 sets of cav back here, no wonder. Alright, let's go ahead and focus them down. We'll just have to deal with the artillery. It is what it is. Alright, grenadiers are not in range. Let's go ahead and give them a little bit better range. And then they are starting to go wider, so we need to open up our flank. We get in there. Yep, here comes the cav. The ones that we've been targeting this entire time, and they're still not dead somehow. Jesus. There's something weird going on. I don't know, maybe your artillery get less accurate as the campaign goes on. There's something odd going on for sure. Because we're just barely doing any damage. Target him, please. Nope. We need to get our commander over here to help. Okay, they're almost down to 0 morale. Yep, there they go. Okay, so we actually did pretty well there. We got more units to reinforce that flank. That's good. Let's focus back on these artillery pieces because they are probably doing some good damage. Actually, no, we need to get the cav. Oh, crap. Here comes another one. Alright, let's reinforce with our back line. I didn't deploy everybody. I deployed about 2/3, and then I left the other 1/3 in reserve so we can move them around like this. Got another one coming in. Why did you not shoot your rifles? They were in your range, dude. That is so stupid, bro. These guys were in range. And they have they're reloaded and everything. And look at that. They go down to 40 units because of their morale. That is so crazy. I mean, our guys are pretty tough. They don't run, but not that tough. That's a lot, right? We are taking a significant amount of damage from these artillery pieces. We need to focus in now. This one down. Yeah, 100 losses. Okay, we got a special unit, Alt Modena, They did get a volley. Nice, they took 2 volleys, and the Chevaux de Frise finished. Okay, that helps. We get the artillery. We still haven't gotten the artillery. Every single cannon line, please. There we go. And these guys are actually still shooting at us. Alright. We'll focus in now. Right, we need a little help on this left side because they are doing a lot of damage to us. Let's go ahead and back up a little bit, consolidate our line, and get a better firing position. And another of their cav came in. They're just wrecking our line. But we'll hold. We will definitely hold that. And then these guys probably need help. Yeah, for sure. If the AI had a little bit better programming, they would have been able to take this for sure, because they had a really strong army. But they make some pretty dumb choices, like charging their cav in first by themselves with no backup behind them, and yeah, just not the smartest. Like they could probably load up all those artillery pieces and just charge our center, break it, and then take all of our artillery out. So they would sacrifice a couple cav units and then completely wipe out our best strength. Yeah, because these grenadiers are not cutting it for holding the front line. I don't think they're meant to anyways. So it's kind of my fault. We need a little more help here. Actually, did we get that cannon? Yeah, kind of. Yeah, kind of. Okay, it looks like we're gonna win this. Yeah, we didn't even lose anybody. So that was good. Okay, focus these guys down that are shooting. Oh, they have another unit that's doing that thing. They're all bunched up. There you go. Taking 100 casualties per cannonball. It's realistic. I guess if you shoot down the line, I guess it would, but at some point the bodies, I mean, as morbid as it sounds, at some point your cannonball is going to hit enough bodies it'll slow down. I don't think 100 bodies. I think it would slow down before that. If you hit like 100 human beings with a cannonball, it would probably stop before you hit the last guy. I don't know. I'd have to look at the math. But yeah, so anyways, point I'm trying to make, I don't know if 100 kills per cannonball shot is a realistic number. Dude, they are still coming. We've been done with this battle for like 10 minutes and they're still... Well, 10 minutes, we've been doing it for 8, but you know what I mean. Oh, they're doing it again. Let's get the one that's all bunched up. Right, how did we do now? 800, 8, 6, 8, 13, 8, 6, and 5. Yeah, see, this is what I'm used to, but then that last, I don't know, 1 or 2 battles, they were getting 100 kills, 170 kills. Just, it didn't make any sense. So, much more happy with this. And then our front line, 800, 1300, 800, 999, yeah, 1300. Really, really strong numbers here. Even our reserves got in there and did some decent damage. So pretty happy with that. All right, they have an artillery piece that is deciding to just sit in the back. We do have some Liechtenstein that can reach, so let's get them out there and start shooting them. All right, we got it. That is, we should see the achievement pop here. Maybe. How many losses? We only took 2,600. That's not that bad. And I like how they give you loot even though the game's over. You can't do anything after this point. Got another officer up to max. Volley by fire. Perfect. Okay, that's it. Should end it. Evac 3. Yep, we got Master of Command and Pax Britannica. So I was really worried about that Iron Man with all negative perks up, but I guess if you cheese it a little bit, it's reasonable. It's just once the game gets balanced properly, I think it'll be more reasonable to do. It's probably still doable like this, but it's going to be painful. So I'm pretty happy to cheese the crap out of it and just get the achievement done. But anyways, I hope that was an interesting campaign. I know it got a little boring towards the middle, so hopefully I cut out the majority of it. And we'll see you on the next challenge run. Take care.